Inside the demon realm, where a giant castle sits, the warrior Vermouth and his 4 comrades venture into the castle to subdue the demon kings. They had previously slain 3 of the 5 demon kings, but only 2 remained. A horde of demons swarm them, and Vermouth, with just 1 slash of his sword, clears the way instantly. This is the power of the great Vermouth. A mage walks behind him and says that against this many, she can most definitely use her powers. She does so, and countless elements pop out of nowhere, clearing the way. This is Senya, the Wise. A priestess attempts to bless everyone with her holy magic, and that's when a demon attacks her. But it seems that she's not that defenseless. Annis, the Faithful. The burliest of the group attacks with a giant axe, and with just 1 swing, he butchers most demons in his path, and a rain of blood and body parts wash over him. Moron, the Brave. The last person in the group, bearing quite a lot of scars, demands Vermouth stop going ahead and makes his way through the demons. This is Hamel, the Foolish. He was always jealous of Vermouth, and he considered him his rival. But nobody really recognized that. Having cleared all of the fodder, the party looks around for potential clues. That's when Hamel spots that Vermouth is in danger, and at the last second, jumps in front of him, taking the attack fully. The one who attacked seems to be a powerful demon, and Hamel falls down, as this attack has proved fatal. The demon attacks Vermouth in the same way, but now prepared, he dodges, and with 1 swift motion, cuts him in half. The party rushes to Hamel's side, and Vermouth looks down, noting that he didn't need to die like that. Hamel says that this death is honorable, and until this very moment, which would become his last, he regretted his past as he wasn't honest with his friends. Hamel reaches his hand forward and demands Vermouth defeat the Demon King. He grabs his hand and swears in his warrior's name that all of the Demon Kings shall be massacred. Hamel smiles with a certain regret and makes his peace with everyone. He asks Anise to pray for him. He says to Moron that he's the bravest warrior there is, and when he turns to Senya, he notes that he always liked her. That's when we find out this was just a story a boy with gray hair and yellow eyes read, who says that he never said he liked Senya. This is just pure fiction. Every time he reads this nonsensical book, it gets him extremely angry. Which person wrote this like a children's book? If only the author weren't anonymous, he would be able to show him a thing or two. He picks the book back up and wonders why everyone has such great titles, like the Wise or the Great, yet he was the Foolish. Was this perhaps written by some guy he pummeled 300 years ago? The same goes for his companions as well. Why didn't they do anything to this book? But it's fair, considering that they would never think the once-dead Hamel would reincarnate like this with all his memories intact. He, Hamel, died in the middle of subjugating the Demon Kings 300 years ago and was reincarnated as a descendant of Vermouth. Now, he goes by Eugene Lionheart, and he's 13 years old. While he was still alive, Vermouth had many concubines aside from his first wife. Eugene finds this strange, as he wasn't the type to chase women needlessly. Did he perhaps change his mind? But it wouldn't be so bad, as everyone has needs, so he gets it. The only families considered direct descendants are the children of the first wife. Even with the same surname, which is Lionheart, Eugene's family is considered an indirect branch. These types of families are forbidden from training their mana and from using real swords before the blood sacrifice ritual. For a 13-year-old, he's quite buff, and he thinks that today is the last time he uses a wooden sword. He trains with his sword, and his movements are extremely fast. Not long after beginning to train, he snaps the dummy into 2. His father looks at this with a scared expression and notes that this is not the first time he has broken one of these. Eugene turns to him, and his father notices how muscular he is. Quite scary for a 13-year-old. Eugene may be his son, but sometimes he's scared of him, as he doesn't act or speak like a child. There is no innocence left in those eyes of his, and even though he lost his mother at a very young age, he has not once missed her. Eugene says that the blacksmith in this town is utter trash, and selling low-quality garbage like this should be considered a crime and punished accordingly. His father coughs and says that he will give him a warning, but on the note of stuff to do, the blood ritual is tomorrow. Eugene thinks that this blood ritual of theirs is a dumb lion heart tradition held once every 10 years. Every child, between 10 and 15, whether from the direct branch or otherwise, gathers at the main family residence for the ritual. There, they compete in a sort of trial to find out who is really worthy of the Lionheart surname. But the main branches have an advantage, as they are allowed to train with real weapons and mana from a young age. So they are basically making sure the main family does better and that the branch families stay at their level. The father looks at the dummy and thinks that this son of his has such talent that he cannot imagine him being his son, and if only he were born into the main family. But no, if only he weren't this talented. Just like him, he wouldn't have to see and feel the difference between reality and his talents. Eugene asks what happened for him to have such a sad expression, but his father dismisses it as nothing. Eugene sighs and thinks that he's probably beating himself up for not being a good father. The father suddenly grabs him by the shoulders and demands he never compete with the children from the main family, as however talented he really is, he won't match the power of those kids, who have learned with swords and mana for a long time. Eugene smiles and says that he won't, but this is a lie, as this is just an easy win, considering he's basically fighting some 10-year-olds. He spots another dummy, and while walking to it, thinks that in this blood ritual, there will be 3 from the main family and 6 from the branch family. One of the 3 children from the main family is the son of the first wife, and the other 2 are twins from a concubine. So aside from the 2 high-authority branch families, the rest can be considered losers. Eugene raises his sword in the air and destroys yet another dummy in a single blow. Now he really wants to see how good the descendants of Vermouth really are. Tomorrow arrives, and while Eugene takes the carriage to the ritual, he thinks that when he was a Hamel in his past life, he thought of himself as a genius. Things were easy to learn for him, even as a child, and his improvement was fast compared to others. But this didn't stop Vermouth from commending his technique, noting that if he tried harder, he would be much, much stronger. He says that he's doing his utmost, and not everyone is a genius like he is. The only real problem he had was that he wasn't a genius, but someone close to him was. Skilled with swords and magic, he bore the nicknames the God of War and the Master of All. Vermouth is great. He was formerly just a mere duke in his homeland, the Kiel Empire, but retired from his position and was praised as a warrior until the end. And the other companions of his, Senya the Wise, who took the position of Magic Tower Master, is the youngest master of all time in the Mage Kingdom of Aroth. Anise the Faithful, who was extremely rotten inside, is now called a saintess in the Holy Empire of Eurus. And there's even scripture about her teachings. Moron the Brave surprisingly managed to make his own kingdom, which he sadly named after himself. So naturally, one is forced to think they had pretty good lives until they died. So why is the Demon King still breathing? Back then, Vermouth definitely swore that he would destroy all of the Demon Kings, the shameless bastards. He originally died at the Demon King of Incarceration's castle, and Vermouth seems to have made a promise to that Demon King after his death. Because of that certain promise, the war with the Demon Kings came to an end, and the world was at peace, which persists to this day, 300 years later. A man who's also inside the carriage with him, Lord Gordon, notes that he must be quite nervous, but if he is, he will struggle when he actually meets the main family. Eugene thanks him for the advice, and Gordon says that from here on, it's all Lionheart property. But he doesn't need to prepare to get off, as the main residence is still quite far away. Eugene wonders why he's so smug, considering that this is not even his property. He says that it must be inconvenient if it's this large, and Gordon notes that there are several warp gates scattered about, so it's actually pretty okay. Eugene wants to ask why he wasn't allowed to use one of those, but he can already predict the answer and would rather just shut up and smile. After a while, they arrive at the main family residence, which is quite big with shiny gold all around. But Eugene is prepared. They walk towards the main building, and Eugene isn't even surprised that he didn't get a welcome ceremony. Vermouth's Lionheart. The only people allowed to have the lion crest on their left chest are those from the direct bloodline. He asks Gordon if any of his relatives have arrived, and he notes that he's the first, so they should move to the guest house. A maid by the name of Nina greets him and says that she will be attending to his every need during his stay. If there was ever anything he wanted, all he needed to do was ring this bell. Eugene is thankful they at least gave him a personal maid, and he asks about her age. She says that she's 16, and that she's only just finished her training period. Eugene smirks and thinks that whoever assigned this inexperienced maid to him must be trying to start a problem if he were to lecture the inexperienced maid for a mistake. But it doesn't matter who thought of the idea, as they are boldly trying to harass him. He asks when the others will arrive, and she says that they should be here within the next 4 days. at the latest. He gets up and asks her to guide him to the training grounds. Nina is kind of surprised, but she still does so. Outside of the main building, two main family children talk about Eugene and how he's from a small country town and probably trains with rakes instead of swords. The boy says that his carriage must stink because of how he lives, and even if he's a relative, he still would have to pay for damaging the main family residence, right? The girl says that he's absolutely correct, so they must go and scold him. The boy says that they are just giving him a warning and demands that the girl, Seal, follow him. Another main family kid looks out of the window at them, but that's when Seal notices and glares at him with the eyes of a beast, causing him to back away. Eugene begins training with a spear, and while doing so, notes that he was in no way lazy in his past life as Hamel when it came to training. But this new body has been furiously trained since he reincarnated, and no matter how much he pushes his body, he hasn't gotten sick once, and his injuries heal extremely quickly. This body of Vermouth's descendant is capable of stuff he would only dream of. Nina looks at him training and is mesmerized. To think he would be capable of moving this fast with sandbags on his arms and spear. That's when she hears someone ask what this guy is doing, and she recognizes these as the siblings Cayenne and Seal, also asking what they are doing here. Cayenne repeats his question, "What is that guy doing there?" Eugene stops his training and says that it's very clear what he's doing, practicing the spear. He also calls him an idiot, and Seal pushes her brother to do something, as that country kid just called him, a main family member, an idiot. Cayenne gets angry and demands an apology. Eugene instantly apologizes, leaving him quite silent. He says that it wasn't sincere at all. He needs to bow down with sincerity, then apologize. Eugene says that they must be the same age, so why should he bow down if they are friends? Cayenne asks, who would dare consider them friends? And even if they are both Lionhearts, they are not equals. Seal reminds him about the carriage, and Cayenne begins berating him and demands he clean the carriage he came with, as it probably stinks from all the farm animals he must have taken care of. Eugene just looks at this excuse of an insult and asks Nina if she's his personal servant. She confirms this and says that she should clean the carriage instead of him. Nina doesn't know what to do, and Cayenne notes that he told him to clean it specifically. So how dare he order a servant to do it? Is he really disrespecting the order of Cayenne Lionheart? Eugene introduces himself, and Seal does so as well. Cayenne says that there's no point in being nice to trash like him, and since he ignored a direct order, he has dishonored him, so a duel must take place. Eugene smirks and says that he should not throw that word around so easily, as it bears a heavy burden. He just wants to continue training, so why can't they leave? Cayenne asks if he's scared, and that's when his expression changes. He really must be scared, right? So in that case, he should bow his head and apologize for what he's done. Eugene says that he's in no way scared, and also doesn't want to duel or apologize. Cayenne says that he doesn't want to do anything, so is he just going to run away? His parents probably didn't teach him what honor truly is. That's when Eugene begins dropping his arm weights, and Cayenne asks what he's doing. Eugene notes that he wanted a duel, and that's what he will get, so he should throw the damn handkerchief already. Eugene continues to strip, and it seems that even the vest he was wearing was also heavy. Cayenne can only look at how many weights this guy had, thinking that they were only for show up until now. But now he can't back down, as he's the one who challenged him to a duel, so Seal will make fun of him for the rest of eternity if he were to back down. And he also must punish him for tainting his honor. He throws the handkerchief in his direction and demands that the duel commence. Eugene finally takes off the final weight, and when the handkerchief falls to his face, he accepts. In that very second, Eugene strikes Cayenne instantly in the gut, ending the fight in just one blow. Seal rushes to the side of her brother but backs away when she sees how much he's vomiting. She turns her attention to Eugene and says that he's a coward, and that was in no way an honorable duel. Eugene says that there was no cowardice there, as the duel started when the handkerchief was thrown, so it's his fault for letting his guard down. Seal can't deny this, and instead says that he must have trained in mana, right? Eugene notes that the branch lines aren't allowed to train with mana until after the success ritual. Seal doesn't believe it and calls him a liar, as there is no way he's able to swing something so heavy without mana. And also, the attack that he performed was too fast. to the point where even if Kyan were to be on full guard, he couldn't have been able to do anything. Eugene smirks and says that his eyes aren't just for show after all. She notes that his mouth is quite foul, and he says that he has already heard that one plenty. But it's also not like her brother got beaten without putting up a fight, as when his attack reached him, he instinctively dodged backwards to reduce the damage. That's nothing short of amazing, given that he doesn't have any real experience just yet. Eugene notes that this guy has potential, but is not strong enough to be considered a descendant of Vermouth. Kyan gets up, and with heavy breath, calls Eugene a coward, who says that they really are siblings, considering they say the exact same things. He makes his way towards him, and notes that if he's an honor-bound descendant of the Lionheart family, he should humbly admit defeat after losing. Kyan becomes embarrassed, and Eugene thinks that he should have held back a little. As this is the child of a patriarch, won't they do something to punish him? That's when a man rushes to see what's going on with a stern face. Eugene notices the lack of a lion on his chest, so he's probably just a knight hired by the family and pretty skilled at that. Kyan calls him by his name, Hezar, and rushes to his side, noting that he lost to a country person like that guy. He challenged him to a fair duel, and lost. Hezar looks at Eugene, and introduces himself as the one in charge of instructing Kyan. Eugene also introduces himself and says that he's from Gidol. Hezar notes that is where Jahard's family is, and Eugene confirms that man is his father. Hezar demands to know what happened here, and Eugene says that Kyan simply picked a fight with him and also insulted his father. Kyan denies this, but Eugene says that he told him that he was not taught honor by his father, and also called him a coward. All of these insults to him, and also to his father. Weren't they enough reasons to accept the duel? Hezar thinks that all of these are valid reasons and takes Kyan away, noting that they should get his injuries treated as soon as possible. While leaving, Seal waves him goodbye, and he does the same. A few days pass, and while having a very big meal, Nina offers him the information that he requested. Deacon, Hansen, and Jules are planned to arrive tomorrow at noon, while Gargus and Desira are planning on coming that evening through a warp gate. Eugene thinks that they're coming faster than expected, and the succession ritual will commence soon. He walks out of the dining hall and apologizes to Vermouth as he's going to be messing with his descendants from now on, so he hopes he won't be upset about it. But it's not like he wanted to become one of his descendants. It's just a damn reincarnation after all. Kyan gets interrogated by his mother, the second wife of the main family, Anasilla, and asks if her son really lost against someone from a branch family. Hezar confirms it, and she demands Kyan come next to her. She strikes him with the fan in the same place he got hit and asks if he really lost in a single strike. Kyan says that she's hurting him, and she demands that he stop complaining, as well as an answer from Hezar. Did that kid really not train with mana? He confirms this and says that Eugene doesn't possess an ounce of mana in his body. She asks Seal how her brother lost, and she explains that just as the duel started, Eugene hit him with the spear, and Kyan tried to retreat, but it was too late. The mother laments the duel being lost in a single blow, and Kyan tries to tell her something, but that's when she slaps him with all of her might and screams, demanding to know how he lost a duel in front of those lowly beasts, and to a child that lacks mana. Soon his father will be back for the ritual. So how's she going to face him then, huh? Kyan begins shaking and apologizes. The mother says that she would like nothing more than to cut Hezar's head off, but her husband favors him. He must train Kyan once more so that he may never disgrace her like this again. With that, they leave, and Hezar seems to be more of a parent to Kyan than his mother ever will be. She eventually calms down and asks Seal to befriend Eugene, or whatever his name was. Seal asks why, and her mother explains that right now, he's strong enough to win against her brother, so that's why. She thinks that if it were her way, she would kill that little cheat, but then she would become the first suspect. And if a feud were ever to break out within the family, the guardians of the familial law would come, and she must avoid that at all costs. The mother says that she just needs to become friends with him, and Seal says that she will do it, as she also has an interest in him, so she will befriend him. Her mother smiles, an evil expression running across her face. The next day, 3 boys from the branch families arrived at the family residence: Hansen, Deacon, and Jules. While Eugene is training, Nina comes up to him with his clothes and notes that everyone has arrived. Eugene says that he thought they would have come at night, but they are here earlier than expected. Nina notes that the patriarch has also arrived, and he must quickly go. But he also needs to change his clothes. Eugene notes that he would be late if he were to do that, so he will just go meet him like this. They all wait at the front gate for the patriarch, and Eugene looks around. He spots the second wife, Anisilla, and the person in front of her is the first wife, Theonis. And that depressed-looking guy is the main family's eldest son and first in line for success, Iode Lionheart. The patriarch finally arrives, Gillard Lionheart, along with the younger brother, Keon. Gillard immediately goes to Iode and asks if his skills have improved. Iode tries to avoid eye contact and says that he's trying his best, as usual. This doesn't please Gillard, and he moves on to Cayenne and Seal, noting how much they have grown since he was gone. He also congratulates one of his brothers, Guilford, for having a son, and apologizes for not being there to see such a blessing. Guilford says that there's no need for such things, and Gillard moves his attention to the children of the branch families. He notes that they should have a meal together, and there they will discuss the blood succession ritual. They sit at the dining table, and Eugene spots the other two people who arrived, Gargus and Desira. He thinks that these were the people who came through the warp with the patriarch to attend the ritual. So are they perhaps of higher prestige in the Lionheart branch families? He also notices a man who is clearly not a Lionheart and thinks that only the patriarch and the ritual attendees are supposed to come to this meal. Seal also looks at him curiously and asks her father who that person is. He says that he was planning on introducing him at a later date, but they should do it now. The person gets up and introduces himself as Ian from the Red Magic Tower in Aeroth. Everyone is surprised, and Iode notes that he's the master of the Magic Tower, causing Eugene to spit out his drink. They all look at him, and Rebarian asks if he's fine, to which he replies yes. Eugene thinks that if he's the Red Magic Tower master, he's Senya's direct disciple, or rather the disciple of Senya's disciple's disciple. 300 years ago, Senya attained the position of Green Magic Tower Master at the youngest age in Aroth's history. Not only had she improved all the spellbooks in Aroth, but she had also helped countless disciples of other magic towers, and even provided advice to the other Tower Masters. To this very day, the Green Magic Tower Master and Robarians still consider her their great master. But the most surprising thing is that he would meet someone related to his old companion so early. Gillard begins talking to Eugene, and notes that he heard about him from Theonis, and that his son dishonored him and his parents. Cayenne looks down in shame, and Eugene says that he did, but holds no real grudge against him. Gillard asks if it's because he won the duel, and Eugene notes that it would have been if he were to lose, because if he were unable to protect his honor, then it is his duty to at least accept this as fact. Gillard smiles and notes that he's better than his son. He starts speaking with Cayenne and notes that he's not ashamed of his defeat. But it does shame him that he's embarrassed by losing, and how much he worries about how he's going to feel about it. It was a duel that started because of his insults in the first place, but he still hasn't apologized, even after losing. Cayenne tries to say something, but Gillard interrupts him and says that he is a Lionheart, first and foremost, and that the great Vermouth is his ancestor. If he really is someone from his bloodline, he should act like it and respect not only his own honor but also the honor of others. Cayenne looks at him, and with a blush on his face, apologizes. Eugene notices how much he's forcing himself right now, but it doesn't really matter. Gillard says that his father must be Jahard, and he apologizes, as he doesn't know him directly. Eugene says that it's only natural that he doesn't, as his family lives in a very rural area for someone like him to know about them. Gillard asks if his father taught him those moves, and he instructed him on the basics, but after that, he trained on his own. Desire is surprised he trained by himself, and Gargus is even more surprised that he managed to beat Cayenne now. Gillard notes that this succession ritual will be an interesting one this time, and the food comes. After it is plated and served, Gillard says that the food might not be up to their expectations, but they must be hungry, so they should start eating. After the meal, Gillard notes that the reason he decided to hold this meal was because he wanted to share some details about the upcoming ritual. They all eagerly wait for him to talk, and he says that although he's the patriarch, and it's quite embarrassing to admit it, the blood succession ritual is just too discriminatory. Naturally, it is a tradition of the main family, and children of branch families are not allowed to train with real weapons or mana until after the ritual is over. if the ritual occurred under these unfair conditions. There would be no way a child from a branch family would beat a child from the main family. In this case, 3 of his children will be entering. However, he believes that it's fair that he not only check on his own children but also the potential of all the children who hold the Lionheart name. The ritual exists to prove to oneself that one is a descendant of the great Vermouth, so it doesn't matter if that person is from the main family or otherwise. Eugene smirks and notes that this descendant is much kinder than Vermouth himself. Gillard notes that, because of all of this, he asked for help with this ritual, and that's why Roberian is here. He gets up, and with a flick of his fingers, the table transforms into a map of a labyrinth. He says that the ritual will take place in here, and everyone will enter from a different entrance, and all they have to do is defeat the boss monster in the middle of said labyrinth. They will also have to avoid traps and defeat any monsters they come across. Naturally, everything that occurs inside of it is just an illusion made with magic, so it's basically just a big mind trick. But they shouldn't falter, as it will feel just like reality. Eugene thinks that he's not only summoning magic, but also using advanced illusionary magic. No wonder he's earned the position of Tower Master. Robertian continues and says that if one of them manages to defeat the boss monster, the ritual will come to a close, and everyone will be assigned a point value based on how well they did. One of them asks if it's fine if they are unable to escape the labyrinth, and he confirms this. And if they are too scared, they can just stay at the entrance of the labyrinth. Eugene asks what they get for defeating the labyrinth boss, and Gillard smirks. He will allow them to take anything they want from the main family's underground treasury. Eugene is excited now, and finds this amazing. While walking away, he thinks that it still should be easy, and his only real problem is what to choose from the main family treasury. That's when he spots Desira and Gargus, who seem to have been waiting for him. Gargus asks if he really won against Kyan, and Eugene confirms this. And also, if they are done questioning him on useless stuff, he will be leaving. Gargus tries to stop him, but he just shrugs, not knowing what to say. Eugene makes his way to the training grounds and continues to practice, but he gets interrupted by Desira and Gargus, who are waiting for him to finish, with Desira holding spears in each of her hands. Eugene wonders why they haven't just gone to sleep yet, and that's when Gargus walks in front and, after a short second, rips out his shirt. He begins breathing heavily and pumps all of his muscles, making them glisten. Eugene wonders what just happened, and Gargus notes that he can touch it, but Eugene rejects this instantly. Gargus notes that his family has a secret muscle growth potion that accelerates muscle growth depending on training, while not accumulating mana within the body. And naturally, there aren't many side effects to this. Is he perhaps interested? Eugene asks if he's here to sell him the potion, and Desira says that there is one major side effect. If he were to consume it, he would start growing a beard, regardless of gender. She notes that she heard that he used a spear in his battle with Kyan, so why is he using a sword now? Eugene notes that he uses both swords and spears, making Desira think that he's just saying that he's good with most weapons. She throws him a spear, which he catches, and she says that her specialty is the spear, so they should fight. Eugene thinks that it would be easier to deal with her than that potion salesman, and he's also quite interested in how strong the high-ranking kids of the branch families really are, so he accepts the duel. They get into position, and Eugene asks what Gargus is still doing here. He notes that he's the referee, as even though this is just a simple spar, it still must be fair. Eugene thinks that he's acting the same way as Moron. Is he not secretly a descendant of that meathead? He notes that they will begin when he says start, and Desira urges him to do it already. She thinks about Eugene, and notes that his ability to use both swords and spears must be a bad joke. She will be the one to show him that the spear can't be mastered that easily. Gargus gives them the go-ahead, and she rushes in, thinking that the one who strikes first wins. But she suddenly stops, as Eugene is emanating a dangerous aura, and it's clear that he has no openings. He asks why she stops so suddenly, and this ticks her off, making her charge in once again. She strikes, but Eugene counters her attack. They continue to do this, and he thinks that considering the lack of mana in her body, she's actually pretty good, and she's still quite young, so the possibilities are infinite. But in her current state, she's no match for the likes of him. He continues to block and notes that she didn't hit him even once. She demands he shut up and thinks that if he thinks that he can block all of her attacks without dodging, it will cost him dearly. She charges in again, and they continue trading blows until she dashes behind him and prepares a mighty strike, thinking that he will not be able to block this one. Eugene raises his foot and catches the spear with it, making Desire desperately try to reclaim it. But it's already over, and this duel has already ended. Eugene Lionheart has won. Later that night, Gargus wakes Eugene up by noting that they should work together. Eugene wonders where he lives to wake a person up like that, and Gargus says that he just wanted to hear his response. Eugene notes that he heard the details of the ritual earlier, right? They are all coming from different entrances, so how are they supposed to do that in the first place? Gargus notes that they will end up at the same place, the center of the labyrinth where the boss monster sits. The twins from the main family will also most likely work together. Eugene asks if what he's suggesting is that they defeat the boss monster together, and he confirms this. Eugene says that he can probably do it by himself anyway, and Desire, who was leaning against the wall all of this time, says that he's just full of himself and foolish. But still, she can't deny his strength, and if he were to help them, they would surely defeat the boss monster with no real difficulty. He asks why they are so desperate to defeat that thing, and she says that in this ritual where both main and branch families participate, someone from a branch family hasn't even once. However, they have that possibility now, as they can work together. Doesn't he want to show defeat to the main family at least once? Anasilla looks out of the window and thinks that Robarian, who also came here to help with the ritual, is most likely scouting Ioti as his disciple. Since he was young, he always liked reading more than being active, and because of this, he has shown aptitude for the magic arts. If Ioti were to become Robertian's disciple, he would have to leave the family residence. In that time, Kyan and Seal will grow up a lot, so Iode will basically give up on being the successor. The only real problem she has right now is with the ritual, as her children will forever be called the children of a concubine. They were only able to establish their position because she didn't let this bring them down. But to think her son would lose to a child from a mere branch family. She would rather have Eugene clear the labyrinth the fastest, as if he were strong enough to do this. The main family would be put to shame, and Kyan's defeat would be covered up. 4 days later, the succession ritual is about to commence, and everyone is gathered up. Roberton prepares some magic and gives each of them a blue orb. He notes that first they will create their weapons, so everyone should try to mold the light into the weapon they want. They all begin doing so, with Seal being the first to succeed and creating a rapier. She begins testing it out and asks what would happen if it were to break. Robertian laughs and says that both the sword and labyrinth are created with magic, so the sword she has right now can't break in the labyrinth. She asks if she can make something like an animal instead of a sword, and Robertian notes that she could make a doll or golem but never a living being. Iode asks why they can't, and he notes that it's considered taboo magic. Giving birth to another life is something beautiful, and it is a power that only living beings have. Iode is quite surprised at his response, and Gargus succeeds in creating his weapon, a giant greatsword. He notes that it's like the greatsword he uses back at home, but more real and less wadden. Desira wonders who asked and finally manages to make her weapon, a spear. Everyone also finishes creating theirs, with most being swords. Eugene, however, also creates a shield, and that's when Seal asks what he will do if they meet in the labyrinth. Will she perhaps fight her? Eugene asks the Patriarch if fighting is allowed, and he confirms this, as it was part of the ritual in the first place. However, good judgment and cooperation are also very important, as they are a family that all bear the same name. Seal thinks of the world's family, and begins smiling at Eugene, who is extremely creeped out by this. With this done, Roberton also gives them some necklaces and notes that they are connected to their minds. If they were to become distressed in the labyrinth, the necklace will react, and when that happens, he will consider it a dangerous situation and will intervene. Eugene notes that it's just a safety tool to prevent accidents. Roberton also says that if they ever want to get out, they can just tap on the necklace and ask for help. With that, everything is prepared, and they can now enter the labyrinth. They will enter from the same entrance but will be split up the moment they walk inside. They all head towards the gate, and Seal wishes Eugene good luck, who reluctantly does the same. He walks through and finds himself in a corridor. He thinks that he went through something like this in his past life, and that the ceiling is blocked off. He takes a swing of his sword and notes that this space is pretty tight, so it will be difficult to use a weapon with a long reach, and that's precisely why he chose a sword and shield, as this basic combination can't be beat in most situations. He doubts that this challenge will be of any difficulty, however, as it was just made for kids. With that, he takes his first step into the labyrinth. A few small slimes attack a participant, and he begins flailing the sword around with no rhyme or reason. After he gets stuck to the ground, he desperately asks for help, and Rebirth appears, teleporting both of them out of the dungeon. An hour after the succession ritual began, 3 had already failed. Gillard looks at them with a certain disappointment in his eyes, and notes that they should go rest. He sits down with Rebirth, and they watch how everyone is doing, specifically Gargus, who swings his giant greatsword around, and it often gets stuck. But because of his great strength, he pushes through and still manages to do heavy damage. Gillard notes that his movements are a tad awkward, but he's managing just fine, as he's not having any difficulty with the monsters he's facing. He looks at Desira, who begins fighting some slimes, and when she finally strikes one, he notes that bladed weapons don't do much against slimes, so she needs to find an opportunity and escape. Gillard thinks that she's quick and intuitive, also prioritizing getting out of the labyrinth more than facing monsters. He looks at Kyan, who spots some traps, and thinks that his mother already got him and Seal some maps for several labyrinths before the ritual took place, so they studied them, and also the types of traps that were most likely to be put in place. He picks up a pebble and throws it in front, causing a lot of arrows to come out of the wall. Gillard notes that he's careful, but uses this to evade traps, which is not bad at all. He looks at Seal, who is now fighting a goblin. The goblin attacks, but she dodges swiftly and strikes when she has the chance. She begins making her way to the middle again, but finds herself at a dead end, and notes that she will just go back to the forked path from earlier. Gillard notes that she's flexible and sensible with her thinking, but she's just as childish. He moves on to Iode, who is confronted by a goblin, but instead of being scared, he's amazed at what magic can do. The goblin finally attacks, and after a few blocks, he manages to cut him, still amazed at what magic can really become. Rebirth looks closer and notes that Iode seems quite interested in magic. Gillard says that he's loved magic ever since he was a child, and he used to be taught by a mage from the capital they invited, but he hasn't really tried to learn much since then. Rebirth asks why that is, and Gillard notes that he gave up because of this harsh reality, as he has decided to become the patriarch because of his mother's wishes, and magic proves to be no advantage when competing for success. Rebirth notes that magic is a difficult journey in spite of its countless possibilities, and Gillard says that he wishes he would actually take that journey. If he still has a passion for the magic arts, he won't be able to refuse a position as the disciple of the Red Magic Tower Master. Rebirth says that he can't give him a straight answer just yet, but he will take him along because he knows him. However, if he's not fit to be his disciple, he can't take him. Gillard agrees, as he had no intention to force that upon him and just wanted to bet on Iode's dreams. That, and Iode respects Senya the Wise more than Vermouth, his own ancestor. Rebirth notes that he was the same, as he much preferred Senya's stories to Vermouth's adventures. Senya always came up with amazing solutions when her comrades were in danger. Gillard notes that he also read that story when he was a child, and truthfully, neither Vermouth nor Senya were his favorites. Rebirth asks who it is, but before Gillard could answer, his attention was grabbed by what Eugene was doing, fighting a gigantic troll. The troll tries to bash Eugene into the ground, but he blocks with his shield, allowing him to strike at multiple points. They both look at this display with surprise, and Gillard finds it nothing short of amazing. He takes down the troll, and Gillard notes that this is Eugene Lionheart. The troll explodes into golden bits, and Gillard notes that he's quite amazing for a 13-year-old, who he doubts has fought a real troll before. He wasn't even scared, and he was also able to take the troll down cleanly and confidently. Rebirth notes that the trolls weren't put in place for the kids to fight, but more like traps they had to avoid, so he's just as surprised. Gillard notes that he's still young, but isn't his talent just exceptional? Rebirth says that he already knows that they call these kinds of kids geniuses. Gargus also begins fighting a troll, but finds beaten up, and most likely on his last legs. But he summons the strength to charge in and with a swift dodge, manages to cut the trolls, giving him the opportunity to end the fight. After, he breathes heavily and roars like a beast before the troll disappears and he falls down. He thinks that he can't believe it managed to pierce through the muscles he's so proud of and break his ribs. Trolls are truly strong. He also got hit by all sorts of traps before he fought the troll, and since he's been hurt this much, he doubts the other kids are less injured than him. Without any strength remaining, he falls down. Cayenne also finds himself near a troll and thinks that this is in no way a monster they are supposed to take down. He distracts it with a rock and finds the opportunity to run away before it can notice anything. That's when Seal finds him and says that they started at entirely different points but still managed to meet. Cayenne says that it just shows how closer to the center they are, but this is great, as now she can follow him and won't lose her way. She agrees, and Cayenne thinks that since he was humiliated in front of his sister by that bastard, he must take this chance to recover his damaged reputation. Seal notes that since this is a dungeon, any type of monster can appear, right? Cayenne says that she's correct, but why ask something like this? Seal asks if ghosts are included, and Cayenne freezes up a bit. With a trembling voice, he asks if she's afraid of ghosts, and if she is, she shouldn't worry, as he will protect her. That's when he turns the corner, and Desira appears with a lot of blood on her. He begins screaming uncontrollably, and she does the same, while Seal just watches. Cayenne notices Desira and demands to know why she scared him. She says that he was the one to scare her with his screaming, and he asks why she has so much blood on her. She notes that it's from a trap, and thinks that the ambush was a failure, so she needs to retreat. Seal notes that she's running away, and Cayenne thinks that he's shown his unsightly side to Seal again, so naturally, he can't forgive Desira. He screams that they should go after her, and they do so, making Desira think that she won't be able to win a 2v1 and also wondering where Gargus is. He is passed out cold. Suddenly a trap activates from under her, but she finds her footing and manages to make it to the other side. She continues running, and Cayenne wonders if they need to take another road because of this hole. But he can't let himself be humiliated in front of CL any further. He was going to save his mana for the boss, but now that there's no other choice, he will have to use it. He does so, and barely manages to get across. He offers Seal his hand, and notes that he will catch her. But she can also use mana, and she makes her way over just fine. They continued chasing Desira, and they did so until the three of them reached the center of the labyrinth, where the boss stands. Eugene asks why the three of them came together, and Cayenne asks what he's doing here. Eugene notes that he was just waiting, curious to see who would manage to get here first. Cayenne asks if he was really waiting for everyone to get here, and Seal notes that he's the first one who got here. He confirms this, and Desira says that if he got to the center and managed to wait, she's presuming that he reconsidered the offer she and Gargus made and wants to defeat the boss together, right? Eugene knows that they talked about something like that, but he waited to offer all of them a chance at the boss first. He would be able to deal with that thing in no time, but it would be unfair if they made the effort of reaching the labyrinth and arrived at nothing, right? Cayenne is angry at this mockery, and Eugene notes that this beast doesn't attack if they are not in its range, so it's basically just waiting for them. What he's suggesting is that they all fight it in order of who arrived after himself. First would be Desira, then Cayenne, and after that, Seal. Sounds fair, right? Desira asks if he really wants them to fight that gigantic thing alone, and Eugene says that she also got hurt, so if she thinks winning isn't an option, she can just give up. Desira says that she will do it, and bandages herself with a handkerchief. While she walks towards it, Cayenne asks why he hasn't fought the boss yet. Eugene says that he will, after everyone else is done with it. Cayenne notes that he might not get the chance, as he will surely defeat the boss by himself. Eugene smiles, and says that if he really manages to do that, he will give him the utmost respect for the rest of his life. This makes Cayenne excited, and demands he not forget the promise he just made. He sits down, and thinks that the Minotaur is a common monster in the labyrinths, but it's way bigger than he imagined and is surely bigger than the troll he met. However, that's the only scary thing about it, as it doesn't seem hostile compared to a troll or ogre. With this, he should be able to defeat it in one fell swoop. The Minotaur's eyes open, and it slowly gets up. Desira looks at it and wonders how she can kill something that huge. However, she has come too far to give up now. She charges in, and the Minotaur immediately tries to squish her. She dodges and swiftly gets back on her feet, allowing an attack on its hand. But the spear isn't going in, and she thinks that its hide is way too hard to pierce. That's when the Minotaur grabs her whole, and Desira thinks that surely this is the end of her life. But it simply throws her back at the group, and Seal asks why it did that when it could have just killed her outright. Eugene notes that it's not a real monster, and the battle was already over when she was grabbed, so it let her go. Kyan gets up, as it's his turn now, and notes that he will show him the difference between a branch family and the prestigious main family. Eugene just smirks, and Kyan hates his arrogance. Does he really think he can't handle a single oversized cow? He activates his mana and notes that everyone should be watching him. He coats his weapon in mana, and Desira thinks that this must be sword aura, which can cut through anything. But in order to even manifest the sword aura, a decade of mana training would be required. She can't believe how far ahead the main family is compared to them. Eugene also finds it impressive that he can use that at such a ripe age, and Kyan thinks that he can't maintain the aura for long, but it should be plenty to kill the thing in front of him. That's when the aura dissipates, and in a panic, he wails the sword around, trying to make it come back. Eugene thinks of Gillard's words about how this ritual purpose is to check the potential of those who hold the blood of Vermouth, and that it doesn't matter if they are from a branch or the main family. Eugene notes that this labyrinth was created by Rebirthian, and it appears that he made it in such a way that mana can't be used inside. If nobody can manifest mana in here, then the main family and the branch ones can fight on equal footing. Kyan is still dumbfounded at what just happened, and Eugene urges him to give up if he thinks that he won't win, as he will just skip a beating. Kyan looks at them and at Seal, who watches him with a glisten in her eyes. He steels himself and thinks that he doesn't need the sword aura to defeat this thing. With that, he valiantly charged in. While it tries to grab him, he manages to slash it, and he does it a few more times, but these are just surface wounds, and they won't help much. He dodges its hand once again and aims for the leg, but the Minotaur blocks access to it with its knee and manages to grab Kyan. It throws him away, and Eugene notes that in the end, he still lost, right? Kyan can only look at him, and that's when Seal notes that she doesn't want to fight, as she can't use her sword aura. Eugene thinks that she's much smarter than her brother and picks up his weaponry. While he makes his way towards the Minotaur, Seal asks if he really thinks he could win. Eugene says that he doesn't have the confidence to lose against such a beast. He arrives in its attack range and wonders how he should put it down. That's when it attacks, but he dodges and attempts to climb its hand. However, it uses its other hand to try and grab him, but is unsuccessful, allowing Eugene to make his way to the top of its head. It tries to punch him, but he moves out of the way, and it only punches itself. This silences the Minotaur for a while, giving Eugene the opportunity to strike constantly in the same spot, the neck. They all watch in amazement, and Desira thinks that he's hitting the same spot, its cartoid. With one final strike, he makes the beast gush its blood all over the place, and it falls down. This battle has been won. He removes the blood from his sword and asks Kyan if he saw that, who doesn't even know what to say. He finally says that he shouldn't be so proud, as he would have also been able to kill that thing if he had his sword aura. He thinks that what he says is true, but he certainly wouldn't have been able to do it like he did. This feeling that he holds now is different from fear, and he can't really hold his excitement any longer. What could this feeling really be? The labyrinth slowly begins to dematerialize, and Seal notes that the ritual is officially over. Gillard and Robertian watch as this happens, and Gillard finds it incredible that a child from a branch family, no less, managed to take down a Minotaur just by himself. Robertian sweats a bit, and notes that the Minotaur is a monster that is difficult to deal with alone, and that's why the succession ritual this time was about teamwork, so the children could try and defeat it in numerous ways together. That's how it was supposed to be anyway. That single child was also able to break through the numerous traps he set with ease. Just who is he? Gillard smiles and notes that Eugene trained a lot, and repeatedly, even with him being here, at the main family residence. He also sent people to Geidel, his town, to collect some information on him, and he's also famous for his persistence. This child has an exceptional marital physique, and his personality also suits this. He's a gem who was only found because of the ritual. Roberitin asks if he's not mad, as he doesn't mean anything by it, but Eugene stands out far more than his children, so if there's such a gap already, when he trains with mana, his strength potential is near infinite. Gillard says that it's a great thing, as because of him, the Lionheart name will shine even further, right? Rebirth, with a heavy breath, asks what will happen if he wants to become patriarch. Gillard looks at him silently for a second, and notes that it's only fair that the strongest one of all becomes patriarch. As if his children can't hold the position, there's nothing they can really do about it. If they're that weak to have their birthright snatched away from them, then they didn't deserve it in the first place. Rebirth notes that he probably shouldn't talk about this since he's an outsider and dematerializes the tent they were in. He also says that they have been friends for a long time, so he would at least give him some advice. He should adopt that kid. Gillard is surprised by this notion, and Robertian notes that a child from a branch family managed to outclass the main family, and a lot of branch families will laugh away just because of that, and some insidious people will even start gathering together. Gillard thanks him for the idea and says that it is indeed an interesting one. But they should congratulate them first and foremost. That's when the kids make their way out of the forest. They all line up, and Gillard looks at Ioti, who couldn't even make it to the center because of how distracted he was by the various magics around him. He is a bit disappointed that his curiosity came first for him instead of proving his worth as the ritual intended. On the other side, Cayenne and Seal made it to the center and weren't held back by the traps and monsters thrown at them. They couldn't defeat the Minotaur outright, but they are still immature, and that can be made up for in the future when they age. He congratulates everyone for doing well and says that he watched all of them throughout their journeys and is proud. He starts speaking with Eugene and notes that out of all the children who were in the ritual, he was by far the most impressive. Eugene thanks him for the praise, and Gillard says that his methods for dealing with traps and monsters were nothing short of amazing, especially the one-on-one fight he had with the troll, which he got out of with no injuries. This surprised Gargus, who wonders how he managed to not sustain any injuries with that scrawny body of his. But it's quite unfortunate, as if he had the muscle growth potion he offered him, he would have been able to build a temple from his body. Roberiton says that if he's honest, he thought this ritual would have taken at least a few days, but it seems that he's underestimated them quite a bit. He thinks that even though they are quite young, they are still descendants of the great bloodline, and it certainly shows. It is also quite fortunate that he has the opportunity to watch these gemstones, which have such a shine to them. Gillard urges everyone to rest, as he would have liked to welcome them with a banquet, but they passed everyone's expectations, so he didn't have time to prepare one in advance. He asks Robertian to take the children back, and he begins doing so, but that's when Gillard calls Eugene to his side, as he will be coming with him. This catches Seal's attention, and she asks if he's going to give him the present now. Gillard says that there's no reason not to, and it's more exciting for the both of them if he gives it sooner. Seal thinks that she's pleaded with her father many times to let her into the underground treasury, but he never allowed her in, and now she can only look at the both of them. While walking towards it, Gillard notes that it seems like he can use various weapons. Eugene says that he's just overestimating his abilities, but Gillard says otherwise. He used a sword and shield in the labyrinth and a spear to battle Cayenne and Desira. Eugene thinks that he found out about his match with Desira, which isn't surprising, as he's the patriarch after all. Gillard notes that the sword is the weapon that symbolizes the Lionheart family now, but their ancestor, Vermouth, wielded multiple weapons, and skillfully at that. That's why he was called the God of War, and the Master of all. But Vermouth wasn't the only one who was able to wield various weapons. His companion, Hamel, was the second most skilled, after Vermouth, of course. Eugene clears his throat and notes that in the children's book he read, Hamel was called foolish. Gillard laughs, and says that he also read that book when he was young, but if it weren't for Hamel causing trouble, the book would have been quite boring, right? And if he's honest, he liked Hamel more than Vermouth. This surprises Eugene, and he wants to know why. Gillard notes that he liked that Hamel was more human compared to the untouchable Vermouth, as it was shown in the book quite often. Hamel always felt inferior to Vermouth, but was never discouraged, and instead, he always overcame his shortcomings. And in his last moment, he sacrificed himself for his companions and the whole world. Eugene thinks that children's books emphasize things to teach kids about stuff. He smiles and says that he also liked Hamel the most, thinking that if it feels good, it should be appreciated. They arrive at the vault, and the guards bow down while they let Gillard in. They make their way down the steps, and Gillard says that he's the first person who isn't a patriarch to enter this place. Eugene asks if it's really fine for him to be here, and Gillard confirms this, as he already promised something from here, right? And the situation has also been discussed with the elders of the Senate. Eugene knows about them. They are the old lions of Lionheart, and including the previous patriarch, it's something even people with great status in the branch families are affiliated with. He asks what the contents of the treasury are, and Gillard notes that its inheritance has been accumulated throughout hundreds of years, and among them are also things left behind by the great Vermouth himself. Eugene asks if the sacred sword is also being kept here, and Gillard confirms this, but he can't have it, as it's the symbol of the Lionheart bloodline, and nobody can own it. Eugene notes that it's quite unfortunate, and Gillard says that this is not the only reason, as after Vermouth passed away, nobody was acknowledged by the sacred sword. Eugene wonders what that is about, and Gillard notes that he will get it when he holds the sword. They arrive at the door of the vault, and Gillard bites his own finger and puts a few droplets of blood into a container, allowing the door to open. Gillard urges him to enter, and he will wait here, as if he were to enter with him. He would be conscious of his presence and wouldn't be able to choose what he truly wanted. Eugene thanks him for the consideration, and so he walks in. The door closes behind him, and he smirks. His first objective is to grab the sacred sword. This sword has existed since the mythical ages in the Holy Empire of Eurus, and it is known as an item bestowed by God. The sword, which had been sealed for a good while in the central temple, recognized Vermouth as its owner instantly. This sword pierced the heart of Helmand's fifth-ranked demon king of slaughter 300 years ago. But after that, it was basically an oversized torch. He tries to yank it out of the ground, but it doesn't budge, and Eugene thinks that even if he somehow managed to draw it, he couldn't keep it. So he should give up and look for something else. He begins to look around and spots the Devourer's sword. It's a sword that devours the mana of what it kills and makes it its own. It can also split strong magic with one single hit, but the reason Vermouth was able to handle it was because he was also a talented mage. So it's too much for him currently, but there are many familiar weapons in here. The Dragon Spear, Carbos, is a weapon comparable to a dragon's breath, though quite slow to warm up. The Windstorm Sword, Winead, was blessed by the King of Wind Spirits. The Lightning Bow Pernoia, which is able to call down a lightning strike no matter the distance. The Sword of No Return, Zabel, when imbued with magic, splits into pieces and forms a formidable whip. The Shield of Gadion can send any attack it receives into the void. There's nothing here that would really disappoint him were he to pick them. But is this really all they have? What about the Demonic Spear or the Moonlight Sword? But it has been 300 years, so they naturally took the most overpowered weapons for themselves, the greedy bastards. While thinking, he comes to the conclusion that the most suitable weapon for him now would be Winead, as he can summon wind spirits with it, and also their king, if he had enough mana, that is. Spirit magic is hard to get into, as without talent, not even a skilled mage can control a single low-grade spirit. However, with Winead, that shouldn't be an issue. But since he's in the treasury, he should look around more, as he might find something else. He gets to the place where accessories and jewels are being held, and spots a necklace, which he immediately snatches. This is the same necklace he wore in his past life as Hamel. It's a keepsake from his parents, who were both butchered by a monster. Of course, he had his revenge, but even so, he wore this necklace until the day he passed away. Why would this be here? Did Vermouth really recover his body? But he also wouldn't just leave it there to rot. The promise made between the demon of incarceration and Vermouth brought peace to the world, but the two remaining demon kings are still alive in Helmand because of this. They all promised to kill the 5 demon kings together. But just what kind of promise did they make? And also leaving his keepsake here. Just what was that Vermouth thinking? Perhaps it was his fault, as maybe there wasn't enough manpower to defeat the demon kings after his death. He doesn't need or want to resent Vermouth and his companions, as there must be a good reason they didn't kill the demon king. There are many weapons that he would like from this treasury, but he can't leave this, Hamel's keepsake, to gather dust in the Lionheart treasury. He comes out of the vault, and Gillard is surprised by his choice. Eugene notes that this is what he liked the most, and Gillard says that there are countless treasures in there, but Eugene notes that they are too much to handle for him currently. Gillard asks to have a look at the necklace and notes that it's just a simple, crude necklace with nothing special about it. So why would this be in the treasury? He points it at the lion's head, and it emanates red from its eyes. Gillard notes that this necklace isn't registered in the treasury and shouldn't have been there. Gillard says that this necklace holds no real value, and he wouldn't be able to buy a cheap sword if he were to sell it. Does he really want such a thing? Eugene says that he does, and Gillard notes that it can't be helped then, but he will have Rebirth analyze it since it came from an unknown source and might be imbued with magic. Eugene asks if he can have it after, and Gillard promises that it will end up in his hands. He also says that since things turned out this way, and this item is technically not a Lionheart treasure, why doesn't he go back inside and choose another treasure? Eugene asks if he can really do that, and Gillard confirms it, as he promised he would let him choose one treasure from here. Eugene thanks him, and immediately goes in, while thinking that he's quite flexible, a surprising characteristic from a descendant of Vermouth. But this time there's no need to hesitate, and so he grabs Wined. He gets it out of its sheath, and thinks that now this sword is his. That night, Desira bashes him for not choosing a spear, as he's extremely good with that type of weapon. Eugene says that it was his choice, and he's good with swords, as she saw at the ritual. Gargus thinks that it's too light, and considering his strength, he should have picked something heavier, like a hammer or an axe. But now that the succession ritual is over, why doesn't he come back with him? As he will provide all of the muscle growth potions he wishes. Eugene screams that he doesn't need them, and Desira demands he stop talking with this meathead and draw his sword. Eugene does so, and she asks what kind of sword it is. He notes it's the Winniad, and according to the Patriarch, the blessing of the Wind Spirit King is imbued within and can most likely summon him after he gains enough mana. Desira says that it is a cool sword, but she still thinks he should have gotten a spear. Eugene says that there were also a lot of spears in there, and she asks if he saw them. The dragon spear is Carbos, which apparently lets out a fire breath. Eugene lies and notes that he doesn't know what it looks like. She asks about the demonic spear Rustidos, which is the strongest weapon Vermouth used. Gargus says that he also knows of that spear, as it was used by the Demon King of Cruelty. This makes Eugene think about it, and 300 years ago, there were 5 Demon Kings in Helmut. Rank 1, Demon King of Ruin. Rank 2, Incarceration. Rank 3, Frenzy. Rank 4, Cruelty. And Rank 5, Slaughter. Gargus notes that Desira is wrong, as the strongest weapon used by Vermouth was the pulverizing flail Ziggalard, which was used by the Demon King of Slaughter. They start bickering about their favorite items, and Eugene thinks that he also didn't see that flail in the treasury. Of the many weapons Vermouth used, the ones he got from the Demon Kings were the spear and the flail. They are both way too scary to be held in the treasury, so maybe they were sealed somewhere else. The other two are still arguing, and Eugene notices how childish they are, so he leaves. He notes that both the spear and flail are great weapons, so it's hard to say which is better. But if someone were to ask him which weapon used by Vermouth was best, he could answer within a second. The Moonlight Sword, which is the fragment in the shape of a sword that was sealed away, even in the demon realm. Both the Demon King of Cruelty, who used the spear, and the King of Slaughter, who used the flail, were defeated by the Moonlight Sword. He looks at Winid and thinks that this is the first real weapon he is using in this life. Gargus and Desira look at him, and he begins practicing with it, almost as if he's performing a dance. They're both mesmerized by how beautiful that is. In Gillard's office, Robertian analyzes the necklace but finds no magic within. Is this thing really from the treasury? Gillard confirms it, and Robertian asks if Eugene is not just playing a prank. Gillard notes that he would have no reason to, as if he didn't allow him to get another treasure. The child would still have gotten this. Robertian notes that it is true that it would be too much of a risk, but he would like to dig deeper as something is bothering him. Gillard asks how he's going to do it, and Robertian says that there's a magic that reads the memory of mana, and it was created by Senya, a great master in this field. Mana exists everywhere, and most things have it within them, so he will begin reading the memory of the mana that remains in this necklace. Gillard says that he will leave it to him, and so Robertian begins doing it and sees nothing suspicious, and what he can see is quite faint. He notes that he can't read further, as the magic from the treasury has stopped the memory of mana, and that the necklace is at least a century old. Gillard picks it up and notes that there's probably nobody alive to confirm where this came from. Robertian asks what he plans to do with it, and he says that he will give it back to Eugene, as it was an item that he was willing to sacrifice treasures to get. Rebirth says that he likes him quite a bit, and Gillard smiles and gets up. He looks out of the window and says that there's no reason not to like him, and so he has a suggestion for him. He will take Eugene Lionheart in as an adopted child. Keon Lionheart comes to his chambers, and Eugene thinks that he's the youngest brother of Gillard, and considered a weirdo because he didn't marry yet despite being of marriable age and going around with Gillard on his journey. He introduces himself, but Keon notes that he already knows who he is, as his performance in the ritual was amazing. Eugene slowly removes his hand and asks if he's here to pick him up. Keon confirms it, as Gillard wanted to send a knight, but he wanted to come personally, as he wanted to see Eugene for himself. Eugene asks why, and Keon notes that he already learned a lot about him, but wasn't able to see the ritual. It's ancient tradition that only the patriarch attends the ritual, but this time it seems he made an exception for Rebarian, since he helped and all. However, he shouldn't see this as him throwing shade at his brother. He's just saying how it is. But now it also seems like he's complaining about family rules. Eugene notes that he shouldn't worry about it, and Keon says that his brother would have the same reaction. Eugene looks at him and thinks that, considering his mannerisms and free-spiritedness, he's as free as it gets, so that must be the reason he hasn't found a partner yet. While walking toward the Patriarch's location, Eugene asks why he was summoned, and Keon notes that it was probably to congratulate him on his accomplishments. Eugene notes that he's already been complimented plenty, and it seems that even he doesn't know the reason. Keon says that it's not like he couldn't guess, but it's also something he just shouldn't get into. They arrive at the door, and he notes that he would like to talk with him more often. Eugene thinks so as well, knocks on the door, and is allowed passage. Keon gives him a final wink, and Eugene thinks that he's nice and all, but it's getting a bit much. Gillard apologizes for summoning him without notifying him further and says they should sit down. He puts the necklace on the table and notes that he made Robarian look at it, but it seems that it's just a normal necklace. They also tried to search its memory, but nothing unusual could be found. Eugene finds this surprising, as that magic is Senya's handmade magic, so she must have likely passed it down. Eugene asks what kind of memories are inside, and Gillard explains that the necklace was simply sold on the streets of the capital hundreds of years ago. Eugene finds this extremely strange, as he's very sure this is the necklace he wore, as he had it on for decades. Robarian also has no reason to lie, so did he perhaps make a mistake while reading the memories? Was there perhaps a spell cast on it that could trick even a magic tower master? But who would have cast it, Vermouth? There's too little information about this, but he's glad, as now he can keep it, right? Gillard notes that he did indeed promise that, so he can have it. Eugene puts it on and is happy to have it around his neck once again. Gillard says that he indeed called him for the necklace, but that's not really the only reason. He has an offer for him that's not bad, and might also be beneficial for his future. Gillard tries to say what it is, but Eugene stops him and notes that Seal is cute and all, but he has no intention of marrying someone just yet. He thinks that since he defeated Kian, she has started acting nicer towards him, most likely to organize an arranged marriage. He thought that the Patriarch was a nice person, but to think that he was this cunning. He continues and says that he's too young and would also need his father's permission and all that. Gillard says that he misunderstood something, as he wasn't trying to force him into an arranged marriage with Seal. Eugene sits in silence for a second and blushes heavily as he makes the worst assumption ever. Now he just wants to beat himself up for just thinking of it. Eugene asks what this is about, and Gillard finally says that he wants to adopt him. Eugene finds this just as shocking and thinks that it's not that bad of an idea to tie him down to the main family. Eugene notes that adoption is quite a surprising offer, and Gillard says that it's not as surprising as an arranged marriage, right? Eugene apologizes for that, and Gillard notes that if he wishes, he can also get his father, Jahard, into the main family. Eugene says that then he would have two fathers, but Gillard doesn't want this to become complicated and wants him to join the main family. He's a father of 3 himself, so he wouldn't dare try to steal a child from his father. And although he has never met Jahard before, he will respect him as one of his brothers. Eugene ponders heavily and wonders what to do. Eugene asks if he were to refuse this offer, would his father lose his respect? Gillard denies this and gets up. It's a bit embarrassing to say this out loud, but he's not petty, and if he were to refuse, that would be that. He will respect whatever his decision might be and wish him the best in the future. Eugene says that this decision is quite difficult, so he needs to talk with his father about it. Gillard notes that they will decide after the banquet, and he will have an envoy sent to Geidel for his father. Eugene thanks him and is lost in thought once again. He suddenly asks what he meant by having a good future in the main family. Gillard notes that if he grows up in this main family residence, he would enjoy many benefits, and they also have a few knights under their employment who would be able to teach him quite a lot of things. Eugene says that if he's ever adopted, he wants to learn from the strongest person, so if he becomes his son, can he learn from him? Gillard looks at him, and Eugene thinks that this is the perfect opportunity to see how strong the patriarch really is. Gillard smiles and notes that he could teach him, but if he really wants to learn from the strongest person here, there's someone else who fits that description perfectly. Eugene asks who it might be, and Gillard says that it's Keon, who has surpassed him for quite a while. He also asks if his father taught him anything about mana, and Eugene notes that he hasn't told him anything yet because he told him not to tell him anything yet, as he would have probably trained his mana without wanting to. Gillard notes that he's been training every day since he got here, without a skipped day. He thinks that mana stones are crystals of mana found within higher-ranked monsters, and it's customary to get started with mana with the help of a mana stone. However, the more efficient and big the mana stone is, the harder it is to obtain, and for a person to really get the most out of it, they also need someone capable. All of this would put a strain on Jahard's family, and that environment is just too lacking for Eugene's talent to truly shine. He sits down and thinks that he can't tell Eugene all of this, and cause unwarranted hatred towards his family. So this will be discussed further with Jahard. He says that they discussed what he wants, and if that's okay, he would also like if they were to talk about things further. Eugene accepts this offer, and for a while, they talk about all sorts of things. Eugene decides to leave, and Gillard says that he should bring someone to escort him back, so he should wait a bit. Eugene notes that it's all right, as the annex is not far away, and he will head back alone to get some fresh air. While walking towards his accommodation, he notices the scent of perfume coming out from behind a corner, and it's quite potent. It's not moving, so someone must clearly be waiting for him. He continues to walk towards that place, and that's when Anisilla pops up and makes it seem like she wasn't stalking him all of this time, which he notices. He plays along and introduces himself. She says that she heard him and the patriarch have a discussion, but it must have been quite long, as she didn't notice he was still inside. Eugene asks if she wants to say something to him, and Anisilla thinks that this child is already daring and quite arrogant to boot. But it's not in the least surprising, as someone from a farm like him won against the main family, and also claimed victory in the succession ritual. He will surely experience limitless growth in the future, so it's better to be friendly to him than an enemy. Also, tying him down to the family with an arranged marriage using Seal is not a bad idea, and that's precisely why she had Seal stick around him. She wonders what they talked about, and Eugene notes that he shouldn't share the matters he discussed with the patriarch privately. She forces a smile and says that it's true, but she's not interrogating him here, as she wanted to say something to him herself. Eugene waits for what she wants to say, and she apologizes for how disrespectful Cayenne was, and also apologizes once again for not apologizing earlier. Eugene notes that there's no need for that, as he's already made peace with Cayenne. She says that he's quite mature for his age, and is also relieved that he thinks this way. She also made sure to give Cayenne a stern warning, so now she can only hope they get along in the future. Eugene says that of course they will get along well. They are a family that shares the same surname, right? Anisilla stares at him intently and thinks that he's not entirely wrong, but it just feels wrong to be basically called family by this child. He asks if he can leave, and she allows him to do so, noting that he should take a rest. While walking away, Eugene thinks that this is the same woman that tried to persecute him from the start because he was of a branch family, so he shouldn't get involved with her if it's not needed. 2 days later, Jahard arrives at the residence and looks around worrisomely. Did Eugene really win the success ritual? His only son won against the well-trained main family. He showed such talent since he was young, but he didn't have the ability to support that. He thought that at the ritual, he would have to face reality, that the gap between the branch and main families is stark and clear. That's when Eugene calls for him and waves, with the patriarch next to him. He immediately rushes over and embraces him tightly. He begins crying and says that he's extremely proud to have someone like him as his son. Eugene smiles and says that he already told him he would bring good news, right? Jihad notes that he indeed said something like that and apologizes for not believing him earlier. He also introduces himself to the patriarch, and Gillard does the same to him, also apologizing for the late invitation. Jihad shakes his hand and says that it's not an issue in the slightest, as he's just thankful he was invited in the first place. Gillard says that he doesn't want to take away family time, but could they both have a chat inside? Jihad agrees, and so he walks away. Gillard presents him with the offer of adoption and notes that if he were to adopt Eugene as his son, he would also be included in the main family. Jihad looks down for a second before getting up. He says that he's sorry if this comes across as disrespectful, but as his father, he can't help but worry about his son's future here. Gillard asks what kind of worries he has, and Jihad explains that he's worried the main family will harass Eugene. He already has 3 children, so if his son were adopted, he would be considered a freeloader. Gillard says that he understands, as he also doesn't want to limit Eugene's future. But the main family takes the legitimate bloodline extremely seriously, and he's almost sure they wouldn't just accept a child from a branch family so easily. And additionally, Eugene wouldn't be able to succeed in the patriarch position. But as long as Eugene doesn't become greedy, his talent will truly blossom if he were with the main family. As his child, Eugene would become closer to his other kids, and a better future would be made for him as a result. Jihad notes that all of this is correct, but he at least wants to talk with his son about this first. Eugene trains with his sword, and his father pops up, looking quite depressed. Eugene notes that the news must have been quite shocking, and he asks what that expression is about. Jihad looks at him and spots that he has winnet on his waist. So that must be what he chose from the family treasury. Even if he were to sell everything he ever owned, their family just wouldn't be able to afford that sword. He looks away and says that the patriarch wants to adopt him. Eugene says that he already knows that since he told him first and foremost. Jihad notes that he would like for him to become his child, as it is in his best interest for a better future. However, he may have to go through hard times later because of this. Eugene scratches his head and says that it may be so, but he already knows him. Eugene Lionheart would never back down. Jihad grabs him by the shoulders and says that he and his mother gave him that name, and he should never forget that. Eugene says that he knows, and that even if he were adopted, his real father would still be Jihad Lionheart. Jihad hugs him tightly and thinks that it's quite a pain that he's being adopted, but he would be gaining quite a lot, so it's quite worth it. He also has no intention to become patriarch, but nobody will really believe him. So the first and second wives will surely try to keep him in check. However, there are 2 ways to deal with complaints and hostility: ignore it outright, or destroy them. Gillard invited all the families of the children who underwent the ritual to the banquet, and it was mostly to bless the victory of a branch family, rather than focus on the shame brought upon the main family. Some people come up to Jihad and congratulate him on becoming part of the main family. Gargi's father also wants to give him their muscle growth potion if he's interested. Eugene looks at this and thinks it's best not to mingle there, as he would receive an annoying amount of attention. Anasilla and Kyan stand in a corner, and she pushes him to be more confident, as he will be compared to that person from now on, and when they look at him, they will only be reminded of the duel he lost. They will also laugh that a main family member, a direct descendant, lost the succession ritual to a branch child. Kyan looks down, and his mother says that it can't be helped, and he needs to feel this embarrassment but shouldn't despair, as even if people laugh and bash him, he's still her son and a direct descendant. She leans towards him and notes that Eugene can't become patriarch, but he shouldn't feel relieved about this, and instead try even harder, while also becoming friends with Eugene. Kyan is surprised by this, and asks if it's because they're siblings. Anasilla notes that this is exactly why he must treat him like a brother, so that he can help him later. Kyan agrees with his mother, but is a little shy and wonders how to become friends with him. While eating some cake and following him around, Seal notes that they are siblings now, so shouldn't he call her big sister by now? Eugene notes that she's only a few months older, and she says that she's the little sister because she was born seconds apart from Kyan. Eugene says that is entirely different, and while she nags him to do it, he thinks that he would rather bite his tongue and die than call this brat his big sister. In the patriarch's office, Roberian says that he can't take Iode as his disciple unconditionally, as at the Red Magic Tower, summoning magic is the specialty, and he will be tested for aptitude on that. Iode asks what will happen if he does have an aptitude for that certain kind of magic, and Roberian says that it's good. But Eroth still won't recognize the name Lionheart. Unless he's talented enough for him to disregard other aspiring mages entirely, he can't take him as a disciple. Iode agrees, and is quite saddened by this. But Roberian notes that since he's a longtime friend of the Patriarchs, he will give him many opportunities. He will be protected from discrimination and held in the environment most suitable for his preferred magic type. Iode finds all of this exciting and thinks that even if he's not his direct disciple, it wouldn't matter. He's just happy to leave this nightmarish family and study magic in peace. He looks at his father, who notes that there's no need for reassurance and that it's entirely his choice. His mother says that this is a special opportunity his father has given him, so he should take it with some grace, as he has shown interest in magic ever since he was young. But he should not forget that he is her son and the one who will become patriarch, so even in the magical land of Aroth, he shouldn't forget this fact. Gillard screams at her to stop, and she says she's only encouraging him, as a mother should. She thinks that bastard of a woman, Anisilla, will be jumping with joy when Iode leaves. But she doesn't have any other choice, as Iode is too naive and weak-willed to be called a descendant of this bloodline. He's much better off making connections with various mages, growing in power, and making friends who will support him. She reminds him that he's a legitimate son of Lionheart, and he looks down while agreeing with her, the only thing he can do. The day after the banquet, Roberian left with Iode for Aroth, and the other children of the branch families also returned to their own places. Eugene and Jihard ended up living in the now empty annex, and today Eugene will be learning mana for the first time after reincarnating. Mana development has two categories: breathing and body training. Breathing is where one collects mana from the atmosphere with their breathing, and body training is when one moves their body to collect mana. Neither is easy, but breathing is superior. In his past life, he used body training to practice mana, and later changed to breathing, as Senya and Vermouth highly advised. The Lionheart mana training technique is breathing. He arrives where Kion is waiting for him, who says that they should get going and start. Eugene thinks that mana veins are the areas where mana is most concentrated. Deep in the forest of the main family, there's a mana vein that is only available to those of direct lineage. It also wasn't made naturally. Instead, Vermouth created it himself over 300 years ago. He thinks that Vermouth is the best person to create a mana vein all by himself, and Kion asks if he's nervous about this. But it's quite the opposite, as he's excited. Kion notes that it won't be an easy task, and he will help him. But he may struggle as it's his first time, and he's not that young yet to be able to feel the mana at a higher potency. He says that Seal and Kyan started their training when they were just 6, and it only took them 4 days to feel mana, and Iode around a week. Branch families usually start training with mana at his age, but apparently it can take up to a month to even feel mana. However, it won't take him that long, as he's here to help, and they also have a mana vein. Eugene asks how long it will take, and Kion guesses around 10 days. Eugene scratches his head and laughs, noting it won't even take him a mere 10 minutes. Finally, they arrive at a lonely cabin. They enter, and Kion urges him to follow. They go down a flight of stairs and arrive at a basement that's quite large. Kion tells him to sit in the middle, and he does so. He explains that their mana training technique was passed down by the great Vermouth, and there's a rule that branch families can't use or inherit the technique. So everyone in the branch families is taught the red flame method, which lacks the utility of the original. Kion shows him the original technique. The white flame method. Eugene thinks that he hasn't heard that name, but he recognizes that unique form quite vividly. Vermouth had a high-density layer of mana that surrounded his body, and it materialized in the form of pure white flames. It almost looked like the mane of a lion, and the past him was never able to really surpass those flames. Kion notes that since it will take a while for him to sense mana, they should concentrate on his breathing right now. Eugene notes that he can actually feel it already, but Kion says that it's his imagination, and uses a technique to teach him that it's just his senses playing tricks. He puts a ball of mana around him, and Eugene immediately points to where it is, again and again, until I asked how long they would be doing this for. Kion is extremely surprised, and thinks that this child is evolving at an extremely fast pace. He sighs and crouches down to his level, noting that if he already feels mana, they can start. From this moment on, he shouldn't say a word, and concentrate on everything that's going on inside of his body. They begin, and Kion urges him to imagine that he's breathing in the same rhythmic flow that mana has. Once he does that, he should imagine that he's guiding it along the proper path, to his heart. Kion lets go of him and slowly backs away, noting that he's doing very well. But this doesn't even cut it, as Eugene is already capable of fine-tuning his mana at such a young age, and the only thing he needs to do now is allow the mana within his body to flow fully. While he meditates, Eugene thinks that this growth is just plain crazy. Sensing and breathing mana wouldn't have been hard for him to do in his past life. But this body is like it was made for absorbing mana. He can feel how the amount of mana within his body grows with every breath he takes. But due to his young age, there's a limit to how much he can take, so he should stop for now. He makes a core in his chest, and Kion notes that the size of his core is amazing, as normal people start with a smaller core and train in mana afterwards to grow its size. He says that he's a monster, and Eugene asks if he meant that as a compliment. Kion says that they should head back now, and while they do so, he says that the biggest difference between the white flame and red flame methods is that the red flame can't spit out their cores. With the white flame method, his core will split naturally once he passes a threshold. He will be much more efficient with his use of mana, and the cores will resonate with one another to increase their power by quite a lot. They call those cores stars, and Vermouth the Great had an extremely high number of 10 cores. Gillard and himself are at 6 stars. Seal Cian and Iode are all 1 stars, but the twins will surely become 2 stars by the next year. Eugene asks how long it will take him, and Kion notes that if he doesn't slacken his training, he will grow much, much faster. He says that he will do his utmost and thinks that this is insane. Not only did he reincarnate into an extremely good body, but he's also learning Vermouth's training technique, so there's no way he will be lazy. He isn't sure he will be able to reach 10 stars, but he will figure out the details of the method later, as he can adjust it as he wishes. They arrive back, and Kion notes that he will be the one to tell Gillard what happened, so he should get some rest. Eugene says that he will do just that, but he lies, saying that there's something he really wants to do first. Nina is surprised that he has already returned, and he orders her to fetch Vinad for him. He unsheaths the sword, and wonders if this will really work. He imbues mana into the sword, and it starts a tornado, which almost sends Nina flying. Inside of it, someone talks with Eugene, but calls him by his original name, Hamel. Eugene recognizes this voice, and it's none other than the king of the wind spirits, Tempest. He instantly recognizes him as Hamel, and Eugene asks how he knows. Tempest notes that he couldn't possibly forget one of Vermouth's companion's souls. Even if time passes and his body changes, his soul will never truly change. It's also been quite a while since he last received Winad's call. He came here because he was curious, as he thought one of Vermouth's descendants used it. Eugene gets straight to the point and asks why Vermouth didn't slay the Demon King. He demands Tempest speak, as he was still with them even after his death. Tempest says that he can't hope to decipher Vermouth's mind, but in the battle against the Demon King of Incarceration, Vermouth unexpectedly sheathed his sword. Eugene is quite shocked at this fact, and Tempest says the battle was the fiercest of all, but the ending was lacking in that regard. The only ones left standing were the Demon King of Incarceration and Vermouth. That's when he chose to sheathe his sword. He did not slay the Demon King, and he left. Eugene sits in silence for a second, but he just can't believe that. He notes that everyone here says that Vermouth made a promise to the Demon King, so what was it? Tempest notes that the only ones who know about said promise are the ones who were present when it occurred. From the moment Vermouth sheathed his sword, he became unable to interfere in any way. Eugene screams that he said everyone except the Demon King of Incarceration and Vermouth died. So is he telling him to get answers from a dead man? Tempest says that he does not have time to answer, as he forcefully opened a gate to talk with him, which he now has to close. They will meet at a later date, when he has become strong enough. While screaming, Eugene falls down, and the tornado dissipates. Nina sees him passed out and is extremely horrified. Later he wakes up in bed, but a headache instantly rises. He thinks that this feeling means his mana was depleted, which is quite natural considering he had so little in the first place. Spirits remember creations by their souls, and he recognized him as Hamel. There's always been the thought in the back of his head that he's not really Hamel, but just a creation from his memories. But now he's certain of who he is. Nina comes inside and notices that he woke up. Eugene asks how long he was asleep for, and she notes that it was about half a day. She also says that the Patriarch and Kion are in the annex as they speak, so she will bring them here. They arrive, and Gillard says that he heard everything from Nina about how a great wind blew around him the moment he held Winad. Did he perhaps summon a wind spirit? Eugene looks at him and thinks that he can't lie, considering the size of the storm that a lot of people saw, so he will have to tell the half-truth. He says that the King of Wind Spirits descended, surprising Kion quite a bit. Eugene notes that he said he just wanted to see who called upon him, as it's been a while since anyone truly has. Kion says that nobody has been able to summon the King of Wind Spirits since Vermouth passed. Eugene confirms it, and also adds that he said he lacked power, so he was looking forward to when they would meet again. Gillard laughs and finds all of this nothing short of amazing. He is truly an amazing child, as he also heard from Kion about how he felt mana instantly, and his fast use of the white flame method. That alone can be considered a huge achievement, but to know that he got some attention from the great King of Wind Spirits? Amazing. Eugene smiles, and Gillard notes that Kion will teach him once he has rested for a few days. Originally, he wanted to begin training after the blood sacrifice ritual. However, right now, the most important thing they should do is support his growth as much as they can. Eugene says that he appreciates it deeply, but also doesn't want to bother Kion that much. He notes that it's no bother, as he wants to teach him personally. He will also be teaching Cayenne and Seal, and the Patriarch will come and help whenever he can. Gillard still smiles and thinks that it would be quite nice if this were to motivate Cayenne and Seal to be better. They are at the training grounds, where Seal says that Eugene just became a White Flame 1-star. Cayenne notes that he knew already, but Seal says that it took them basically forever to become that. Cayenne gets furious and says that it wasn't forever, as even among their ancestors, 1 month is extremely fast. They both think that in one meager day, Eugene was able to become a whole star. And so, after this conversation, they begin training. Eugene sits silently in his room, waiting for everyone to leave, and when they do, he immediately picks up the Winad and unsheathes it. From the tip of the sword, a sylph comes out, which is a low-grade spirit, but this is probably the most he can do with his current mana. He asks her if she's heard anything from the king, but she doesn't respond, and he thinks that they aren't intelligent, so he probably can't have a conversation with one of them. So naturally, he resorts to threats, a language that has no barrier, telling the sylph that he's going to kill Tempest if he finds out he was lying. The fairy doesn't like his attitude one bit, and she flies away through his hair. Eugene thinks that he was the only one to die in the Demon King of Incarceration's castle, as all of his comrades, excluding Vermouth, were revived in the Demon Real Helmut. The only ones who truly know about the promise are either the Demon King of Incarceration or Vermouth. He will have to visit Helmut someday, but not just that. Aroth, Eurus, and Luhar. Maybe in these places, he will be able to find traces of his long-lost companions. However, in his current state, he can't, as he still has a child's body. But one day, he surely will. While looking into the mirror, Eugene notes that time sure does fly fast, as he's now 17 years old. He thinks that it's quite nice to have such a pleasant body, but he did train in mana every day after all. He's also a 3-star White Flame, but this isn't really enough, as to use this temple of a body, he will have to learn things that he didn't in his past life. While doing their daily training, Eugene tells Cayenne that he will go to Aroth to learn magic. Cayenne wants to know how he can spout such nonsense out of his mouth, and Eugene says that this very morning, he was training as usual with the White Flame method, and suddenly, he could do this. He spins the stars into his body in rapid motion, and white energy envelops every crevice of his body. Cayenne is extremely shocked and asks how such a thing could be possible. This guy started training mana 7 years later than him, but he's already a 3-star, while he remains a lowly 2-star. Eugene notes that yes, it is indeed impossible, but he's a genius. Cayenne says that he wants him dead, but Eugene notes that they can't do that since they are brothers. Cayenne says that he beats him up like he's going to really kill him every single morning. Eugene notes that he was the one to invite him to training every single morning, so they can stop if he really wants to. Kyan avoids his gaze and asks why he wants to learn magic all of a sudden. Has he really forgotten what happened to Iode? He followed Roberian to Aroth to learn magic after the secession ritual, and couldn't even come close to becoming his disciple, as he wasn't that talented. He's basically been a burden for Iode these last couple of years because he couldn't achieve a single thing, despite his many connections. Eugene notes that he just says whatever comes through his thick head, but Kyan feels he didn't say anything wrong. However, he just stayed at the main house and trained, instead of arrogantly trying to learn magic. If he were to go to Aroth right now, Seal might be upset. Eugene laughs and notes that she stopped talking to him a while ago and started training by herself shortly after. He drops his sword and leaves, causing Kyan to ask where he's going. Eugene says that he will be going to the Patriarch and telling him about his wishes and how he became a 3-star. Kyan can only feel like a shadow before this guy, and he wonders why he also wants to learn magic now. Gillard is quite surprised by his request and asks if he truly means what he just said. Eugene confirms that indeed, he wants to go to Aroth and learn magic. Gillard demands to know why that is, as no one in their whole ancestry has managed to become a 3 at his age. If he were to continue like this, it might be possible for him to even become a 4-star before he becomes an adult. Eugene notes that he realized something when he became a 3-star student. Mere training, as he's been doing, won't be enough, considering how much growth he has. He wants to learn many things and doesn't know if he really has talent for magic. But if he were learning it, he may have a new perspective when it comes to mana. All around, it would be a great experience for him to learn a new subject, and not at all a meaningless venture. He bows down to the Patriarch, who thinks a bit before looking at him. He asks him to raise his head and says he can't deny such passion for learning, even as a Patriarch. But he must promise him one thing, not to get involved with dark magic. In Aroth, there is a dark magic tower with dark mages. Unlike in the past, there aren't any rumors, and people no longer look at those people in a negative light. But Lionheart is the bloodline of the great Vermouth. So naturally, dark magic is forbidden and frowned upon, even if it's not directly written in their laws. Eugene looks down, and he knows all too well that dark magic is the source of all evil, and that only cruel things can come from it. He tells Gillard that there's no cause for concern on that part, as he hates dark magic with a passion. While walking away, someone knocks on a door. It's Seal, who notes that she wants to talk with him. He notes that she can come out here if she really wants to talk, but she denies it, as she smells of sweat due to the training. She asks if he's truly going to Aroth, and he in turn asks if Kyan told her. She confirms this and also says that she knows about him being a 3-star as well. But why is he leaving? Eugene says that he wants to study magic, but she notes that he has spirit magic, and they could also just invite a mage from the capital. However, the most important thing would be that she and Kyan would catch up to his skill level while he was gone. Eugene says that he's quite fine with that, as it will be much more fun training with them if that were to happen, but it's also been a while since they last fought. Seal blushes and asks if he will still go to Aroth if they are to spar from now on. Eugene says that he's still going, no matter what, and she calls him a bastard while also asking how long he will leave for. Eugene says that he will know when he gets there, but for a few years at least. She wonders why he wants to leave for so long, as nothing good comes out of leaving home. Eugene can only sigh, and Seal also asks about his father, Jahard. Eugene notes that he will be just fine without him, as he's used to the main family lifestyle and has lost weight from regular hunting as well. She still tries to make him stay, noting that Kian or her brother will be upset, but Eugene assures her that he will still be going and wishes her good luck with her training. While walking away, she pops her head out of the door and asks if he will truly be going one last time. He just waved her goodbye, making her quite sad, as she also didn't want him to go. On the day of departure, Eugene talks with his father, who urges him to not go around bad influences, even while in Aroth, and to study diligently. Eugene, in turn, says that he shouldn't laze around during his exercise because he's not here. His father laughs and gets up, noticing just how much taller he is now. But most important of all, he should just take care of himself. They all see him off at the portal gate, and Gillard asks if he really doesn't want any guards to go with him. Eugene says no, as he's quite confident in his ability to defend himself. Gillard thinks that he's already 3 stars, so he should be fine. which is not something he can say for iota. His father begins sobbing uncontrollably, and Eugene urges him to stop, as he was acting brave earlier. So what happened now? It's not like he will change his mind because he's crying, so he should at least say goodbye to his son with a smile on his face, right? Through the tears, he finally manages to pull out a smile, which Eugene appreciates. He turns to the gate, and with a last farewell, leaves. He arrives at the mage kingdom of Eroth's capital, Pentagon. The 5 magic towers here create a pentagram with the castle at its core. Eugene rides around in a flying vehicle of sorts and thinks that he's been to Eroth in his past life as well, but it's much, much different. For starters, it has a floating station, and out of all the kingdoms, Eroth is the only one that keeps a warp gate in the sky. The stations, held up by lots of different and unique magics, symbolize the greatness of Eroth's magic, while also being convenient and very marketable. His tour guide notes that this view is the best part of Eroth, to him at least. He also notes that the Pentagon has 15 floating stations, and all were made by the great and wise Senya. Eugene fakes a reaction and asks if this carriage is also made by her. The tour guide confirms this and notes that he shouldn't worry about safety, as it uses magic from hundreds of years ago but is maintained regularly. So naturally, the acid rate is very low. He wants to talk about tour spots, but Eugene stops him and notes that, first and foremost, he wants to visit Senya's mansion. The tour guide says that he made a great choice. As in the Pentagon, one must see these 3 things: Senya's mansion, the magic towers, and the stunning view at night. They make their way there above the streets, and the guide notes that 300 years ago, Senya was able to become the youngest magic tower master after coming back from the demon realm. Due to that, there's a big statue of her in the Green Magic Towers Square. The mansion they are going to is where she stayed until the very end. 200 years ago, she left her mansion, leaving behind only a letter that said that she was retiring. Eugene notes that it mustn't be known where she went, and the guide confirms this, as countless mages, including her disciple, tried to desperately track her down, but none were able to find her whereabouts. The worst part of this is that she went missing on her birthday, and this is only his opinion, but he thinks she went to the demon realm with Helmut. Eugene asks why he thinks so, and the guide notes that 200 years ago marked the 100th year after she regrettably left behind Hamel's body to rot. So he must have gone to that exact same spot. Senya was just thinking of her dead companion, and she wanted to avenge him. That's what really made her leave. He knows too well about how Hamel, on his deathbed, confessed his real feelings to Senya. Eugene gets extremely mad and demands he stop talking crap. The guide is quite surprised by his reaction, and Eugene tries to recover the situation, as he lashed out quite harshly. The guide says that he must not like the romance side of the story, but there are many other theories as to where she went. It's known quite well that she hated anything that was related to dark magic and demons, as she was against the dark magic tower being built until she left. Some speculate that dark mages, who wanted to see that project done, assassinated her. Eugene says that a lowly dark mage couldn't hope to kill Senya. The guide agrees and notes that this theory was also widely rejected at the time. Eugene thinks that a dark mage is nothing against her, but a demon king is a whole different story. Helmut is still sponsoring Eroth through the dark magic tower, so Senya's being alive most likely bothered them quite a lot. Enough to want her death, that is. They arrive at the mansion, and Eugene can't help but wonder if his comrade is truly dead. At the entrance of the mansion, countless students pray to pass their tests, as even in the magical world, one can't escape the hellish reality of exams. Eugene is surprised at the number of people gathered here, and the guide explains that these are students ready for the magic recruitment test. But none of them can go in because they are, to put it bluntly, poor. Just entering the mansion costs thousands of cells, and that's only for the garden. You have to pay much more than that to go inside. Eugene wonders why it's so expensive, and the guide says it's because there's demand for it, as people really want to see it. There's also a myth that if one prays to Senya's portrait in the center of the mansion, they will surely pass their recruitment exam. Eugene gives the guard his ID and spots that he's from the Lionheart family. They immediately let him inside, and the guide waited for him at the door. It closes behind him, and Eugene can now freely see just how that bastard of a woman lived. While walking through the mansion, he thinks that it's quite huge, and it's said that Senya lived here for 100 years. He remembers the day when she asked what he wanted to do in the future, and it surprised him quite a lot. He wants to know why she wants to know, and she notes that just because they have basically the worst jobs for their age, so he needs to find something to do that will bring him happiness once all of this is over. Hamel says that he never really thought about it, and Senya notes that Moron said he wanted to become a king of all things. Hamel says that he's just a crazy guy, as you can't just become a king like that. Senya notes that they should leave them be, as people are allowed to dream about what they want. Hamel asks if she's drunk to say such cringy things with such a straight face. Senya curses at him, as she was trying to be serious for a moment here, and he asks what her plans are for that peaceful future. She's hesitant to answer, and while Eugene stares at her portrait, he thinks of it. She wanted an average life, like other people, where she would get married, have a kid, and eventually become a grandma. He thinks that he should have done that and achieved her dreams. So why did she decide to live for so many years? He tries to touch the portrait, but a keen-eyed guard spots him and says that touching is not allowed. Eugene curses at him for ruining his emotional moment and walks away, thinking that he's not only here for portraits, but for the huge library that she has. He arrives there and touches the countless books, noting that there might be a clue somewhere around here. The guard followed him and says that isn't touchable either. Eugene scratches his head and thinks that the only clues he will be getting will be from the book titles. He also thinks about his necklace, which shared countless memories with him but was just locked up, unregistered in the treasury, and it just happened to catch his eye. There's no way it's just a coincidence. Perhaps, just as the Tempest recognized him, so did the necklace show up because of his soul. Someone messed around with his reincarnation, and if it was Senya, she would have left something, right? Later, he makes his way back to the portrait and thinks that he scoured every nook and cranny of this place, but nothing was found. Now that he can only do whatever he wants, as he has no instructions from her or anyone else. What is he supposed to be doing with zero information? He sees the guard turn his back on him, and he flips Sena off, noting that if she doesn't like it, she can come and find him herself. If she's alive, that is. It is now night, and the guide is quite surprised and tired that he spent so much time in the mansion. Eugene hands him a golden coin for making him wait, and the guide asks where to go next, as there are a lot of famous tourist spots and amazing restaurants everywhere. Eugene notes that they should go to the Red Magic Tower now, and he doesn't need to guide him afterwards. While they ride there, Eugene asks him if he knows anything about Iode Lionheart. The guide says that there's nobody in the Pentagon who doesn't know his name, and Eugene notes that he's staying at the Red Magic Tower, and his older brother has been in Aeroth for 4 years already. Could he perhaps tell him any rumors about him? The guide is hesitant to say anything, and Eugene notes that after his adoption, he didn't get to talk with his brother Iode once. So he needs to know something about him to at least make conversation. He promises not to be angered by his words, nor will his family or anyone else. He swears by his name. All he needs to do is tell him rumors about his brother. The guide says that he doesn't know that much, but it's said that Iode leaves the Magic Tower every night seeking pleasure. Eugene thinks that he's 19 now, so he's allowed some pleasure, right? The guide explains that it's not normal pleasure, it's succubus pleasure. Eugene immediately gets furious and demands to know why the hell there are succubi here. The guide calms him now and notes that although they are not in Helmid, the Dark Magic Tower exists, and it also holds quite a few demons as well. Eugene finds his brother shameful and asks if his older brother is really playing around with a succubus. The guide explains that it's not for fooling around, but rather for pleasure. Like any other city, Aeroth also has a dark alleyway that acts as a necessary evil. Here it's famous for its black market, but there are a few stores that make succubi serve as waitresses, and rumor has it that Iode visits them quite regularly. Eugene asks where that alley is and what its name is. The guide says it's named Bolero Valley, is not open during the day, and only becomes a red light district on red moons specifically. Eugene thinks he wasn't planning to meddle with Iode much and focus more on his studies while keeping a good distance. But this rat bastard, who calls himself Vermouth's descendant, is fooling around with a demon? Just how low has he stooped? The guide asks him to keep what they talk about a secret, and Eugene notes that he already swore on his name, so he won't tell anyone, not even that excuse of an older brother. Eugene notes that these are rumors for now, so unless he comes across clear evidence of this, he has to refrain from slapping the snot out of him. On the night of a full moon, in Bolero Alley, he will be there. Eugene arrives at the doors of the Red Tower, and a woman by the name of Hera greets him. She notes that the owner, Rebirth, is waiting above, as he had planned to come greet him, but something really minor occurred. That's when an explosion happens from above, and Eugene asks if there's something going on. Hera says that he probably knows this, but the Red Magic Tower focuses mostly on summoning magic, which is, by and large, the magic with the highest possibility of failure. Two dark spirits come out of the blown-out window, but two red hands catch them and squeeze the life out of them. It was Robertian who looked in disgust at his students, noting that they were really geniuses. How did they even manage to summon shadow beasts from a lava shark summoning circle? Do they even comprehend what would have happened if those creatures ran loose? Shadow beasts hold a real form of intelligence and are mostly driven by instinct, so they would have started hunting people instantly. They try to apologize, but Robertian demands they pack their bags and leave now. That's when he spots Eugene and slowly descends to the ground. As if he were another person, he greets him warmly and notes how much he's grown over the years. Eugene says he looks the same as always. Robertian notes that it's because he's preserving his youth with magic, and Eugene takes a closer look at him, as he must have been training with mana up until now. He's strong, not even close to Senya though, but definitely for a tower master. Robertian says that he heard from Gillard that he's quite interested in magic. Is that correct? Eugene confirms this, and Robertian notes that it's truly an interesting and charming subject, but it's much harder to learn than most things. That's when he notices something's wrong and swings the tower doors open with just a glance. It seems that the rat, Iode, is spying on them. Eugene has to contain his anger, as that bastard was going around town, bragging that he fooled around with a damn succubus. Robertian urges him to come and greet his brother, and he's quite hesitating, as he doesn't know what to say. Eugene coldly greets him and says that he's looking forward to working together. Iode can only utter a simple reply, and Robertian notes that if he's done, he can go upstairs and read a book or something. He retreats back into the tower slowly, and Robertian apologizes for letting him see such a sorry sight. Eugene says that it's all right, and Robertian notes that, according to Gillard, he didn't want to learn magic from him, right? Eugene confirms it, as he doesn't want to bother the tower master, and if he were to learn directly from him, many people would start to complain about the Lionhearts using their authority. That is precisely why he wants to learn magic on his own. Robertian says that if he wishes so, they will do it like that. He won't intervene at all or make exceptions, but if he ever needed anything, he should ask Hera. He says that he welcomes him inside the tower while he's in Aroth, and it's not as luxurious as the family residence, but it's pretty decent all in all. 1 month after being at the Red Magic Tower, Eugene went to the library every single day, not missing one. He went to the library early to read up on magic and returned to his chambers late at night. That doesn't mean he only focused on magic, as he woke up extremely early to train his mana before his trips to the library and trained his body every single night until he started sweating profusely. Naturally, he was getting little sleep, but his body somehow got rid of all the fatigue in just a few hours of sleep. He thinks that he has read all of the books in the library, so he should get started. 300 years ago, Senya told everyone the steps of magic very clearly. They were her own steps, but after she became the Green Magic Tower Master at such a ripe age, countless mages imitated her methods. The first step was a circle, manipulating the mana of the body into a ring and circulating it to manifest magic. When the mana of a circle hits its limit, the circles automatically increase in number. Even after these 300 years, most magi are still using this circle method. The only people who don't are dark and spirit mages, who use completely different methods. He arrives in a room where Hera is waiting for him and asks if they are starting with a circle. Hera confirms this, as it's the most effective way, even after 300 years. Eugene notes that he wants to change it up a bit, and Hera says that changing a method is not advised. So how does he plan to do it? She looks at him and notes that the mana management used in magic and martial arts are worlds apart. So without the proper technique and chant, magic won't manifest. And he won't tell him this, but if it fails, he could get injured or, worse, die. Eugene says that this is why he wants to try it in the first place, and he thinks that this is why he read all of those books in the library. Hera thinks that he's young, so he won't get it unless he sees that it's not working for himself. He can try it, but if she feels that something dangerous will occur, she will have to intervene. As if he were to get injured, it wouldn't just affect her reputation, but the entire Red Magic Tower. Eugene agrees and starts emanating mana from his body. He thinks that the white flame method and the circle method have different ways to do them, but in essence, they are the same. With the white flame method, mana is handled through the stars of the heart. With the circle method, mana is handled through a hook. If he were to replace the circle with stars, he could increase his mana. He can also control the mana depending on what he needs, so it'd just be a bother if he tried to predict how it would go and happened to be wrong. Hera looks at him and can't believe her eyes. He's controlling such an amount of mana perfectly. It should just disappear, but it doesn't. How is that even possible at his age? Eugene summons a fireball and slowly transforms it into a magic missile. Hera thinks that he just did magic that would require calculations in his head without even channeling it. And he also manages to change the type of magic without dispelling it first. Eugene thinks it's not that bad for his first try, and he asks Hera if she can summon a monster so that he can test the strength of his spells. Hera thinks for a minute and says that a golem should be fine, and so she summons a golem made out of cabrium. It won't defend itself, but its exterior is quite tough, enough to act as a natural defense mechanism. Eugene finds this target great, and he shoots the golem with his magic missile. Later, Roberitan comes to look at the scene and asks if Eugene really used the white flame method to make a circle using magic. Hera confirms it, and there were no impurities in the mana. Disregarding the magic type, his offensive strength is above the level of a third circle mage. Robertian thinks that this sort of talent is amazing, as using martial art methods for mana isn't just impressive, but also quite scary. Eugene is a white flame method 3-star, so would he be wrong for thinking that the 3-star he has is equivalent to a magic third circle? He sits down and asks Hera if Eugene is out now. She confirms this, noting that he left early in the morning as he had some things to attend to. He also asks if it would be unwise to write an essay recommendation letter for Eugene. She notes that the only people who can enter that royal library are aristocrats, high-ranking mages, and royalty. Robertian says that Eugene is qualified enough, as he has mastered the introductory texts within a month and used the circle as his core to use magic. And with that, he managed to piece together a whole through a cabrium golem. So he will write a recommendation letter, as such talent like his shouldn't be wasted on ifs and whys. Hera says that other mages will surely complain about this. Robertian notes that if they were too, it just means they are jealous and failed to see the truth behind his talent. He also asks what plans Eugene has, as he probably doesn't know anyone in Arath. She notes that he went to meet a friend, which Robertian finds quite strange. In the Murdain Square, Eugene stares at a statue of Senya, and thinks that she did in fact smile that way when she achieved something that had to do with magic. Suddenly Gargus appears and asks if it's really him. Eugene is quite shocked at his appearance and wonders if it's really possible to have such a beard at the age of 18. Gargus offers him a handshake and notes that he grew quite a lot, but not as much as him. Eugene says that he just grew too much and they shake hands. Gargus notes that he can tell just by holding his hand that he's trained his body for the last 4 years at least. But it's clearly not enough, so he should use his family's secret muscle growth potion, as he already brought it for him. Eugene immediately rejects it, but he still tries to give it to him, as his father lost so much weight because of their methods and this potion. He knows, right? Eugene just demands he stop trying to send that weird potion to him through his father, and asks why he wanted to meet, as he presumes he didn't just come all this way to give him the potion. Gargus asks if he knows anything about Bolero Alley, and Eugene says that he knows a bit, thinking that is the place Iode visits to have his little fun. Gargus notes that he heard a great rumor that a giant's testicles are up for auction there. Eugene can't believe what he just heard, and Gargus, unfortunately, repeats himself. Eugene asks why he would ever want those things, and Gargus says that a giant's gems have great value among mages, so he wants to take them and make a custom muscle growth potion from them by giving them to a famous alchemist in Aeroth. They should go to the auction together as he brought a ton of cash, but even that might not be enough. Eugene asks in what world he would just lend him money, and that's when Gargus lands straight on his knees and begs. Eugene urges him to stop, as he already attracts way too much attention with his big body, so he will just lend him some money. Gargus thanks him and swears that he will pay it back with interest if needed. He also heard that there would be many high-value items at the auction other than the giant's gems. Eugene just scoffs, and Gargus wonders why he's not interested. But he does have Winniad, so he wouldn't care for other weapons. He notes that he's just interested in the street itself and thinks that he saw Iode in the tower a few days ago, and he was showing clear withdrawal from the succubus. This coming full moon, Iode will definitely be there. Later, Rebirth summons him as soon as he enters the magic tower, but he finds this perfect timing since he also wanted to ask something about Iode. He arrives, and Rebirth urges him to take a seat and make himself comfortable. He does so, and he asks why he called for him. Rebirth hands him a letter using magic, and Eugene is extremely surprised to find that this is a letter of recommendation for Acreon. The Royal Library of Acreon was famous even 300 years ago because Eroth's pride, the essence of magic, was kept there. However, many of the magic texts that are kept in the magic towers can't even compare to the quality of those in Acreon. He thinks that he must be humble and says that at the moment, this may be too much for him. Rebirth notes that he actually thinks that now is the perfect opportunity for him. He hasn't even gone that deep into magic yet, so he has endless possibilities. Even if he can't comprehend the texts in Acreon currently, just reading them will help broaden his knowledge. And someday, that knowledge will turn him into an amazing mage. Eugene thinks that Acreon contains ancient magic from the mythical age as well as the philosopher's text, deemed the best of its time. He asks if Senya's texts are also kept there, and Rebirth confirms it, but the red magic tower and the green magic tower both keep Senya's texts. The 3 original copies of the series of texts called Witchcraft, in which she wrote down all of her magic essence in her last years, are kept in Acreon. The text, Witchcraft, is considered the best set of magic texts in Eroth's history, so naturally there are no copies of it. Only the first volume was ever publicized, but even that should be good enough to broaden his knowledge in such a way that he won't need other texts. When he first read the first volume of Witchcraft, the stuff he learned from it made him feel like he was still a child. Of course, this recommendation letter isn't a guarantee that he will gain entry into Acreon, but he wanted to hear his thoughts first. Would he be all right with him writing him a letter? Eugene thinks that it's very all right, but in reality, he sheepishly accepts it and acts like he doesn't want to create any issues. Rebirth notes that he shouldn't worry about stuff like that, as this much shouldn't be a problem for him. Eugene thinks that this man is willingly writing him a letter, so it shouldn't change his mind if he says something that might upset him, right? He hopes that a tower master won't be that petty, and finds the courage to ask. He notes that he wants to inquire about something involving his brother, Iode. It's something that he heard when he first arrived here. That his brother is not focusing on his studies but indulging in pleasure with all kinds of succubi in the red light district. Rebirth reacts in a certain way, making Eugene think that he surely knows something. He says that he isn't sure how to tell him about this, but it's true, and he has given him many warnings already, but he hasn't been able to stop these activities. Many men have died in the past because their spirits were sucked out by the succubi, but when Helmut opened up to the public, the attitudes of the Demon King and the demons changed completely. The succubi included, as they still suck out the spirit from people but don't kill like they used to. The Night Witch, Queen Helmut, forbids it. Eugene notes that this doesn't mean what his brother is doing is acceptable. Rebirth knows that what he says is true, but he should try to be somewhat understanding of him. Eugene asks what he's talking about, and Rebirth notes that Iode left the family residence for Eroth 4 years ago, and he came here with many expectations and high hopes, but his talent wasn't enough, so his hopes were crushed. He's experienced many failures. The mages tried their best to teach him, but it was a fruitless endeavor. Iode also had a ton of pressure on him due to his high status, and that only grew the more time passed. At first he thought it would be okay for him to loosen up a little, and he gave him plenty of warning not to overdo it. Eugene thinks that it's not like he doesn't understand this, as he knows very well how it was to live in the main family residence, as he's done so for 4 years. Between the temperamental Theonis as well as the cunning Anisilla and the twins who had plenty of talent, Iode faced way too much pressure for someone as young as himself. The only reason he still stays in the Red Magic Tower, despite the many criticisms people throw at him, is most likely because it's much better here than in the suffocating main family residence. He knows the situation here is pitiful, but messing around with succubi is just crossing the line. Even if they have changed somewhat, demons are still demons at the end of the day. They can never coexist alongside humans, ever. He will just have to see for himself exactly what he does with those succubi. On the night of the full moon, at Bolero Alley, Gargis and Eugene, who are now disguised, walk the streets. Gargis asks why they need to use transformation magic like this, and Eugene notes that they are children of the main family. So if they were seen in this dirty and evil place, rumors would certainly spread. Gargis says that he's right, and that's when a magic device rings inside Eugene's pocket, and he picks it up. The guide asks if he's in, and Eugene asks how he knew. The guide notes that this device only connects within the Bolero Alley area, and now he will send him a signal when he spots Iode. Eugene asks if he can even find him, as he will probably use transformation magic as well, right? The guide notes that he does no such thing, as it said he always wears the same robe, so it should be very easy to spot him, even from a distance. Eugene is a little angry that he's exposing himself so openly, and thinks that if he were his son, he would beat the snot out of him to fix his behavior. Gargis says that he told him he had other business around here, but Eugene notes that he will get to it on his own, as right now they have an auction to attend. Bolero Alley holds a ton of auctions, but they all follow the same simple rule: anonymous bidding. Other than companions, everyone is guided to their own separate rooms, and bidders cannot be identified by any means. A masked man shows them how the auction works, with the center button allowing them to bid, the left for any assistance, and the right if they wish to increase the bid. With that, he wishes them good luck and leaves. They sit down, and Gargis says that he thought he wouldn't be interested in the auction. Eugene notes that he needs something to pass the time with, and he's quite curious as to what exactly will be auctioned. The screen in front of them unveils the auctioneer, who thanks everyone for coming all the way here on this beautiful full moon night. Their auction usually deals with magical materials, and they resource the best, especially if those magical materials come from Helmud. Their first item is the Horn of Balarex, and the bidding will start at 10 million cells. They go through countless precious materials, like the fruit of Prosia, the root of a mandrake, or even the flower bud of a Uzrak. Eugene sighs and asks if what he's looking for will even be here. Gargis confirms this, as he has it on good authority that the item he wishes for will be here. The next item is a metal that hasn't been identified just yet, and it's quite bothersome as it's just sitting in their storage. Perhaps among those who are participating today, a few may be able to value this metal. Eugene says that he's putting more emphasis on this item than the other ones, and the auctioneer says that this metal was found in Helmud's Khazard Hills. When touched by the moonlight, it emits a beautiful light. But other than that, it holds no purpose, as it's too hard to be processed and doesn't receive any sort of mana either. If one has a bed placed by the window, it may serve as a great piece of decor, as the light it emits when it touches the moonlight is very beautiful. The box with the item slowly opens, and Eugene notices what it is, so he instantly smashes the bidding button. Gargis is quite surprised, and the auctioneer asks how much he would like to bid. Eugene says 1 million cells, and thinks that he didn't know such an item would be here. A dull-colored blade, basically destruction in the form of a single blade, one that hasn't been recorded in history. This is a shard of the Moonlight Sword. He wins the item easily, and Gargis asks why he would even want something so useless in the first place. Eugene picks it up and confirms that this is indeed a fragment of the Moonlight Sword. The place where they found it, Khazard Hills, is where they found the Moonlight Sword in his past life, as they found it in the heart of an underground dungeon. Did Vermouth perhaps go back and seal it there when he was leaving Helmud? It is true that this sword is way too dangerous, as that sword only recognized Vermouth as its owner, and created mass destruction whenever it was swung. Perhaps Vermouth recognized this as well, and decided that it would be best if he just destroyed it. He initially hoped that the fragment would still contain some power, but it's empty. It doesn't emit any sort of energy like it did 300 years ago, and now it's just a silent rock. He puts it in his pocket, and that's when the guide calls him, as he's spotted Iode. He tells Gargis he's leaving now, who asks if he won't stay to watch the rest. Eugene declines the offer, and says that he will leave his card with him so that he can bid on his item. He gets out on the street and asks the guide for directions, who tells him that if he goes north, there should be a shop called Rafflesia. That should be the place. Eugene arrives at the location, and 2 large demons ask if he's a customer. He thinks that this is his first time seeing one after reincarnating, and in his past life, he would have slain them both before their eyes could even meet. He says that he would like passage inside, and the demons explain that the entry fee is 2,000 cells, with the fee being adjusted on the time taken and the type of dream he wants. Does he still want to enter? Eugene hands them 2 bills, and they welcome him with open arms. Inside, many men are mingling with plenty of succubi, and he sits down, thinking that Iod doesn't seem to be here. He asks the succubus, who just served him, where he can dream, and she smiles, saying that he must be in quite a hurry. She finds him quite adorable, and it's probably his first time here, right? He can dream in the basement rooms, but first he should have a drink, as he would express his desires more honestly if he were to do so. Eugene rejects the alcohol and wants to make his way down already. The succubus thinks that what he wants may be too embarrassing for him to say here, so they should make their way to a bedroom. While they walk towards one, Eugene says that it's quite scary, as he hasn't done anything like this before. The succubus says that he shouldn't worry about a thing, as they will just take a bit of his energy, and he will just be slightly tired the next day. Eugene assessed how they built this basement up until now, and thinks that his job here is done. He hands her a bill and says that he only wants to sleep in his bed, so he will just pay for the drink. The succubus accepts him but finds him quite strange. He also asks for the nearest exit, and she points him to one that leads to a restaurant. Eugene gets out and tells Incubus that he wants the best of the food menu and plenty of meat. While having his meal, Eugene spots someone being dragged around. It's that rat bastard Iod. Eugene looks at that sorry sight of a man and wonders how the eldest son of the Lionheart family, descendants of the great Vermouth, managed to not only mingle with succubi, but also receive support from the demons. They continue to drag him out, and Eugene slowly begins following them, wondering where they could be dragging him out. They move to a dark alley and drag him into an inconspicuous building. Eugene notices and tries to enter, but that's when 3 men get in front of him and demand he get out of here or else. Eugene asks what this place is, and that's when the bulkier of the 3 grabs him by the neck and tells him to get lost, as this is no joking matter. Eugene grabs his hand and notes that it does indeed seem like he's joking around. He punches him right in the chin, sending the harasser right back to his men. The other 2 pull their weapons out and get ready to avenge their fallen comrade. They both strike at the same time, but Eugene is too swift, so with a single hand, take care of them both. He tries to ask them what this place is, but he didn't notice he knocked them out cold, so he just decides to go inside himself to find out. Instead of opening the door silently, he chooses to kick it open and notices that the smoke inside seems to be because of some drugs. Is Iod indulging in that as well? Some people spot him and ask how he got in, as there were supposed to be guards waiting outside. Eugene finds the combination of a beastman, human, and demon doing drugs together quite funny, given the racial harmony they have here. They rush to eliminate this intruder, but with 3 swift magic missiles, he takes care of them. Eugene asks where Iod is, but he's hesitant to answer. Eugene draws out his sword and says that he doesn't need to answer anymore, as he will just find him by his lonesome. Out of the sword, blasts of air come out and travel throughout the building, but there seems to be nothing here. Eugene thinks that with the first and second levels of this place cleared out, the only logical place where Iod would be is the 3rd level. He blasts the floor open and rises himself with the wind through it. There is only 1 room on this level, so Iod must be inside. Something red begins emanating from the door, and Eugene notices, so he pulls out the moonlight sword fragment. The door blasts open with a dark and evil beam, but the fragment protects Eugene quite well, as even in this lowly form, its characteristic of absorbing mana is still here. Someone comes out of the room, and Eugene notes that what he just used was dark magic. Isn't that right? The man thinks that the beam he sent was supposed to kill him, but something powerful managed to block it. What could it be? Gillard has told them specifically countless times that they should never get involved with dark magic, yet his very firstborn, Vermouth's own bloodline, dared to do this. He tells the man that he won't chase him or look for him if he leaves. He should go away, as he's giving him this one chance. Eugene starts spinning his stars into a circular shape, and white flames emanate from his body. The Dark Wizard didn't expect to see such a technique here, and suddenly the demons that dragged Iod in came out. Eugene finds their presence quite funny, and they extend their fingers into grotesque claws, so he also gets ready to fight. They both charge at the same time, but with the help of Winid, Eugene manages to summon a small tornado that cuts one of the demons everywhere. The other rushes to end the fight after seeing this, but when he's just about to strike, Eugene cuts his hand and pushes him into the wall. The transformation spell he used to hide himself slowly fades, and the dark wizard can't believe his eyes. Is this man really Eugene Lionheart? He notes that if he knows, he must also know that now he must get out of his way. The dark wizard tries to stop him to explain the situation, but sees that this man is too stubborn to listen. So he tries to attack him with a dark blast, which is redirected quite easily. Eugene charges in, and the dark wizard can only wonder how this man managed to block that attack so easily. The sword stops at his neck, and Eugene demands he stay still, as he will kill him if he tries anything. He goes inside while sheathing his sword and spots Iode standing in what seems to be a ritual circle. Eugene spots the goblet, thinking that it must be used for ritual, and asks what's inside of it. The dark wizard says that it's a unicorn heart, with Eugene finding this quite surprising, as they have such strong mana and divine power that they are often called divine water. They are also very valuable, especially for sacrifice. He asks what they are trying to make a contract with. The damned demon king? The dark wizard notes that he wouldn't dare even try and notes that it was for Helmut's Baron Ulfer. Eugene demands to know who that is, and the dark wizard says that it's the Duchess Noir Jabella's incubus subordinate. Eugene knows about her, as she was alive even 300 years ago. Currently, Helmut is ruled through destruction and carceration, and this foul demon is no match for a demon king, but she is the Night Witch Queen, so the title of Duchess suits her. So, is Iode really trying to make a contract with one of her subordinates? A mere incubus? He's even sacrificing a valuable unicorn heart, and is also drugged and drunk out of his mind. Is all of this correct? The dark wizard falls to his knees instantly and says that all of this was under Iode's direct command. The large sum of money was also given by him, so he couldn't just ignore his request, or rather, order. Eugene says that he must have been so overjoyed to not be able to, right? The eldest of the Lionheart family was giving him money, and also asking him to make a contract with his master. If this contract came to fruition, he would have received a lot of power from that Ulfer bastard, and perhaps Noir Scamp might have made a contract with him too, right? It was because of his endless greed that he wanted to do this, so he should stop blaming others and be obedient if he doesn't want to suffer an unfortunate fate. The dark wizard trembles and sweats profusely, while Eugene looks at the sorry excuse of a Lionheart. He can't control himself any longer, so he wakes him up by slapping him so hard that he recoils on the bed. Iode wakes up with a scared expression, and Eugene asks if he has finally come to his senses. Iode asks what he's doing here with a lowly voice, and Eugene notes that he simply followed him. He heard that he was having a hard time, and that his situation was dire, so he tried to understand him, as everyone needs breaks now and again. However, messing with dark magic is simply taking it too far. As one of the direct descendants of the Vermouth bloodline, he dares try to form contracts with lowly demons and with an incubus. Iode says that it's not something he could really control, and Eugene headbutts him out of anger. What does he mean by not being able to control it, huh? Does he even know what happens when you contract with a demon? His very soul would have become the demon's plaything. If it told him to die, he would. And if it told him to kill, he would. Does he really not think of his family? If he became a dark mage, the entire Lionheart bloodline would be shamed. But that's not even the half of it, as the demon he contracted with could have simply ordered him to kill his own family and steal their treasures. Iode notes that they said he doesn't need to follow orders that go against his ethics. They promised this after all. Eugene asks if he was dropped on the head while he was little, as demons are not dragons or elves, so promises mean jack to them. Yes, he doesn't need to follow every order if he's willing to risk his life to disobey them. But could he really control that? He, who couldn't even get his act together, escaped reality by indulging in alcohol and dreams. Iode sits in silence for a second and, with teary eyes, asks what he knows for him to insult him like this. Eugene finds it funny that he stood up for himself and says he should just tell him about his worries. Iode explains that he doesn't know what it's like, as since 4 years ago, he's been the center of attention. As the adopted son, he got the support of the patriarch with everything he did, so he shouldn't talk with him like he knows. Eugene notes that he must think that he was discriminated against, but actually, they got the same amount of support. He inherited the White Flame method, and also had the opportunity to become the Magic Tower Master's direct disciple, right? Iode tries to say something, but Eugene continues talking. Doesn't he get it by now? The reason he's better in every way isn't because the patriarch favored one over another, but because he was just born better. Iode notes that talent is something that he can't just get, and Eugene says that it's not only talent but hard work as well. Seal and Cayenne are also working extremely hard at the main house, while he's indulging in every possible way here in Aroth. Does he really think he will achieve the title of patriarch just by earning a reputation at the Dark Magic Tower? Iode says that he never wanted to become patriarch, and he's going to become a dark mage in Helmut. In that place of freedom, his worth will finally be recognized. Eugene punches him so hard that it sends him flying and demands he repeat what he just said. A Lionheart, Vermouth's direct descendant, recognized by demons in Helmut. Does he really want people to recognize him over his own family? Does he think that's worth anything? He must be misunderstanding something here. Besides being the first son of Lionheart, he holds absolutely no value. He's been given countless things others would kill for, and he dares to feel bad for himself. He has had enough of this facade, so he will have to talk with Roberian about it. He arrives with some guards, who take the Dark Wizard away. Roberian looks at Iode with disgust and pity. Iode tries his best to defend himself, noting that he didn't do it, and that he didn't get into dark magic. Roberian says that he tried, and on this day, he has shamed the Lionheart name. He has also insulted Lord Gillard, who entrusted him to the Red Magic Tower, and the mages from it, with him included. Iode says that he didn't mean for any of this, but Roberian demands he stop making lousy excuses, or he will have to face punishment. He should actually stop talking and direct the trash excuses that are coming out of his mouth at Gillard and Theonis, who sent him here out of the goodness of their hearts. Iode's whole world crashed down on him, and out of this, he has no means to escape. After midnight on that day, Roberian called Gillard and Theonis to Aroth, as well as one additional person. Balzac Ludbeth, the Dark Magic Tower Master. Eugene, who is also there, thinks that this man held his position for decades and is one of the 3 legendary dark mages who actually managed to sign a contract with the Demon King of Incarceration. Such a man is truly dangerous. Theonis asks how this man even dares to face them, and Roberian calms her down, as he's not related to this incident. She screams that she knows he tried to introduce Iode to dark magic before, but now he is just not involved. How can she believe something like this? Balzac says that the Dark Magic Tower isn't directly responsible for all the dark mages in Aroth. The dark mage responsible for this very unfortunate incident was Gevid, and he's not with the Dark Magic Tower, but with the Mages Guild. Theonis still tries to confront him, but Gillard shuts her up and notes that if the Dark Magic Tower really isn't involved, why is their master here? Balzac says that they must take at least some form of responsibility. A few centuries ago, even trying to learn about dark magic would get you executed on the spot. But after the Great Vermouth came to an agreement with the Demon King of Incarceration, people were allowed to do as they pleased. The present is much different than the past, as introducing black magic and making contracts are no longer crimes, so he simply wants to respect the Lionheart family's wishes. Gillard says that his words came out as unpleasant, as it sounds like he's humbling himself before them, even though he doesn't need to. Balzac agrees, but he also doesn't want to have the Lionheart family as an enemy because of a simple incident, so he's here to take responsibility. The drug charges will be judged by Aroth's laws, with everyone at the drug den being imprisoned, and sanctions will also be imposed on the succubi. Theonis asks what kind of responsibility this is, and Balzac notes that for his crimes, Baron Ulfer, the incubus contracted with Gevin, will have his head cut off. He summons a ball of dark energy and says that the Demon King of Imprisonment has something to say. Eugene's eyes widen at this information, and Balzac applies some runes all around him. He notes that the Demon King is greatly displeased that Vermouth's direct descendants, who he cherishes very dearly, have become the target of objections. That is why he has decided with heavy heart that Ulfer's head will come off. Eugene begins to shake uncontrollably, filled with rage. Did that bastard of a Demon King really act like he cherishes the Vermouth family? Gillard is filled with the same rage, and Balzac bows his head and apologizes again as the Dark Magic Tower and the Demon King of Incarceration are trying to appease their displeasure. With a final bow, he wishes them farewell, but before leaving, he looks at Eugene and smiles. Gillard doesn't know what to make of this situation, and politely asks Eugene to leave the room, who does so instantly. He apologizes to Roberian for committing such a grave mistake against him, and notes that all of this happened because of his negligence. Roberian says that's not the case, as it's his fault he was too rash with Iode. Gillard notes that Iode will be sent back to the main family residence, and Theonis's face drops. She tries to plead with him. There's no real reason he needs to be sent back, as he hasn't even touched black magic, right? Since this is the first time he's made this mistake, she's sure he won't do it again. So couldn't they just let him stay here? Gillard notes that in the entire 300-year history of the Lionhearts, not once has the main family produced any dark mages. He will not change his decision, as even if Iode is his son, he has tainted the family name, so we can no longer allow him to stay here in Aroth. Theonis notes that there's nothing for Iode back at the family residence. Seal and Kyan are there, and while Iode was here, they were both acknowledged by the main family members. There's no place for Iode back there. He must stay in Aroth no matter what it takes. She says that he has done absolutely nothing for Iode, and only worshipped that bastard of a woman, Anisilla, her children, and the adopted brat. Gillard asks if that's really what she truly thinks, as he gave all of the children whatever they wished for without discrimination. He also sent Iode here because he wanted to learn magic. Theonis slams the table and says that if he really cared about Iode, he would have done anything to make him a Roberian's pupil. If he was that worried he might stray away, he should have sent someone to monitor him. Gillard, with heavy breath and a show of weakness, demands she stop. Stop humiliating the Lionheart family more than she already has. Theonis, however, doesn't stop, as she finds her attitude quite righteous, and if he truly wishes for Iode to be sent somewhere else, she will take him back to her parents' place. She won't allow him to stay at the main family residence, and he will learn magic at his parents' place without being suppressed. Gillard notes that if that's what she and Iode want, then they can do as they please. While walking away, Eugene is confronted by Balzac, who wishes to speak with him for just a moment. They weren't able to have a real conversation because of the incident and would like to speak with him. Eugene says that he doesn't want to have a conversation with someone such as him, and Balzac notices that he doesn't quite like him. Is that right? Eugene notes that this hatred isn't just for him, but rather for all dark mages and their magics. Balzac says that he understands, as it's been 300 years since the Peace Pact, but people's attitudes towards it aren't that great. It's quite upsetting, given he's also a dark mage, and it's a bit embarrassing for him to say this, but he hasn't done anything bad, so he can hate dark magic, but why hate him? Eugene just looks at him, and isn't even thinking of accepting the handshake. So Balzac gives up, and notes that he heard about him and his achievements during the succession ritual. And recently, he has also done great with magic, which warranted his receiving a recommendation for Acreon. He couldn't tell him what he's about to say in there, but with the responsibilities he agreed to bear, there's something that might benefit him. Eugene demands to know what he was talking about, and Balzac says that it's hard to get into Acreon even with a recommendation letter from anyone, as other magic tower masters and mages will reject it should they find him unqualified. So, as a show of good faith, he will also write him a letter of recommendation. Eugene wants to know why he would go to this extent, and Balzac notes he's just interested in his talents, and doesn't hold a great relationship with the Red Magic Tower Master, Roberian. He holds no ill will towards him, but he hates him just because he's a dark mage. If he were to support his already existing recommendation as the Dark Magic Tower Master, at the very least he wouldn't hate him as much, right? And this will also improve his reputation with the Lionheart family. Eugene notes that if he ever writes it, he will graciously take it, but he shouldn't expect to be friendlier with him. Balzac says that if he doesn't hate him any more than he hates him now, that's plenty enough for him. That is all he had to say, so he turns his back away to leave. Eugene asks him one final question. Did he really have no involvement with his brother's situation? Balzac stops and explains that he's a proud dark mage, and unskilled dark mages shame dark magic as a whole with their puny existences. Even if that person was the Lionheart direct successor, he wouldn't have given them any opportunity unless they showed incredible talent. He hopes that reply was satisfactory enough. Eugene thinks of Iode and how downright pathetic he has become throughout the years. He sits in his room and looks at the unicorn heart. Gillard gave it to him as a reward for stopping Iode from doing something so shameful, but how should he use it? There are many ways, but taking the mana directly is the easiest and most convenient method. He notices that its condition is quite good, and despite it being the heart of a beast, it has few impurities. He begins absorbing the mana and thinks that, at the rate he's going now, he will be a 4 before he even reaches 20. The Lionheart family would be shocked, as in their 300-year history, nobody has reached 4 stars in becoming an adult. Keon and Gillard are both 6 stars, which already qualifies a person as one of the strongest people in the entire nation. He will learn this, so he might as well try to become a 5-star. He will put Hamel's every experience into the white flame method Vermouth himself created. Later, he meets with Gargus, who notes that the giant's gems were 30 million cells. Eugene finds this quite shocking, but Gargus pushes him to the bank, as if they don't give the money by midnight, the item will be sold to the next bidder. At the public bank, the receptionist notices the extremely rare black card Eugene gave him, so he asks if he wouldn't like to create an account with this bank as well. Eugene swiftly denies it and leaves. Gargus notes that they should go back, as the item will be delivered to where he's staying once the money is deposited, so this is naturally the only chance for him to see a giant's gems so close. Eugene wonders who is insane enough to want something like that, but he has nothing else to do, so they should get going. Gargus thinks that this means he's interested and offers some of the essence to him. Eugene came along not because of the item, but rather because he's interested in the red flame method Gargus learned. He will see for himself how different it is from the white flame method. That's when he spots something, and his expression widens. He immediately jumps for it, and in a moment of desperation, he tries to reach something. There's no way that was just a vision, as he knows he saw that pointy hat and purple hair just now. He stops in the middle of the street, where Senya seems to be standing alone. Could this really be her? Eugene wonders what to say, as she looks the same as she did 300 years ago, but he's completely different. So will she really recognize him? If he tells her he's actually Hamel reincarnated as one of Vermouth's descendants, she won't believe it one bit. He tries to grab her hand, but it goes through her, as this is only a hallucination made from magic. She turns around, causing him to blush. She says only 2 words, "Found you," before disappearing entirely. Eugene thinks of her words and smiles. He found her as well, the real Senya Murdane. He ponders on a bridge and thinks that Senya is certainly alive if she came to find him like this. But how could she have known it was him? Did she see his soul like Tempest did? Or was it perhaps because of this necklace? If she truly knows about the reincarnation, sending a hallucination means that she's in a position that doesn't allow her to be here physically. The only thing that could force her to do that would be sealing. But did she do it herself or someone else? Perhaps it could be even the Demon King, but either way, she can't come next to him. So he gets it. She found him first, but now, he will have to find her in return. Gargus comes next to him and asks why he ran in such a hurry. Eugene notes that it's nothing for him to worry about, and they should get going already. He tells him about his wishes to see the red flame method, as he has learned the white flame method, a much more potent and interesting method. Eugene notes that he's just curious about it. Gargus says that it's not that difficult to show, and rips his shirt off with his ripped body. Eugene asks if that really is necessary, and Gargus notes that it isn't, but it does help his mental quite a bit. He starts doing it, and Eugene asks if the core splits with this method. Gargus explains that if one were to use the original red flame method, the core wouldn't split, but his family has succeeded in increasing the stars of the red flame method to 5, thanks to the countless efforts of his ancestors, of course. As far as he knows, there are only a few branch families who attained 5 starts using the flame method taught to the branch families. He has also attained 2 starts recently. Eugene thinks that the flame method Gargus and his family use can only go up to 5, even though it's one of the top branch families. Even after hundreds of years of development, the red flame is still limited to 5 stars. The white flame method is reserved only for the main family, while the red flame is given to other families. That's why there is such a gigantic gap between the main and branch families, which will most likely never be closed. But he doesn't really get it, as Vermouth wasn't the type to be petty about things like this. He was going to try and learn the red flame method if it showed potential, but now there's no need. Eugene excuses himself, and Gargus asks if he won't stay to see the giant's gems, which Eugene politely refuses to. In his research room, at the Red Magic Tower, he thinks that Senya's final magic texts are in Acreon, more specifically, witchcraft. Both Roberian and the Dark Magic Tower Master said they would write recommendations, so he can only be optimistic about entering Acreon. Senya has waited 300 years after all, so a little more won't hurt, right? He looks at the moonlight sword fragment and thinks that if mana contacts it, the whole structure of mana breaks and disperses. However, with this fragment, he couldn't hope of dispersing high-class magic. But everything else is game, so he should have at it. If his mana doesn't break from that fragment, it means that his mana's unity will become much stronger than the white flame method limits. A trainee comes and tells Hera that countless explosions and vibrations have been heard from Eugene's training room for a few days now. She says that she will go to him, as she needs to do something for the Tower Master anyway. Hera arrives at his door and knocks, but that's when the whole room shakes. She rushes in, but she finds out Eugene is safe and sound, also shirtless. She asks what he's been doing, and he explains that he's only training mana along with his magic training. Hera finds it strange that he's training magic, as there is no magic circle in size. And what about that fragment, as the door is broken and the walls are cracked, but it stands firm? Eugene shows her how he's been training, and summons a fireball alongside a few magic missiles. He shoots them at the fragment, which disperses them throughout the room. Hera is quite shocked, as he's using his core like a circle, almost perfectly at that. His mana unity has also become very strong, with his magic abilities being even more potent. She asks if he's practicing warfare magic, and Eugene explains that he's actually focusing on training the mana itself, and he's made some progress. He thinks that when he started, his mana would disperse before it even burst, but now, he can force the mana to stay together in order to create an explosion. Hera says that it's great he's training so diligently, and she came because someone told her there were explosions in the research room, so she came to check his condition. Eugene asks if she really came only because of that, and she says no, as the Tower Master wants to see him. Eugene picks up his clothes and asks if he's on the top floor, as he will go to meet him right away. Hera tells him that he isn't there, but actually inside of the Royal Library. Acreon. In Eroth's capital, Pentagon, the center is shaped was created by the 5 magic Tower Masters. That's also where Eroth's castle, Abram, sits. It is built in the middle of a big lake, so it cannot be reached without a boat, as magics have no effect in this place. This is because of the demon sealing circle that surrounds the area, which was gifted by Senya to the royal family as a token of friendship, and it stands even now, hundreds of years later. Eugene thinks that this is plain crazy, as he has come to understand a bit of magic since he came to Eroth, but it feels downright impossible to create such a gigantic circle. Hera asks if he would like to visit Abram, and he notes that he was just looking because it looks nice, as it's not a place one would visit only because they wanted to. She notes that his words are correct, as only the magic Tower Masters and high nobility are allowed inside. Even the Tower Masters can't use magic in there, and the only ones who can would be the royal family and the castle mages who have sworn absolute loyalty to them. Eugene asks if the Tower Masters also didn't swear loyalty to the royal family, and Hera says they have, but they don't obey unreasonable orders, so the Magic Towers and Eroth have a mutual cooperation agreement. It's not the castle that holds a deep relationship with the Magic Towers, but rather, the Parliament. The castle has its own group of mages, so the Tower mages are typically for the Parliament. But he shouldn't take this as the mages having something against each other or something, as they do not. They arrive at Acreon's doors, and Hera notes that 3 people disagreed with letting him inside. The Blue Tower Master, the Green, and the Mage Guild Tower Master. If he can somehow gain their recognition, he will be able to enter into Acreon easily. She also notes that this is as far as she can go, but she still wishes him luck, and urges him to not be nervous. Eugene thanks her for the kind words, and shortly after, he presents himself to everyone. The captain of the castle mages, Tremple Wizardor, Roberian, Generique Osman, the Green Magic Tower Master, Hiraduth Uzlan, the Blue Magic Tower Master, Melkith Elhaya, the White Tower Master, Balzac, and the Magic Guild Master, Edgard Gyron. Honain Abram, the first successor of Eroth, tells him to raise his head, and notes that he heard his name quite a lot these past few days, and always wanted to meet him. Eugene looks at him, and thinks that he's heard about him, that he is the first successor and a genius that reached 5 stars before reaching adulthood. The Blue Tower Master notes that he's heard plenty about him, but the Dark Magic and Red Magic Tower Master have also been advocating for him, quite aggressively at that. He is quite aware that he's talented, but magic and swordsmanship and magic are entirely different things, He thinks that this kid is only 17 and has only gotten into magic. So how does someone like that receive an Acreon recommendation? There is something behind this, surely. Roberian is an old friend of Lionheart's patriarch, and the Dark Magic Tower Master wants to get closer to the Lionhearts as to cover the recent incident. That must be it. Eugene says that he understands, but what needs to be done to make them let him inside? Roberian says that he only needs to show him magic, as the nobles and wise mages in this room will analyze him. The Blue Tower Master notes that originally, he would have to show them extensive research and things like this, but he presumes he doesn't hold anything of that nature, right? Eugene looks at them and notes that he's starting. He spins his stars and forms a circle, and they all assess him. The Magic Guild Master thinks that he's only been training as mana for 4 years, so he's definitely talented, if anything. The Green Tower Master thinks that this isn't enough, as there's a huge difference between mana management and magic understanding. Eugene summons a few spells and changes between them perfectly and seamlessly. Tremple watches closely and notes that for one to do what that child just did, they must have perfect understanding of magic. The Green Tower Master asks if he can use magic while also using the sword aura, and Eugene smiles. He pulls out Winid and maintains both perfectly. The Blue Tower Master notes that his circle is still intact, and even though he is using his core as a circle, it functions still, as a core should. Quite amazing for such a young lad. Roberian asks them what they think about him, and the Green Tower Master notes that they will have to discuss it thoroughly. Roberian agrees and asks Eugene to go outside for a little. With that, he leaves, and the Blue Tower Master immediately starts interrogating Roberian. Did he really not guide this child in any way? Roberian notes that he has told them multiple times already. He did not guide Eugene one bit, and that child has only read the Red Tower's introductory texts to study magic by himself. The Blue Tower Master wonders if it's really possible for one to read only introductory texts and achieve that level of understanding. Edgar notes that he's a Lionheart of the Keel Empire, and also a descendant of the Great Vermouth. It is know how great his blood still is throughout the continent, right? But what did they think, as he could sense that Eugene was a genius from the start? Melkith adds that Eugene showed them magic fit for a first circle, but its power far exceeds that. They probably all felt it, right? The purity of his mana, the preciseness of its arrangement, and most of all, the unity of his mana. They will have to check, of course, but she doesn't think even a fourth circle would be able to deactivate his magic. The Magic Guild Master says that still, he's too young. He might be a genius, but they shouldn't hurry, as he's still growing. Also, considering Acreon's prestige, having Roberian teach him for a few good years until he's fit for Acreon wouldn't be that bad of an idea. Tremple says it's best if they think of this as an investment. He's 17, talented, and a Lionheart to boot. He's quite young, and his skills aren't mastered yet, so he holds limitless potential. That much is undeniable. They are already on friendly terms with his family, but they can also do Eugene a favor as an individual, and invest in him and his future. The Green Tower Master notes that even if he is this talented, he's still an adopted son of the family, so he won't become patriarch no matter what. Balzac says that one of the twins, specifically Cayenne, will become patriarch. Technically, Ioti is the rightful successor, but considering his recent shameful activity and his inferiority, he won't be able to contest the patriarch position at all. So, even though he can't become the patriarch, Eugene's foothold in the family shouldn't be scoffed at. Trample agrees, and Eugene will have to leave the main family at some point. If he gets married and has children, it's the Lionheart custom to move out of the main residence. They should invite him to Aeroth when that happens, as he will surely be skilled enough. And if they do this favor for him, he will become a dependable ally. Balzac says that Eugene also showed how skilled he was in the succession ritual that took place 4 years ago. Even the Lionheart family recognized his potential, and with the added support of Aeroth, he might actually be the second coming of the Great Vermouth. The Green Tower Master laughs and notes that he's praising them quite a lot, but can he say that his statements are his and his alone? Balzac asks what he could mean, and the Green Tower Master notes that he has a contract with the Demon King of Incarceration, so he's a tad curious if he holds any influence over his words. Balzac notes that the Demon King is a busy person, and besides, if he were speaking for him, he would have behaved quite differently, and would he more determined to use his power? The Blue Tower Master asks if that's really his power, and the room becomes filled with deadly killing intent. but Balzac apologizes for sounding aggressive, as he simply meant that he's very devoted to the Demon King and his wishes. Melkith says that they shouldn't stray away from the topic, and it doesn't seem that they will be reaching an agreement soon, so why don't they put it to a vote, as that kid is probably bored by now. Edgar notes that is probably for the best, and he will go first. He agrees with letting Eugene inside of Acreon. This royal library doesn't only hold magic texts of varying worths, but also texts left behind by many legendary mages who are a considerable foothold into the history of magic on each of its floors. Eugene notices that the walls are crammed with Aeroth's history, and it's more like a museum than a library. This place has 15 stories, and out of those, Senya's texts should be on floors 12 to 15. Melkith comes next to him, and he thinks that she's the best spiritualist of this time period, and the person who signed 2 simultaneous contracts with the 2 spirit kings for the first time in history. Even without the spiritual magic, she's still considered very great at normal magic. Eugene asks if they are done debating, and she notes that it is indeed over, as if they had to reach a unanimous agreement. This would have taken days. So they voted. 5 people have agreed to allow him entry, and 2 did not, with 1 being neutral. Eugene notes that the majority agreed, so he can go to the upper floors now, right? Melkith says that he can, but doesn't he want to know who agreed and who didn't? Eugene notes that he's not really interested, as all that matter is that the majority agreed. Melkith says that he's quite boring, and tells him that she was the one that was neutral. That doesn't mean that she disagrees with his entry, but she didn't want to be swept up in the argument. He sees their faces now, right? They look very pissed off. And it's true that they decided on votes, but they are going to be having another argument very soon. The Blue Tower Master looks at them and shakes his head. She notes that even though he's acting like this, he was one of the ones who agreed, which is quite unexpected, as he was very aggressive at first, wasn't he? But now, does he want to know who disagreed? Eugene notes that he doesn't really care, as he told her before. She still tells him. The Green Tower Master and the Mage Guild Master were the ones who disagreed. Eugene still doesn't care, which causes Melkith to be quite annoyed with him, as his reactions are too boring. Doesn't he want to be mad that they dared to reject a Lionheart, or something like that? Eugene says no, and walks away. She stops him, and says that the sword on his hip is Wynid, which is blessed by the kind of wind spirits, right? Eugene confirms it, and Melkith notes that she always wanted to form a contract with him, but he won't come to her no matter how much she begs. She tried really hard, and even called upon the King of Thunder Spirits and the King of Earth Spirits as well, but the King of Wind Spirits won't even think of signing a contract with her. She even sent a letter to the Lionheart residents, but apparently, they are too pompous to lend family treasures. She was treated like a thief, but the only thing she wants to do is sign a contract. Eugene says that he can't lend her the sword, not matter what she tells him, as technically, it's not his, and he's just borrowing it with the Patriarch's permission. Melkith says that it's fine, as she won't tell anyone, and she only needs to lend it to him for just a bit. It won't take long, and he can watch if he wants. Eugene thinks that the King of Wind Spirits, Tempest, is quite the annoying bastard, as he has tried to summon him again this past 4 years, with no luck. It's probably because he doesn't have enough mana now, but if it's her, the only spiritualist who signed a contract with 2 spirit kings at once, it might be possible. However, there's no need for him to accept her offer, no matter how good it is, as if he lets her desperation build over time, she will be willing to give more. He asks where he can get his entry card, and she guides him. He eventually gets one, and thinks that it's quite simple, and ID with his seal. Melkith notes that the familiar spirits in here were left by the great mages who left their marks on Acreon throughout its history. The Mage King, who established Aeroth, the Battle Mage who is called the Father of Battle Magic, and Senya, all of their familiar spirits are in here. Eugene says nothing, and she notes that his reaction is quite boring, as she thought he was very interested in Senya. Didn't he look for her floors earlier? She also knows that on the first day he arrived here, he toured her mansion, and last time, he met a friend from an indirect branch at Murdain Square. Eugene asks how she knows so much, and Melkith says that he's probably not aware, but he's very famous around these parts. Eugene notes that he's sure he is, and Melkith say that being kind of a bastard. So, is he going to lend her Wynid now? He declines. She guides him to the elevator and teaches him how to use it. She notes that if he's going to the 12th floor, he must really like Senya. Eugene says that he in fact does not, but she's not going to wait here for him, right? Melkith says that she doesn't have that much time to spare, as she wanted to come with. But then he might be embarrassed. The shock he will receive when he discovers part of the truth will leave a lasting impression on him. Maybe he should take a diaper with him, as he might have an accident. Eugene has had enough of this strange woman and smashes the elevator button. The elevator slowly makes its way to the 12th floor, where what seems to be a small Senya welcomes him to Senya's hall. Eugene is quite puzzled, to say the least. Eugene asks if this really is Senya he's speaking with, but she denies this, as she's her familiar spirit, tasked with managing her hall. Eugene remembers that Melkith said that Acreon holds Senya's familiar spirit inside, so this must be her. He also asks how she knows his name, as he hasn't told her yet. She explains that C registered his name into Acreon, and not just her, but all familiar spirits are connected to Acreon and its magical system. Eugene asks what she would like to be called, and she says that Senya used to call her Mare. Eugene asks if that isn't the Mare, from her surname, Murdane. Mer says that he's right, and it's a nice and honorable name. Eugene thinks that making a familiar spirit that looks just like her, and also giving it part of her name is quite weird. What is she planning? Eugene notes that he doesn't know much about this place, but our familiar spirits usually like her, human-like, he means. Mare explains that the other familiar spirits don't look like her, but she's quite special, as her creator, the wise Senya, made her with her personality at the base. Eugene remembers that Robarian said that making a living thing is forbidden, and asks Mare if that isn't the case with her. She says technically she's not alive, as she doesn't have a soul like other beings, and her body was made from Senya's magic, with her real body being that giant ball. Eugene asks what that is, and she gets ready to explain diligently, before her hat falls off, so she embarrassingly crouches to pick it up. This thing is the essence of magic that Senya the Wise dedicated her whole life for, witchcraft. Eugene thinks that the magic texts are split into 3 parts, high, intermediate, and low, and they were finished right before she retired. But just how is that a book? Mare notes that books don't need to look like books, as that is just a common prejudice. Eugene finds her words quite annoying and confusing, but she finds it only natural that he doesn't understand, as even the Magic Tower masters failed to comprehend Senya's magic. Eugene stares at her and thinks that she's fully of pride, accompanied with a sneer on her face and that condescending attitude. She really took perfectly after Senya's personality. Eugene asks if Senya was like this until the very end, and Mare explains that she changed quite a bit, as this personality of hers is based on Senya's younger years. She became much more elegant and refined. However, she also didn't smile much, and only focused on researching and developing magic. Eugene finds that to be quite unbelievable, but he lets it go, and asks if her consciousness really is in there, inside of witchcraft. Mare notes that her consciousness is entirely made from the spells in witchcraft, and her purpose is to protect and manage it. She's been managing this hall for well over 200 years, under Senya's direct orders. Eugene approaches witchcraft, and thinks to what Robarian told him, that his magic felt like that of a child's after he read it. It is true that it's outside the scope of known and common magic. Eugene asks if she wouldn't happen to know where Senya retired to, but she confirms that she indeed doesn't, as her retirement was so discreet. Her students, mansion servants, and even she don't know a thing about her whereabouts. Even then, the King of Aroth and multiple Magic Tower masters and mages interrogated her extensively about Senya. But even when she told them she didn't know a thing, they refused to believe her. Those useless bastards started to get into witchcraft to try and go through her memories, but their skills must be quite lacking, as once every few decades, they come to check again, like something would change. Eugene thinks that looking through her memories isn't just to find Senya's location, as however much the mages venerated and respected Senya, with such a material in front of them, perfect for experimenting, any mage would dissect it, to find out what makes it tick. Eugene says that he heard the only public witchcraft in Acreon is the high one, so are the other 2 here as well. Mare explains that this one's definitely the original. However, Senya extracted the intermediated and low ones from that original, and donated it, with only the high part left over, to Acreon. Mare finds his curiosity about Senya quite interesting, and Eugene asks why he wouldn't be. Mare notes that while this is true, he's not even a traditional mage, as he's from the Lionheart family. So this is her first time seeing one of Vermouth's descendants, and he has her quite intrigued. From what she knows, Senya, after returning to Aeroth, didn't meet with the Lionheart family a single time, not with Vermouth either. Eugene thinks that according to Lionheart's written records, Vermouth didn't meet with his old friends ever again, after returning from Helmut. Senya, Anise, and Moron met up again just once, because of Vermouth's death. Even if Vermouth wasn't really the sociable type, the fact that they didn't meet at all after leaving Helmut and establishing the Lionheart family is quite weird to say the least. He asks Mare if Senya ever spoke about her companions, and she explains that she called Moron a dumbass, and Anise a snake. Eugene sheepishly asks what she said about Hamel, and Mare starts numbering off a bunch of very hard swears, which Eugene finds as quite inelegant for such a refined lady. Mare notes that an elegant lady can still swear from time to time, but whenever Senya spoke of her companions, she looked like she was going to cry, especially when she talked about Hamel. That made her suffer the most. Eugene asks what she said when she talked about Vermouth, and Mare notes that when she did talk about him, she didn't praise, judge, or insult him in the slightest. Eugene stares at a portrait of Senya and thinks that it's the same one as in the mansion. Mare notes that the smile in this portrait is fake, as she never once smiled like that, not a single time. When she had conversations with her to replicate her personality, she asked about it once, about why she's faking the smile in her portrait when she's quite sad. Senya explained that it's better to leave behind a smiling face, rather than sad face, when people are going to see it for generations. Mare says that she can't leave Acreon, and she never has, so she hasn't seen it herself, but she knows a similar portrait stands in Senya's mansion. In this particular portrait, the smile was painted by the artist without her asking for it, which she didn't really like, but what she said was true. It's better to leave a smiling face behind. Eugene feels sorry for her and tries to pat her on the head, but she slaps his hand away and notes that he shouldn't cross the line, as she's been alive for 200 years, so she doesn't want to be treated like a child. Mare continues to guide him through Senya's hall and shows him the magic equipment she used and her favorite staff, Acacia. Eugene recognizes it instantly, and Mare notes that she knew he would recognize it. There's a fairy tree said to only grow in the Great Samar Forest, the homeland of the elves. Acacia is the world's most powerful known magic staff, made from the roots of the 1,000-year-old tree in the center of the elf forest. The elves strongly believe that the tree holds the spirits of their predecessors, and that it's holding up the whole world. Does he really understand that those might elves cut one of the tree's roots to make Senya a gift? Eugene thinks that Senya is human, through and through, but she was involved with elves quite a bit. Senya didn't know who her parents were, as she was abandoned in the Samar Forest, a great jungle in the southern region of the continent. An elf who just happened to be passing by heard her cry and raised Senya. That is how she came to grow up in the elves' dominion. At first, they weren't that fond of her, but when they realized she possessed great talent, they recognized her as one of their own and taught her elven magic. Mare explains that Senya is the only person to own a staff made from the tree's roots, but that's not all, as the red jewel at the end of the staff is a dragon heart. As far as they know, there are only 2 magic staves in the world that used a dragon heart as an ingredient. Senya's staff, Acacia, and Eugene finished her sentence. Blood Mary. The person who is currently holding Blood Mary is one of the 3 dark mages singed with the demon king of incarceration, Count Edmund, Codreth of Helmut. 300 years ago, the staff's owner was a lich by the name of Belial, a direct subordinate of the demon king, and the one who killed him. The demon king of incarceration was extremely difficult to fight compared to the other demon kings, and all the demons there were so strong, they could be compared to the demon kings themselves. But 3 of them were especially strong: the dagger, shield, and staff of incarceration. When he defeated the shield of incarceration, he sustained a mortal injury, and by the time the fight with Belial was over, he found himself with a large hole in his chest. He asks if he can hold the staff, and Mare allows him, but also notes that he won't be able to cast magic with it, as Acacia only recognizes Senya as its owner. Eugene picks it up and tries to power his mana into it, but the staff denies it outright. He thought that, just maybe, he'd be recognized by Acacia due to Senya's apparition. That sly woman should have left him this staff, instead of some necklace. Mare notes that he really must like Senya, and he says that liking her is not what he would call this. Mare notes that he's lying, as his eyes shine whenever he speaks about her, and he's very focused when looking at her things. Eugene explains that he just likes old stories and the artifacts that come with them. Mare says that if he liked that, he will certainly like this book. She walks towards the library and pulls out a book and gives it to him, Warrior Vermouth's Great Adventures. She explains that this picture book is the first one to tell the world about Vermouth and his legend. Eugene notes that he doesn't like that book one bit, as he likes Hamel the best and respects him the most. But in this book, he's made to seem like he was just luggage for the party, a useless member. Mare notes that this book is the original version, and it's different than the versions out today, as it was published 300 years ago, though nobody knows who the author really is. Eugene takes the book, but it's even worse than in the recent ones, as it tells of him as an idiot who challenged Vermouth countless times but face-planted every time. Eugene thinks that he did in fact face-plant a couple of times, but he did manage to touch him more than once. Is this book written by that snake, Anise? Mare says that if he likes Hamel so much, he might like what she will show him next quite a bit. They walk throughout the hall and arrive at what seem to be holograms of the party, which surprises Eugene quite a bit. Mare explains that these are memories that Senya extracted and left here personally. They are not like the portraits, but real memories of Senya's colleagues. The handsome man standing in the middle is the great Vermouth. Next to him, the woman who's smiling so much one can't see her eyes, is Anise the Faithful. The one who would rather be considered a troll than a human is Moron the Brave, and the one who looks like a real troublemaker is Hamel, the Foolish. Even though this is common, not a single memory of Hamel's life was left behind, and one can only see Hamel's appearance in this very hall. Eugene notes that he's quite dashing, Hamel that is. Mare asks if there's something wrong with his head, and Eugene explains that Hamel has the charm of a wild beast, a comment which makes him die inside a bit, and Mare to be left speechless. They sit at a table while Eugene is reading a book, and he says that the traces of Senya that have been preserved are on floors 12 to 14, so what's on the top floor? Mare explains that the 13th floor contains research and memoirs of Senya's plans when she was creating Acreon, something that he won't be able to understand right now. The 14th floor also has magic books that contain extensive research, and they would also be quite difficult to understand. But since they all have explanations, they would be a much better choice than the research notes. Eugene asks if these would be better than reading witchcraft, and she notes that it's quite hard to put into words, so it would be much better if he had a go at reading it himself. They arrive at witchcraft, and she explains that it's a method of optimizing mana from a circle, and with that, his magic power will be amplified. A simplification of the technique, for maximum effect, is omission of chanting. Basically, materializing magic through a separation of consciousness. As when unconscious, magic that enters the body is stored and can be manifested differently, depending on the given situation. The most wonderful thing about all of this is the perfect drive of circle. Although most mages circle these days, the method of circle magic in witchcraft is far superior than a normal circle, so it will be easier for him to just think of it as using the maximum amount of mana to create the strongest power possible. Eugene, much like myself, didn't understand a word of what she just said, but she expected this, as if he understood just from listening. Witchcraft wouldn't be the greatest book ever, right? Eugene asks what he can do to read this hyped-up book, and she notes that he should close his eyes and open his hand, then inject his mana into witchcraft, and he will be able to read it. Eugene does so, but is confused. Does he have to pour mana into it, or apply mana to the circle, like when he uses magic? Suddenly, he feels that his mind has been transported elsewhere. He feels like he's in a dream, but also different than that. He's stuck, almost as if he were experiencing sleep paralysis, but without the hallucinations. He just feels entirely powerless. A sea of mana rushes in and makes a giant circle below him, which also creates more circles, until the big circle is filled with numerous smaller circles. He wakes up from this pseudo-dream and asks Mare if he did anything strange while he was out. She notes that fainting instantly can be considered strange, but he shouldn't worry, as many mages literally soil themselves after entering witchcraft. But he just foamed at the mouth a bit and fainted, which lasted for 2 hours. The White Magic Tower Master Melkith and the Blue Magic Tower Master Hiraduth both soiled themselves pretty hard the first time. Eugene remembers what Melkith told him about having an accident, so it seems she was speaking from experience. Mur asks how his first experience was, and he notes that it was difficult and quite hard to understand, as he still doesn't quite get it. Or rather, he gets it vaguely, but can't make up the rest with knowledge or theories. Seeing the drive of circle was also quite interesting, as inside of an enormous circle, countless circles were being created in a second, and he only got up to 9 circles. Mare notes that, as he said when Senya first created the circle method of magic, she only held 9 circles, but she still continued magic research nonetheless. Therefore, she managed to cross the limit she set on herself. The eternal whole, an eventuality of circle magic that only Senya was able to reach, and only her. After witchcraft, many mages made it their goal to also reach the eternal whole, but none could break past the 9th circle, no matter how much they tried. If one can use mana without wasting a drop of it, and control all the mana inside of that gigantic circle, the circle will divide and rotate. That in and of itself is the perfect drive of circle. Even though it's to create the eternal whole, it's quite easy to use if for magic. A fireball, for example, if used from the eternal whole, is much more powerful than the 9th circle hellfire. And additionally, one does not waste any manage, and the techniques aren't complicated either. Does he get it now? How unrivaled Senya was after creating the eternal whole? Although now there's no way to really check, she could have certainly been able to kill the demon kings. Eugene thinks that after returning from Helmut, Senya didn't just relax, and got much stronger than he ever remembers. The same goes for the other party members. But why didn't they try to fight the demon king? What was Vermouth thinking? Later, he gets out of the hall, where Robarian and Malekith are waiting for him. Robarian asks how his first experience with witchcraft was, and Eugene notes that he isn't quite sure, as with the knowledge he has right now, it would take years to understand just a single book. Malekith says that it's only natural, as the texts are the sense of Eroth's magic, and even if he's very smart, there's a limit to what he can learn without a proper teacher. So that's just if he could lend Winid to her for just a little while, he will help him understand the texts. Isn't that a great deal? Eugene notes that there's no need for it to be magic texts. So does she has something else to offer? An item, perhaps? Malekith says that he knows how to negotiate, and offers him a staff, as he doesn't have one of those yet, and it's great for controlling mana. Eugene isn't that intrigued, and Robarian says that he has plenty of staves, and can lend him one whenever he likes. Malekith asks why he's interfering in their trade, and he says that she already has contracts with 2 of the Spirit Kings. So why is she so greedy? She asks if it's because he thinks that if she's going to make a contract with the King of Wind Spirits, she will make a mess, and he confirms that this is exactly what he thinks. Malekith says that they have been friends for decades, and should know that she doesn't want to have anything to do with Eroth's inner politics, as she finds them quite annoying. Robarian notes that she's saying this now, but who know how she will be once she holds great power. She explains that indeed, he knows what he means, but she doesn't intend to change because of power, even if she does manage to sign a contract with the Wind Spirits King. Robarian says she swore on her mana, so he will trust her, as she did it on her own. Eugene says that he thought about it, but he really doesn't want a staff from her. Malekith says that she didn't want to give one to him, but rather lend it. Eugene explains that he will only be giving her Winid for a few days should they come to a deal, and if the price is to lend an artifacts of hers for a few days, he would rather not agree to a deal. Malekith finds his bargaining quite annoying, and notes that she will give him an artifact for 1 year, for every day she keeps Winid. Eugene says that's 7 years for a week, so she must be quite desperate to make a contract with the King of Wind Spirits. She notes that she is, as to her and other spiritualists, the King of Wind Spirits is like a dream, because the great Vermouth signed a contract with him. Robarian notes that Malekith also has a very precious and great artifact, which intrigues him quite a bit. Robarian says that it's something called the Cape of Darkness, and Malekith demands he stop talking. He asks why she's so mad, as from what he heard, he hasn't touched the thing for 10 years. So isn't it better to lend it to someone and get what she wants, instead of keeping it as decoration and gathers dust? Eugene asks what the Cape of Darkness is, and she tries to dodge the question, but Robarian explains that it contains the highest level of space-time magic. It's similar in function to the Shield of Gadeon in the Lionheart Treasury, as it directs attacks into the Cape and makes them flow in another direction entirely. Malekith notes that it isn't that great, as one can't deflect an attack unless they perfectly calculate the spatial coordinates and guide the attack with their mana. Robarian says that in addition, the exterior of the cape is enchanted with advanced defense magic, so just simply wearing it would protect him from 5th circle attack magic. Furthermore, there is also a subspace in the cape, where he can store his weapons and use them when needed. Malekith is extremely angry with him, and Eugene notes that he would like this cape of darkness instead of a staff, but not right now, as he will have to ask the Patriarch. Malekith says that she hasn't agreed to anything yet, and Eugene says that it's too bad, but he used his brain quite a bit and is quite hungry. Might Robarian like to get some grub together? Robarian accepts the offer and notes that there's a great place in the sky's wealthy R, with a stunning view. They talk like old friends, and Malekith agrees. Eugene wonders why she's still here, and she notes that if he really wants the Cape of Darkness, he can have it. Eugene notes that there's no need to hurry like this, as he needs to ask the Patriarch first and foremost. This causes her to reach a breaking point, and they are both rightly horrified of her reaction. Gillard wasn't opposed to him lending Wined, but said that a Lionheart supervisor would need to be present for Melkith to borrow Wined. They all wait for said supervisor, and Eugene asks if what she's wearing is the Cape of Darkness. She says that it's really cool, and Eugene notes that it would look cooler on him. She gets quite mad at this sentence, but Eugene urges her to calm down. Malekith asks who this supervisor is, and Eugene explains that it's Kion, the Patriarch's youngest brother, and the Lionheart Guardian. He came personally because it's the first time they lent a treasure, and to also deal with Iod's problem. Malekith notes that if he's a guardian, he's a hound for the Lionhearts. Isn't that so? Eugene thinks that the guardians of the family are named the Lionheart's Black Lions. They have many names, but what Malekith described them as isn't too different from what they, as they obey the Lionheart law more than anything else. A year ago, Kion joined the Order, but it wasn't a great deal. As if one is skilled and can prove their loyalty, they can apply to the Order. The Lionheart main family White Lion Order serves only the main family, while the Black Lion Order obeys any Lionheart. And behind this order is the Senate, who, regardless of branch, have etched their names into the history of the Lionhearts. Even Gillard, as the Patriarch, isn't on the same level as those geezers. He never once saw them when he was at the main family residence, so he wonders how strong they are. A black carriage arrives where a few Order members sit. The group wait for the Black Lions to get out of their carriage, and Malekith finds this entrance of theirs quite pretentious. Eugene thought that she liked and respected Vermouth, but she urges him to not misunderstand. She respects him, but the Lionheart family, not so much. She doesn't like that the main family suppresses the branch families, and also the sneaky and mysterious Senate, which guide these Black Lion dogs. Robarian says that she shouldn't show her distaste towards them, as if she really wants Wined in her hands. She should avoid displeasing them in any way. Malekith notes that she will not be doing as they please, as the deal she's giving them is quite fair, as her precious Cape of Darkness will be far away from home for a while. The carriage lands, and the first person to get out is Seal. Eugene is surprised to see her here, and asks what she might be doing in a place such as this. She notes that her mother's birthday will be here soon, so she is here to buy her a gift. Additionally, she wanted to see how he was doing. Eugene doesn't react as she wanted to this, making her look at him in a strange way. She is quite disappointed, and that's when Kion gets out of the carriage and happily greets him. An elderly man comes from behind him and notes that it wasn't even that long since he last saw him. There's plenty of time for pleasantries, so they should get to the business at hand. Eugene notes that this man looks very skilled, and judging by his posture and muscle structure, he is a spear user. The one in the back is a mage. It makes complete sense for one to be here, since this is about Wined, as well as Iod's issue. And behind all of them stands a woman, who seems to be the leader. Eugene analyzes her, and thinks that she doesn't use any conventional weaponry, but rather her hands. Judging by her outfit, she seems to be the highest position here. First, she greets Robarian, as they are old acquaintances, and she's surprised he is the Tower Master now. He explains that he told her the last time they met, that he was going to be the Red Magic Tower Master. She can't seem to recall this event, as it's been too long, but she doesn't really care that much either. She looks at Eugene, and introduces herself as Carmen Lionheart. She is a grandaunt to him, but he shouldn't call her that. Eugene is quite surprised by this. This woman is Gillard's aunt? Considering Robarian and Malekith, he's not that surprised that she looks so young. But why did someone of her status come all the way here? Robarian notes that the weather is quite cold, so they should talk inside. They all sit at a table and get ready to make the deal. Carmen is the youngest sister of the previous Patriarch. She didn't get married and stayed at the main family's residence. Then entered the Black Lion Order, where she's the third captain. Nathan is the 3rd Legion's vice captain and from a branch family. Pelago is just a mage, also from the 3rd Legion. He is from a rare magic branch family and in charge of the deal with Malekith. He says that the Lionheart main family heirloom, Wined, will be given in exchange for the Cape of Darkness artifact. The deal is that for every year she keeps on to Wined, Eugene gets to keep the cape for a year, is that it? Malekith confirms it, and Pelago presents them with the contract he has prepared. Malekith takes her time reading it, and reads that in case Wined is somehow destroyed, she will pay the corresponding fees. What is that supposed to mean? Carmen, who was sitting at the window, says that her life would be the correct price. Wined is a treasure that nobody can put monetary value on, so if she wants to borrow it, she will also be risking her life in a way. Malekith notes that her life is also something that can't be exchanged for money. Carmen explains that here in Aroth, perhaps it is so, but that doesn't matter to the Lionhearts. Pelago says that she doesn't need to put her life on the line. He respects her greatly, as a mage, and doesn't believe she will make an amateur mistake during the process of forming a contract and break the sword. However, if the sword is somehow destroyed, they will discuss the problem then. Isn't that fair? Malekith notes that she doesn't like this one bit, and Carmen says that if she doesn't, she shouldn't accept the deal, as they don't need to lend her Winid, and are also here because of the Patriarch's orders. Malekith says that a certain someone might think they are here just for her, but their real reason is quite different. Carmen says she's right, as she has a more important issue to attend to rather than this trivial trade. She promised Balzac to meet in an hour, to discuss Iod's issue, and question the dark mage who helped him. Roberian explains that the last time he talked with Gillard, he said she would be following Aroth's laws regarding this, but her tone says otherwise. Carmen explains that even if the Patriarch said that, the Senate thinks otherwise, as this whole incident has sullied the Lionheart name quite a bit, so the Dark Mage must pay for it, one way or another. Eugene finds her pocket watch, and the size of it, quite hilarious, and Malekith is more forward, asking why she has a gigantic pocket watch, and why she's keeping a cigar in her mouth if she's not smoking it. Carmen dodges the question completely, and notes that she already got permission from Aroth's king and the parliament. So isn't it better for them to question him rather than make things unnecessarily difficult? Eugene thinks that by permission, she means that they paid the parliament a large amount they couldn't just ignore, to allow the Lionhearts to question the Dark Mage and punish him accordingly. Carmen asks what she's going to do with Winid, and Malekith thinks. It will take about 3 hours, give or take, to form a contract with the King of Wind Spirits, so it will take, at most, 2 months to get the cape back. With that, she signs it. Both parties walk away with what they wanted, and Carmen says that the cape has a nice design, and especially likes the fur, as it reminds her of the Lionheart symbol. But the color is too dark, as it should have been a pure white, or something more gray. Eugene looks at her, and she stares back. Seal comes from behind it, and notes that he should give it to her, as she wants to try it on. Eugene looks at her one last time, and urges her to try it on, as it might look good on her. She immediately equips it, and poses around like a model, until she is satisfied. She explains that it could use a lion on the back, or something similar. Malekith joins the conversation, notes that she's only lending it to them, so they shouldn't modify it in any way, and ruin it. Carmen notes that it's time to go, and Keon calls for Seal, who notes that she will be waiting for Eugene. They walk the streets, and Eugene says that she should tell Kyan to get rid of the Bunny Ear Dirty magazine from his bed, as Nina knows about it, and he's afraid that soon, the maid uniforms will include bunny ears. Seal says that she will let their mother know about this, and Eugene urges her to not do that, and instead hint at it somehow, like saying that bunny ears aren't that great. Seal asks what kind of ears he likes, and he in turn asks why she's changing the topic to suddenly. Seal explains that he said bunny ears aren't it, so he must like other types of ears, right? Eugene says that he likes normal ears, but enough with this bickering, as they need to go buy a present already. By the way, why did she make him come along? As he doesn't know what Anasilla likes. Seal says that she does, so he only needs to follow her. Eugene notes that he doesn't need to come with her if all he's doing is following her. She turns around and says that he's still a jackass. Is he really going to leave her alone in a place that she has never visited before? Eugene says that she isn't a stupid child to get lost, and she notes that he says all of this, but is coming along anyways, right? Eugene explains that he has to at this point, as he knows she's going to hold a grudge if he does things she doesn't like. Seal also asks about his birthday, as it was a few months ago. So what did he do? Eugene notes that he didn't know much of anything, and read books in the Red Magic Tower all day. Seal asks about presents, and he explains that he didn't get any. But Roberian and Hera did want to give him some, but he begged them not to. She asks who Hera is, a woman perhaps. Eugene asks what kind of man has Hera for a name, and notice that she didn't come here only for presents. What does she want to do with Carmen? Seal says that he's quick to catch on to things, and explains that she's trying to convince her to become her mentor, as Kyan is going to be the patriarch anyhow, and she doesn't really want to. Her mother also seems to want an arranged marriage for her, but she doesn't really want to do that, as she doesn't want to be cooped up in the main family residence and act like a lady all of the time. Eugene says that this means that she wants to join the Black Lion Order, but she notes that she can't, as she wants to be taught by Carmen herself. Eugene says that it's good, that she's trying to do something for herself, instead of leeching the family's money. But also, how is Kyan doing these days? She explains that he talks about him quite often, and always wonders how many stars he has. Eugene says that 3, same as when he left, and Kyan appears to be the same too, a 2-star. Eugene asks about Iode, as he only heard he went back home. Seal explains that Theonis is looking for a mage to teach him, a private tutor of sorts. She finds this quite funny, as his mother still wants to urge him into becoming a mage, but he's not going to become patriarch anyhow, so why not let him live as he wishes? But enough with the unpleasantries, they should go eat. Are there any good restaurants he knows about? Eugene explains that there are plenty, but it won't be as good as the food back home. She looks at him, and notes that the taste doesn't matter that much, but the atmosphere. Nathan finishes torturing the mage, and announces him as dead. Carmen notes that he didn't say a word despite all of the torture they gave him, so he really didn't know a thing. This is quite funny, however, that a low-ranking dark mage such as this guy got into direct contact with someone from the Lionheart direct line of lineage, and also managed to arrange a contract. Either he didn't know what fear is, or he was plain crazy. Balzac says that he must have been desperate, as he got into dark magic decades ago, but didn't accomplish a single thing, and didn't have anything to his name. If he were to die without accomplishing a single thing, his soul would have become the demon's possession, and he wouldn't be able to go back into the cycle of life and reincarnate. He wanted to try everything he could, even if it put him in a tough situation. He would be able to get out of it by using the power he earned by selling out Iode. Carmen heard that the Night Witch Queen, Noir Zabella, wasn't involved in all of this, but what does he think? Balzac notes that it feels like they are blaming him now, but he has cooperated in every way possible, and also showed plenty of respect and how sorry he was. Carmen explains that it doesn't make sense for a mere dark mage to be behind all of this, and he fits the bill much more perfectly. Balzac notes that he understands where she's coming from, but what would he earn if that were to be the case? And if it really were him behind all of this, he would have covered his own tracks much more efficiently, and made sure nobody would even think that it would have been him. He has many enemies, that much everybody knows, but His Majesty, the great demon king of incarceration, blessed him with endless trust and love, which he is eternally grateful for. Also, in Helmut, there are many who despise him for being treated so nicely. In his honest opinion, someone who hates him probably did this to put him in a difficult situation, like he is now. Carmen notes that he doesn't have any proof for that to be the case, and Balzac says that there's also no proof that he had anything to do with this. He doesn't know how many times he has to say it wasn't him, but it's not just him that was put in a difficult situation because of this, isn't that right? Carmen says that he is free to talk about anything he wishes, but freedom comes with some responsibility. So, is he capable of taking that responsibility and facing the consequences of his words? Balzac explains that as a loyal servant of the great demon king of incarceration, he holds the Lionhearts very near and dear to him, as the great king himself does. That is why he apologized so sincerely and profusely, while also cooperating in any way he can. However, he is only human, and can't do anything about how upset he feels because of their baseless accusations. He, Balzac Ludbeth, Eroth's dark magic tower master and servant of the great demon king of incarceration, understands that they don't wish to show him an ounce of respect, but he will not tolerate endless insults. For his own sake and for His Majesty, the demon king of incarceration. Keon immediately puts his hand on his sword and gets ready to attack. Carmen notes that she doesn't want to create any sort of trouble in a foreign land such as this one. Balzac says that, if she wishes, she can take care of things in such a way that nobody would notice. Carmen notes that for nobody to notice, his head would need to stay on his shoulders. However, it is worth considering at least that someone from the Lionhearts wants to harm the prestige and honor of the main family. That is entirely just speculation though, as they couldn't figure out anything using torture and magic, which seems to neat. That is why she's suspecting him first and foremost. Balzac apologizes for misspeaking, but he has told them already, countless times in fact, that it wasn't him, as he has not a single reason to do this for. Carmen says that she believes him. But what about the incubus, who tried to make a contract with Iode? As it's not a pleasant sight at all. She has seen plenty of disgusting and downright cruel things in her life, with one of those things being in front of her right now. Balzac notes that if she insists, she will receive what she wishes. He summons a dark hand that pulls out the head of the incubus. Balzac explains that the demon king of incarceration took his soul, and if they really want, she can have this. Balzac drops it, and she kicks it so hard blood splatters on him. With that they go back, but not without warning Balzac first. If he ever contacts Eugene Lionheart, there will be hell to pay. Balzac notes that the only person who is allowed to control his actions and desires is the demon king of incarceration. So even if she's a Lionheart, she has absolutely no right to tell him what to do. While they walk away, Carmen asks Keon what he thinks really happened, as she suspects Amelia Merwin, as she's somebody who despises the Dark Magic Tower master position and all it entails. The demon king of incarceration lets the dark mages contracted to him to do whatever they wish to, so he doesn't need to intervene when his underlings quarrel like this either. Keon says that if Amelia did all of this, wouldn't Nahama be behind it as well? Carmen explains that Nahama is also quite suspicious, and a war will probably break out in a few years. The most likely first target of this war would be Turath, as Nahama has always had issues with it. Keel will have to prepare for war once all of this happens, and the Lionhearts will also be called forwards for the preparation. Keon notes that Amelia probably did all of this with that in mind, and Carmen says that it could also just be an isolated incident with no real conspiracy behind it. She also asks what would have happened if she didn't overlook Balzac's clear provocation earlier, and Keon says that if they fought him right there and then, everyone, excluding her, would have died. Carmen notes that he's quite humble, and he explains that he's not really fit to fight mages. She notes that she's the one who's not confident. That is why they haven't fought him. Iode will remain under watch, as a Black Lion has already been dispatched to Theoni's residence. They won't kill him considering that he's a part of the main family. But next time, he might no be so lucky. Iode will live the rest of his days under close watch, and naturally, his right to be the patriarch has been nullified and forgotten. Also, Theonis is looking for someone adept in magic to teach him. But they are just going to let that happen, as if someone is behind all of this. They may try go get in touch with him soon enough. Keon thinks of Iode, and how much he loved magic when he was young, how it fascinated his still untrained mind. What happened for him to get into dark magic like this? The next day, they get ready to leave, but not before Seal and Keon say goodbye to Eugene. Carmen turns to him and asks what he thinks about joining the Black Lion Order, as the 2nd Division captain's subordinate position is empty now. So if he wants, he can recommend him right this instant. Eugene refuses instantly, and she notes that it's a real shame. With that, they drive away, and Eugene asks Roberian why the Malekith didn't come to send them off, as she's the White Magic Tower Master. Roberian explains that she would have been the first here to brag if the contract was successful, but it seems that she's running into some issues with it right now. At her residence, she pours all of her mana into the sword while butt-booty naked, which she seems quite displeased with, to say the least. She damns Tempest for not responding, as she already sent a message to the spirit world, and is also not heating up her body for maximum sensitivity, while also being naked. She tries to summon him once again, and that's lighting comes out of the sky. King of the Lighting Spirits, Levin, arrives with a message from the Wind King. He told her to shut up already, as he doesn't want to form a contract with her. She starts spewing thins about being the greatest in the world, and starts swinging the sword around, which Levin finds quite shameful. He sighs, and electrocutes her enough to stop her from going mad. He explains that she cannot give what Tempest wants, as the hurricane wishes you to move northward. the northern region of the demon realm that nobody was able to conquer, a wish he has not been able to forget for centuries. The next day, she looks like an old granny as she comes next to Eugene, who is quite confused that she aged so fast. He asks how the contract went, and she urges him to not do that, as he knows clear as day what happened. She starts screaming about Tempest, damning him for everything. Mur, who was there, has had enough, and tells her that this is a place for silence. But Malekith is going straight crazy at this point. Eugene asks if Tempest really blew her off like that, and she asks why she would like about such an important thing to her. Eugene explains that if they wait until today, it will be 10 years of lending, so he will be nice and call it 9 years if he gives back Wyniad now. She reluctantly does so, and urges him to take great care of her cape. Eugene goes back to his reading, where he finds out the chief of the giants, Kamish, was extremely huge. He was hundreds of years old, and the strongest chief in all giant history. Thousands of humans against hundreds of giants, which weren't that few, as none of the soldiers wanted to fight something that could kill them with their step. But the soldiers didn't matter, as Vermouth was there. The knight who thought they were powerful came and spouted some nonsense in introducing themselves, which nobody really cared about. They wanted to fight together with him, but all of them combined wouldn't make a dent in Kamash's toe. Vermouth had only one person who could fight alongside him, and whom he depended on: Hamel. They were ready to fight the deadly giants, and Vermouth was successful in defeating Kamash, who was as powerful as a demon king. Even with their leader dead, the giants did not turn back, and still wanted to end humanity. However, Senya showed them true power. Eugene asks if Senya wrote this book, as it has too much praise regarding her, is all. Mare notes that this is an insult to her, as who would write a story about themselves and praise their own name like this? He gets up, as he wants to try reading witchcraft again. Mare is glad, but he is too arrogant for the level he is currently at. Eugene notes that he likes succeeding in difficult tasks, even if it takes him a while. He gets to witchcraft, and thinks that it's impossible for him to recreate the eternal whole now, as he would need at least 9th circle. It's a great circle that holds circles that are infinitely increasing in power, and one can rotate it, destroy it, recreate or even increase their mana. But he doesn't use a circle, as he uses the white flame method to create a substitute. But if he can add one more ring inside of that ring made by the stars. What he learned in his past life was some cheap mana training used by common soldiers. He added to that with his experience, and Senya helped as well. That is how Hamel created his own mana training method. Grow the core, and repeatedly explode the mana that makes the core. Spread the mana that's been sped up around the body. With that, Hamel was successful in even damaging Kamash. He remembers his comrades, especially Senya, who thought that this method is garbage, but his level did increase quite a bit. He looks over the eternal whole, as he doesn't pass out anymore by looking at it. He can actually feel it too, meaning that he can do it. Eugene Lionheart will recreate this whole by using the white flame method. 2 years pass, and Eugene turned 19. Eugene's 19th summer was spent writing his thesis. Mur, who is on the other side of the table from him, asks if he's not hungry, as it's almost time to eat. Eugene says that he will be having some food shortly, as if he leaves now, he will lose all concentration on what he is writing. Mare asks why he is such in a hurry while writing in the first place, and Eugene explains that it's much better to write slowly, so there are no mistakes made. It just feels more right. He is also not rushing himself, and making sure he doesn't make any mistakes, while also revising constantly. But he hasn't made many mistakes. He is just paying close attention to what he is writing, that is all. Mare notes that mages complete a thesis about magic over entire decades of their lives. Eugene in turn says that it didn't take him decades to learn magic, so why should be like them? Mare gets up, and notes that this is precisely it. It is very arrogant for him that he is already writing a thesis. He should just quit that, and concentrate on just learning for at least a few more years, then write his thesis. Eugene notes that she is being quite shy, and she urges him to not cross that line, as she has already told him countless times to not refer to her that way. She has lived for at least 200 more years than him, so she demands at least some respect. Eugene calls her a shy little grandma mare, which makes her wonder if she should just kill him and be done with it. Later, Eugene asks if she doesn't want him to leave, and she is a little shy to say. Eugene explains that he has come and gone here for 2 years, Yet he is the only one who still comes here on the regular. Mare notes that is pretty obvious, even to the untrained eye, as other mages already saw witchcraft a long time ago. The mages who witnessed it were amazed and shocked to their fiber, and desperately tried to analyze and understand it fully. However, in the end, they all failed to do so, and gave up, instead trying to complete their very own magic. But he has come to Acreon every day for 2 years straight, and tried to understand witchcraft to the best of his abilities. Is he really going to leave Aeroth once his thesis is completed? Eugene asks what else he could do here if he didn't, and Mare explains that he can do a myriad of things. She doesn't know exactly when the Red Magic Tower Master will retire, but she's quite certain he would gladly take him on as his successor. Eugene says that he doesn't want to be a Magic Tower Master, as the job seems to be quite dull. Mare notes that another option is joining the Palace Mage troops, as the captain, Tremple, seems to want to recruit him. Eugene says that he acts way too friendly, which he doesn't like at all. Mare notes that the prince has also taken a liking to him, and if he would be able to work with him in any way, he would be able to boast and brag about it for decades to come. Eugene says that he does appreciate that he likes him quite a bit, but he doesn't feel like doing any of that. Mare is quite puzzled at this point, as he can't become a patriarch in the first place. So why does he want to go back to the Lionheart so much? Eugene asks if he really needs a big or grand reason to go home, and Mare explains that what he has accomplished these past few years is extremely impressive, even in her eyes. In just the half year that he has started to write his thesis, he has managed to simplify complicated and elaborate magic theories, while also improving his own magic during the whole process. Eugene explains that this thesis is just for his own satisfaction, as he is the only one who can use it in the first place. He's just writing it down because he likes his things organized, and he's not going to reveal it to the academic association anyways. No mage would be able to use the circle flame method in the first place. He thinks of the time when Roberian told him that not taking magic and understanding into account is physically, at least, impossible. He doesn't use a normal circle magic method for his magic, and his substitute is the white flame metho stars with the circle. But that won't mean that the main family's white flame method users can replicate it. He also tried it according to his thesis, but he was stuck from the very beginning, as he has never made a core or learned the white flame method. He tried to substitute it with his circle, but his mana ended up flowing in reverse instead. Eugene had become a white flame method 4-star, and successfully added Eternal Hole to the circle. He made a ring using 4 stars, and constantly exploded the mana within, just like Hamel did in his past life. The rotating ring of fire ensures that the mana doesn't flow outside of the circle. That is the circle flame method he made. Eugene planned to attempt all of this once he became a 5-star. But having looked upon witchcraft, he changed his mind instantly. He spent a very considerable amount of time on the 6th floor, the Hall of Space, and on the 8th floor, the Hall of Intense Heat. The Hall of Intense Heat had magic from the world's most powerful and renowned flame mages, and he needed to learn space magic in order to properly utilize the Cape of Darkness to the best of its abilities. Roberian took Eugene as his direct pupil and helped revise his thesis. He also helped Eugene fix some basic circle magic spells to work with his circle flame method. All of this time, he has spent half of his time in Acreon, and the other half learning magic from Roberian. If there is an adjective that would fit these 2 years he spent in Aeroth, it would be rigorous. Eugene asks Mare if she's mad at him for saying that he will leave, even though she clearly doesn't want him to. Mare explains that she is not mad at all, as she has no right to stop him from leaving in the first place, so he can go if he wants to go. She's never had the desire to go somewhere, but even if she would really want to, she couldn't in the first place. So he should leave, and leave her all alone, here, in this boring, quiet, and very lonely place. She is not sad in the slightest about saying goodbye after they spend all of these years together. She's not a living human, and she knows all too well that humans do whatever they want to. Eugene wonders if it's so while putting his thesis away, and she notes that it is, as she has lived a much longer time than him and is used to goodbyes. However, he should at least tell her before he leaves, instead of leaving her all alone without saying a thing, like Senya did. Eugene responds with a simple "all right," which causes her to be angry, as she has poured her heart out to him. But he is still too calm. He's just a sack of crap. Eugene asks how he is so, and she explains that it's because it's what she thinks, and the how is not important. He is just a sack of crap, and that's that. Actually, she really hates him, as he's just a kid, but hold no respect for his elders. Is it really that hard to listen to an adult every now and then? She stops for a second and says that if he were to stay in Aroth because of her, she would feel quite baffled, as her personality is based on a younger Senya, so her emotions and behavior can be childish sometimes. So sometimes, she says childish things, and she's quite stubborn. She's very aware of this fact. She also is feeling quite stupid for telling him this, as she knows Senya wouldn't act like this, and it feels like she's insulting her with this outrageous behavior. Eugene smiles and says that the real Senya would have acted just like her, or at least he thinks so. Mare notes that there is no chance she would actually act like this, and he wouldn't know, since he never met her. Eugene says that he's certain she would act like this, and Mare wants to know how, just because of what he read in the picture book, that is written by someone else with a big imagination, and the Senya she knew would never do something like this. Eugene explains that his thesis will be completed soon, and if he's not too greedy about it, it will most likely be finished before summer ends. Mare asks why he told her this, and he says that he will visit her before he leaves, and will tell her something important then. Mare asks if she's going to make fun of her, as she wouldn't suggest that. She will really kill him. Eugene smiles, and notes that she will know once the time for that comes. While leaving, he meets with Tremple, and his face immediately drops into an annoyed expression. He asks what he wants now, while thinking that since he's the Palace Mage Captain, it's obvious what he's going to talk about. Tremple notes that the position that they talked about previously that is empty in the Palace Mage Troop is still empty, so if he changes his mind in the meantime, he knows who to talk to. Eugene thanks him for the offer, but doesn't really want to. Tremple also notes that, if he would like, he could help by checking his dissertation. He is very aware that his mentor is Roberian, and already proofreading it. But doesn't he specialize in summoning magic anyways? He is also good with summoning magic, but also great with the combat variant. He is not a Palace Mage Troop Captain for not reason after all. Eugene says that even if it's so, he still doesn't know what he's writing about in the first place. Tremple thinks that it's because he only shows it to Roberian and keeps it extremely well hidden, while saying that he could get to know, since he's accustomed to teaching others as much as the Magic Tower magic themselves. Eugene thanks him for the proposition, but if he were to accept right now, it would be seen as offensive to Roberian. Tremple notes that it can indeed be seen in that light, so how about they keep it a secret? Eugene turns his back and excuses himself, leaving Tremple to sigh. While leaving, Eugene thinks that if this guy ever found out about the Eternal Hole, he would have crawled into his bed at night. The Circle Flame method isn't all too different to the White Flame method, up until the magic is cast, that is. Even a great mage like Tremple wouldn't really be able to notice the difference just by having a look at it. Being able to hide one's abilities from high-ranking mages comes with its merits, it seems. While training, Roberian explains that, disregarding what magic spells he can cast, if they just consider the sheer force he is putting into them, he is past the 5th circle already. Eugene notes that 4th circle is his current limit, as more advanced magic than that wouldn't be able to hold itself in the Eternal Hole. Is his understanding perhaps not good enough? Roberian thinks that it's probably not that, and it's most likely that the hole reached its content limit. He hasn't recreated the Eternal Hole with the Circle Flame method perfectly just yet. He is substituting his circle with his core, 4 White Flame method stars, and 4 cores, to be exact. It's more accurate to see it as the number of cores being the same as the number of circles. With each advancement that his White Flame method goes through, his Circle Flame method also gets stronger, but he should exercise caution, as the Circle Flame method right now doesn't have any disadvantages. The risk might be gathering itself each time he levels up, since this is a magic method that nobody has heard of ever before. Additionally, he has already told him this piece of information many times, but he shouldn't use advanced circle magic ever. Unlike the regular circle magic method, the Circle Flame method will allow him to use high-level circle magic, and he will be able to use magic up to 5th circle quite easily. But he should never attempt to use 6th circle magic, as they don't know what dangers using magic one can't organically use might be. Eugene says that he understands, and Roberian notes that he probably won't return to the Lionhearts immediately after finishing his thesis, right? Is there somewhere he plans to go specifically? Eugene notes that he will go to the Luhar Kingdom, since he wanted to eat their infamous ice crab since he was a little kid. The real reason he is going there is because it's the nation that dumb bastard moron established somehow. Robarian notes that there are ice crab restaurants here in Aroth as well, but Eugene excuses this by saying he wants to eat directly from the source. After enjoying some ice crabs in Luhar, he will go to Nahama, as he heard that the cactus scorpion is great there. Putting that horrifying creature aside, the reason he is going there is because 200 years ago, Anis, who had been praised and revered as a saintess in the Holy Empire, Eurus, left on a pilgrimage without telling the emperor the purpose of it. The last place she was ever seen was in the middle of the Nahama desert. Robarian didn't see him as such a foodie, but if he likes crustaceans this much, they should have lobster for today's meal. They go to a lobster restaurant, where Eugene thinks that he didn't expect to meet Honaim, Aroth's prince, here. He apologizes for intruding on a meal between teacher and pupil, but he will get to the main topic now. He tells Eugene that if he stays in Aroth, he will promise him the position of captain of the palace mage troop. He swears this on his family name. Eugene notes that right now, something like that would be difficult for him to do, right? Honaim notes that in 10 years, he will become the king of Aroth. His words surprise Robarian, who notes that something like that is quite dangerous to say, as the current king is very healthy. Honaim asks that he doesn't misunderstand, as he has already received a promise that he will have the throne, so his succession is basically guaranteed. Additionally, the people of Aroth also believe that he will become king. The palace mage troop answers directly to the king, and he will also go through some processes, out of respect for the Senate, but he should be qualified enough in about 10 years. Eugene thanks him for judging him so highly, but he doesn't really know how much he's improved. Honaim explains that it's because he and Robarian keep that fact very well hidden. But why? There must be a really good reason they won't tell anyone, he assumes. He takes a look at him, and sees that his body is chock full of mana, and just by that, he must at least be a fifth circle. He brings up the topic of witchcraft, and asks Eugene if he understood the eternal whole at all. Eugene asks if he really has to answer that, and Honaim notes that asking that is plenty enough for an answer. Eugene explains that he shouldn't lie to the prince, though he also didn't plan on being that honest either. It's not that he hates Aroth, or the position of Palace Mage Troop Captain, but he just doesn't want it. Honaim notes that with his abilities and potential, earning a position of power is very easy for him, so power alone couldn't tie him to this place. What about education, however? As he knows, Senya created 3 series of witchcraft. One is in Acreon, the very same he studied, and the other 2 are being kept in the royal palace's treasury. This shocks both Eugene and Robarian, and Eugene thinks that Mare said Senya had the other 2 with her. Robarian asks, since when did the royals get the other 2? And Honaim explains that unfortunately, they are only copies Senya gifted to them as a token of affection, as even the royals haven't a clue as to where Senya and the other 2 copies have gone. Eugene asks if he's really going to show him the other 2 copies, and Honaim explains that right now, it's just not possible, and it is true that he has won great favor with the king, but witchcraft is the greatest magical text in all of history, and even he can't do whatever he wishes to with it. But when he becomes king, he can use his powers to show him witchcraft, but he can't help Robarian in that regard. So what does he say, as this clearly isn't a bad offer? Eugene thinks that this is quite the thoughtless offer, as he has already experienced substantial change because of the first witchcraft. So how much stronger will he become if he gets a hold of the other 2? That is not all, as maybe, just maybe, the other witchcrafts could have information about Senya's location, as he would know better than anyone where to look. He notes that it's impossible right now, so he will drop by Aroth, once he has ascended the throne, that is, and they can continue this discussion at the time. Honaim notes that he is smart to leave his path open, and will send him a letter once his ascension has been solidified. Later, Mare checks his thesis, and thinks that the core and eternal whole have been combined perfectly, and there is still the incompleteness that existed from the start, but she can't think of anything that would improve this. Even though it's not as good as Senya's eternal whole technique, his circle flame method is still amazing. She notes that it's quite well made, but from her point of view, this is incomplete, but he is acting like it is. Doesn't he feel selfish? He's the only one who uses it after all, and by his standards, this level of completion is great. However, now that he has completed his objective, he will leave. The question is, when? Eugene notes that he will leave the day after tomorrow, as he needs a day to rest. He is still human, after all. Also, Robarian said that he would be holding a farewell party for him. Mare says that it must be great, as he will eat tons of delicious food, and everyone will be congratulating him. Eugene smiles and notes that it's about time they talked about the thing he wanted to tell her. He has something to check before that. But can he tell someone else what he wants and tell her and have them pass it on to her? Mer finds his attitude disgusting, as he is clearly suspecting her of showing other people his thesis, which she would never do. Eugene asks if she did tell anyone, but she swears that she didn't, and that every magic tower master harassed her endlessly to try and know about it. It would be impossible even if witchcraft was dissected and someone tried to listen to it by using sheer force. All of the information and conversation of the mages that were obtained by researching witchcraft are kept in the deepest corner of its storage medium. All of this isn't because he is special. It's just a function with the purpose of respecting the security and family of mages who enter Acreon. Unless somebody completely annihilates witchcraft, there is no way any of his information will be leaked. Eugene notes that if it's this secure, then what is about to say also won't get leaked out. He reincarnated and still has memories of his past life. Mer finds that extremely hard to believe and thinks that it's some kind of bad joke. Eugene explains that his name in his past life was Hamel Dinus. He is Hamel, the foolish. Mer is quite surprised, and Eugene asks if it's that hard to believe. Mer notes that some things start to make sense if that's true, as he managed to understand the eternal whole after just 2 years of studying magic, and was also able to emulate it with his keen sense, and change it into something that suits him nicely. However, if he remembers his past life, and used to be comrades with the great Vermouth, he might be Hamel. He was a unique individual in many ways. Senya grew up with the elves, and learned magic from them. Moron was the brave son of a great chieftain of the Bayar tribe, that was well known for being a tribe which reveled in battle, and lived in the north. Anis was always a saintess candidate, who the cardinals of the Holy Empire spent their whole lives molding, and Vermouth was initially a slave. He was among those who were dragged away to become offerings of the demon race, and he stole the sword of a demon to try and survive at any costs. With that first sword he swung, he cut down thousands of demons and dark mages who were escorting the slaves. While he led them and tried to escape Helmut, he cut down endless demonic beasts. Mare notes that she thought that the story was exaggerated, but that's how legends usually end up like. Eugene notes that he wasn't there, but it's probably true, as that guy was a monster, through and through. Hamel is the most unique from the hero party, as he didn't start with cheat stats like Vermouth, or have a special upbringing like the others. He simply picked up a sword to survive after his village was butchered and destroyed by monsters. He became a mercenary, filled with hatred towards monsters, and any demonic being, including the Demon King. Despite having the most common background, he was able to grow and become strong enough to stand amongst the heroes for years. Now that she knows he is Hamel, his outrageous growth state is explained. Although the Hamel who appeared in the books had a bad personality, he was also exceptional when it came to growth. Eugene explains that isn't the whole truth, as he tried to surpass Vermouth countless times and trained with countless weapons. But still, the outcome was almost always the same, and he never beat him. Mare wonders why would have challenged that beast, as he was quite a monster, in terms of stats and abilities. Eugene notes that he didn't care, and only wanted to beat him, at least once, but wasn't able to do so. Mare asks why he called himself handsome previously, as that is a very selfish thing to do. Eugene doesn't find it weird, as even in his past life, he was quite attractive. Mare asks why is he telling her all of this. She doesn't know a thing about Senya's whereabout either. Eugene says that he's not telling her all of this in hopes for some information. It's just that he has known her for 2 years, and she resembles Senya a lot, in both personality and looks. Mare notes it's because she has Senya as a base. Eugene pats her head and asks if he's crossing a line just now. Mare notes that she will forgive him just this once, since he is, or was, Senya's comrade. Eugene asks if she thinks Senya died, but she thinks otherwise, as she couldn't have. Eugene says that he believes it to be so as well, as she would have left a will behind. So he is going to look for her. Senya, Moron, Anis. He's sure they are all living somewhere in this world, and he will find all of them. Mare is shocked by his words, and asks if he will really be able to bring Senya back. Eugene in turn asks if she misses Senya, which she does, as she hasn't seen her in so many years. He notes that if that is the case, he has all the more reason to bring her back. But she has quite the ugly side, right? She ignored her familiar spirit for well over 2 centuries, which doesn't seem all that kind. Mare asks him to not talk about Senya that way, but he notes that he of all people should be allowed to, as in the past, she talked a lot of crap without any backing. Mare asks that he swear in front of witchcraft, that he really is Hamel, the foolish of legend. Eugene says that he will, to show that he is, but can she take the foolish out when he is referring to him? As it's quite annoying. They make their way to witchcraft, and Eugene puts his hand up while swearing. His name is Eugene Lionheart, and he was Hamel Dinus in his past life. He swears this upon his blood, and the Lionheart family name, that he is telling the truth, and only the truth. Mare, who now seems to be connected to witchcraft, has no reaction, and explains that after Senya disappeared mysteriously, many mages tried to take apart witchcraft and her. However, there is something that they were never able to find out, no matter how much they looked. The information recorded at the very bottom of witchcraft's roots. What they will talk about now will be saved here, and not revealed to even the most trusted companions or confidants. What she is about to speak right this moment is also something that is unknown to all of Aroth. There were signs before Senya went into retirement. Eugene is quite shocked by this, and asks her to explain further. Myrrh notes that after a week before Senya departed, she was on this very floor of Acreon with her. That's when, completely out of the blue, she fell to the floor and started to groan. When she asked what was wrong, Senya explains that she had this reaction because her familiar spirit had died. The same familiar spirit positioned at Hamel's grave. She said that somebody must have broken into his grave and was extremely angry, like she has never been before. Eugene is surprised that he had a grave in the first place, as he thought that his body was left to rot. Myrrh says that was the first time she heard about it, and not long after this revelation, Senya disappeared, and she hid the conversation within witchcraft, since it was something she didn't tell a single soul before vanishing. She just didn't want to put her in an even more difficult situation, in case that was something she shouldn't talk about at all. But since he is Hamel, her oldest comrade and friend, he deserves to know about it. Eugene notes that he never heard a single thing about his grave, as he thought that his body would have simply vanished because of Belial's curse, since a lich's curse destroys both body and soul. Mare says that yes, normally that is the case, but his soul was fine, and he reincarnated. That means that his body is also intact somewhere too. Eugene notes that if that really is the case, Senya really might have been involved in his reincarnation after all. Later that night, while walking on a lonely road, Eugene thinks that if Senya was really the one to dig him a grave, it would be hidden somewhere, and quite well. But where could it be? People usually choose places that are important to them for grave sites, so it wouldn't be where he died. Could it be his homeland, of all places? That's when Balzac comes from behind him and asks if he can hear him. Eugene notes that he already knew he was being followed by him, but chose to ignore him on purpose. Balzac says that no matter what, he never seems to be in a good mood when he sees him. Does it have to do with him? Eugene instantly says yes, without any sense of holding back. Balzac explains that he came because he heard something about him, that he is leaving Aroth in order to go to Luhar and Nahama. He is quite worried about his safety, as the northern Luhar region is very close to Helmut. Eugene asks why that would be of any importance, and Balzac notes that he only means the Lionheart influence will not work there, as Luhar used to ban the entrance of demons and dark mages. But the royal family suddenly changed their minds 5 years ago. There are tons of demon species in Helmut, and some of them disobey their rightful master, the Demon King of Incarceration. However, the Demon King of Incarceration isn't the only Demon King inside of Helmut. Eugene asks if what he is saying is that the Demon King of Ruin is preparing for another grand war, but Balzac denies it. He explains that the Demon King of Ruin does not enjoy violence, and respects the great Demon King of Incarceration deeply. If he won't incite something, neither will the Demon King of Ruin. They have agreed to that. Eugene thinks about the situation, and notes that the Demon King of Ruin is most likely the strongest of the Demon Kings. He saw him a single time in his past life, but he is still not sure what he saw, to this day. In a wide, dark plain, a single color of sorts was moving. Nobody dared to suggest that they fight or try to kill the thing, and if Anise hadn't prayed for everyone to calm down, they would have all surely gone insane from the pressure. Balzac notes that, even if the Demon King of Incarceration is malevolent, and the Demon King of Ruin is silent, It doesn't mean that every demon follows the same rules. Demons, by nature, are violent creatures, and there are many amongst their ranks that are rather irritated by the centuries of peace. He finds it funny now that he is the one to say this, but demons aren't really the species made for peace. Eugene asks if he is saying that they could do something to him, despite the demon kings maintaining this peace. Balzac explains that a hefty number of them would certainly want to. This doesn't go just for the demons under his great king, but also for those who serve the demon king of ruin. They will do just about anything to break the silence of their silent king. There are also higher power demons that wish to be one of the new demon kings. Since there are only 2 of the 5 remaining, there are 3 empty positions. Duchess Isabella is one of the demons that yearns this position, and very much so. Eugene jokingly notes that they should just vote on it or something, but Balzac says that demons would just destroy the voting box if they didn't get the results they want. Eugene thinks about Isabella, which is the Night Witch Queen. Not an easy-to-get title. Can he really hope to beat a higher power demon with the skills he is currently holding? However, there is no guarantee to it, and winning might be impossible right now. He does intend to go to Luhar someday, but not yet, if that is the case. Eugene thanks him for the kind warning, and notes that he will be visiting Nahama first, and Luhar later. Balzac thinks about Nahama, and urges him to be careful when going to the deserts. Not because of the sandstorms or creatures, but because of Amelia Merwin. She was once a great dark mage, even before she signed a contract with the mighty demon king of incarceration. He allows him a ton of freedom, but that freedom is doubled for Amelia. If he were to ever come across her, he should hand her this. If he does so, even if he did something harmful to her, she will not harm him. Eugene asks what this is. Balzac says it's an envelope, as he can see. Eugene asks if he can open it, and Balzac allows him. He rips off the wax, and is surprised by what he finds inside. Nothing. He found nothing. Balzac explains that the contents of it are unimportant. What is important is that he possessed the letter he wrote personally. He snaps his fingers, and another envelope falls into Eugene's hands. Balzac notes that he can't do anything about the many unexpected dangers he meet while in Nahama, but he will be able to deal with Amelia's famous nasty temper. If he truly insists of going to Nahama, he should take this with him. Eugene asks what he wants in return for this, and Balzac says that he can't do anything about his disdain for dark mages, but he should take this as a small gesture of goodwill. Eugene takes no time in asking him if he swings the other way, which leaves Balzac speechless. Eugene explains that he is a little suspicious and always treats him well, so it's not like he is biased towards him, but it's a little burdensome for the Dark Tower Master to be this friendly. Balzac tells him to wait a bit, as he became quite flustered. He shouldn't misunderstand, as he simply wanted to build a close relationship, one human to another, not because of what he proposed. He excuses himself further, and Eugene notes that he will accept this graciously, since he already gave it to him and all. Also, he is very thankful for what he did, and would like to invite him to his farewell tomorrow. But he shouldn't turn up just because he said that. Human feelings are quite irritating, as he wants to invite him, but if he does turn up, it would make him hate him even more that he has. Balzac says that he will not be coming in that case, and Eugene thanks him once again for his endless generosity. With that, he leaves, and the next day, everyone is at the farewell party. The Blue Magic Tower Master comes behind Eugene and asks why he invited him. Eugene notes that they already know each other, so why not? The Blue Tower Master notes that he also knows the rest of the Magic Tower Master, so why didn't he invite them as well? Eugene notes that he must already know exactly why he didn't do that, and he urges him to not shun the Green Tower Master and Palace Mage Captain that much, as they are only acting this way because he is extremely talented. Eugene notes that if that is the case, he must not be not talented enough for him. The Blue Tower Master sighs, noting that he did want to take him under his wing, but he wouldn't dare steal Roberian's pupil so shamelessly. And he did expect this, but he really didn't invite Balzac here. Eugene notes that indeed he hasn't, and Roberian also wouldn't have liked to see him here either. But since they are on the topic, what kind of person is the Dark Tower Master anyways? He heard that he was in the Blue Magic Tower for a while, and he was in the same batch of trainees as the previous Blue Tower Master. He explains that, whether in his past or even now, he has been mysterious and unfathomable. More than 10 years ago, Balzac was supposed to be the next Blue Magic Tower Master, as he had endless potential. But suddenly, He left the Blue Tower and went to Helmut. His reasoning was that he wanted to broaden his knowledge of the magic arts. At the time, he was much weaker than Balzac, but he was able to become the Blue Tower Master after he left. 10 years later, Balzac became a dark mage after coming back from his journey to Helmut and transferred to the Dark Magic Tower. There, he became the Tower Master and received a lot of support from the other dark mages. He would have been an exceptional Blue Tower Master, one of the best in all of its history, but it seems that wasn't really enough for him. No matter how great a human is with their magic, they are still just that, a human. It would be impossible to surpass the Demon King after all. He also heard that he is going to Nahama, so he will tell him a bit about it. The desert is quite unpleasant, so this isn't some great advice, so he should take it however he wishes. If he really insists on going there, he should hide the fact that he is a Lionheart. Eugene notes that Roberian also told him the same thing. The Blue Tower Master explains that these times are quite unsettling, as the assassins of Nahama, who operate in the darkest places, are said to be operating in the light these days. He highly doubts that they would actually mess with a Lionheart, but it would be best to avoid attention, as that would be the safest. Eugene notes that he will keep that in mind. With that, the party ends, and Eugene arrives at Nahama, geared up and ready to adventure. He thinks that this dark cape would draw a lot of attention in a scorching desert like this, but fortunately, it comes with transformation magic. It also resonates with the senses of its owner, so it's taking care of both external and internal body temperature. He checks the magic map Roberian gifted him, and notes that the coordinates on it are locked to where he is standing, and it tells him where he is, no matter where he is on this continent. Right now, he is at the west end of Nahama, and if he keeps going north, he will arrive at Turath shortly. He was going to look for his grave and visit his hometown first, which is on the border of Turath, but there is no need to do that now. For the last 300 years, while he was gone, the unnatural sandstorm slowly started to devour the nearby lands. So that's why his hometown, which was on the border of Turath, became part of the ever-changing desert. Turath is a small country, so they had no choice but to give up the territories that became desert. Following all of that, the areas that became part of the desert were subsequently called New Territories of Nahama. People can naturally invade like that too, but only idiots would think that the process of becoming part of the vast desert via the sandstorm wasn't artificially produced by the sand mages. When the Demon Kings rose 300 years ago, the demons and monsters went berserk. Nahama took advantage of this war and tried to invade Kiel, but they eventually failed because of Vermouth. He hated this country in his previous life, and it has been 300 years, but his feelings are the same. In that case, he will go find his tomb first, and he asks the others to wait just a bit longer. Senya, Anise, and Moron. He will find them. He is determined to do so. With that, he walks into the unknown, ready to face anything. A few desert people spot him walking the great desert, and one calls him an amazing individual. As usually, foreigners like him hire caravans or guards when they cross this vast desert, but he is on his own and doesn't even have a camel with him. Another perks up and says that perhaps it is a kind of ritual. They know that he is 19 and will become an adult next year. In their tribe's coming-of-age ritual, they send boys out of the tribe once they are of age. The man notes that even if he is right about this, why would someone from the famous Lionheart family come all of the way to the desert to do it? That he doesn't know, but besides that, all they need to do is obey orders, as he told them to make sure that the boy doesn't enter the Kajani desert. The man thinks that was the only order they were given, and although he doesn't know why, he is in no position to judge their master's decisions. The other man notes that the Lionhearts and the rumors they have are true, as that kid is extremely fast, even with him being unfamiliar with the desert terrain. Suddenly he spots something that upsets him and tells the man that he is coming this way, and quite rapidly at that. The man pulls up his binoculars to look, and indeed Eugene is running towards them, but how did he see them from so far away? He also spots the white lion mane, signaling that right now, Eugene is using the white flame method. He rushes through the desert like the wind, and the man thinks that he is coming way too fast for them to do anything, so they need to act now. However, this might be better for them. He commands everyone to pull out their weapons, as they are going to make him think they are bandits. They will steal a few valuables he has, and he might be on his way afterwards. They all do so, and Eugene thinks that their sneaking skills aren't great, so they can't be assassins. They look like travelers from just their clothing, but it's most likely a disguise. The leader of the group uses Sword Soul, which surprised Eugene. As if he can do that. He must be quite the skilled swordsman. This makes him smile. As for the past 2 years, he has only been working with the pan, more than the sword. It was fun to learn magic, true, but he liked to be physical much more. He pulls out his sword and clashes with the leader, which makes his hand tremble. He backs off, and the others rush in. They surround him, but Eugene just summons a few magic circles and eliminates the weaklings in only one strike. The leader is the only one left, and Eugene asks him 2 simple questions: who he is and why they are following him. The leader notes that they are just bandits, nothing more. Eugene says that if that is a case, Nahama is a really strong nation. Even the leader of some measly bandits can use Sword Soul. Then, a bandit group of 100 must be much stronger, and the nation must have soldiers that can take care of these bandits, so they also must be quite powerful. How amazing, as with such power, Nahama could unite the entire continent under one banner. The leader notes that they are just a little bit special, and Eugene tells him to stop screwing around, and be honest this time. But he doesn't really care if he doesn't want to say, as he will find the truth on his own eventually. The leader wonders if this guy is really of the Lionheart lineage, as he looks extremely young, but talks like a drunk mercenary. Plus, that bloodlust in his eyes is not something that a kid should have at his age. Suddenly, Eugene disappears and appears behind the leader. He notices and blocks the attack, and thinks that if his mana didn't break from the collision with Sword Soul, he must be using it too. Eugene creates a large dust shield around, which makes the man think that he will use the magic missiles again. So he creates a mana shield around him, but Eugene destroys it with just a few hits of the magic missile. The leader is extremely shocked by this, and Eugene comes out of the smoke, ready to deal the finishing blow. Just before Eugene can end the life of the group leader, with his blade being a few inches from his sleek neck, he backs away and smiles, seeming to be an insult. The leader wonders why he wanted to do that, as it is an extremely offensive thing for a swordsman. With newfound courage, or perhaps rage, he charges towards him. Eugene dodges all of his attacks, no matter how long or wide they might be, and also guards against some. He thinks that this is much better in terms of a fight, as this is the first time he is really fighting someone who has Sword Soul after his reincarnation. He would also prefer more bloodlust in this man's attacks, but this much is fine too. Eugene swings twice, and the attacks land on the leader's arms, who is shocked that he is moving so fast. Even if he's been hit, the wounds aren't deep at all, so he can still move his arms. This child is still going easy on him. What an insult. Now more prideful than ever before, he swings widely at Eugene, who simply backs off and starts sheathing his sword after landing. The leader asks why he is doing something like that, as he has yet to surrender. Eugene explains that he knows full well, but he shouldn't be impatient, as he will make him lose now, with his bare fists, that is. This makes the leader reach a breaking point, so he charges in without a care in the world, but with a heart filled with anger against this disrespect. Eugene dodges his extremely open attack and punches him straight in the chest, creating a crater. He grabs his head and pins him to the sand with full force. He asks one more question. Who is he? The man immediately starts explaining. He is Raman Shulhoff. But this answer doesn't please Eugene in the slightest, so he pounds his head to the sand once again. He doesn't care at all for his name. What he wants to know is who he is taking orders from. The leader is hesitant to answer, even with all of his injuries, and a face full of sand. In retaliation, Eugene pounds his head into the sand again and again. Suddenly, one of the group members pleads with him to stop, as he will explain everything. Their master, the one who gave the order, is named Tyree al-Madani. The leader tries to stop him from saying anything else, but Eugene does the good old head in the sand trick and makes him stop talking. Eugene asks who that might be, and the member explains that Sir al-Madani is Kajitan's emir. Eugene thinks that Kajitan is a city that is places right beside the western gateway he came through, so that means that this bastard he is holding is a subordinate of this town's lord. The member continues, noting that their master ordered them to chase Eugene Lionheart. Eugene asks where the master is in that sentence, and the subordinate corrects himself. Eugene also asks why he would order them to chase him like this, but the member notes that they didn't get all of the details either. All he told them is to make sure that he doesn't make it to Kayani. So, he should let their leader go now, as he has answered all that he can. Eugene does so, and thinks that Kajani is the name of the desert straight ahead from this place. 300 years ago, it was Hamel's homeland. But now, it's just the middle of the Kajani Desert. That particular desert was only recently formed, and is also the cause of all these sandstorms that have been eating away the land of Turath. Does that perhaps mean that the Sand Mage's base is in Kajani? A foreigner such as himself in that kind of place would surely get some attention. So it's to be assumed that such a person wouldn't want a member of the prestigious Lionheart family waltzing around. However, out of all of these dangers, the one he has to be most careful of in Nahama is the one Balzac warned him about, Amelia Merwin. She is also contracted with the Demon King of Incarceration, so, at least for now, she is an extremely dangerous opponent. The Assur Desert, where her dungeon is rumored to be, is very far away from here, and also pretty far from where Anis was last seen, so he needn't go there, for now at least. Eugene ponders the situation for a bit, and sends the group members back, while ordering the leader to come with him, as he needs to get into Kayani no matter what it takes, so he will be the one to deal with things if any problems were to occur. He probably gets now why he needs him, right? If they take orders straight from Kajitan's emir, it's to be assumed that he would solve any issues that might rise by simply mentioning that he works for him. The leader is hesitant to respond to this proposition, and Eugene pushes him even further. If he doesn't like this pretty fair offer, he can take a walk back to the Lionheart main residence and tell the Patriarch that the Emir of Kajitan disguised some of his subordinates as bandits and tried to steal a precious Lionheart family treasure. Would he like that more? The leader's eyes are now filled with fear, and he notes that they didn't have any such intentions. Eugene pulls up his cloak and says that he just happens to have something very valuable on him. Does he recognize this sword, perhaps? It is the Windstorm sword Winid, which the maker of the Lionheart family, the great Vermouth, used during his life, and also during the battle against the demons. Anyone would want something as precious as this, so most people would actually believe him and think that Kayitan's emir caused all of this fuss because he wanted to steal Winid. The leader is now at a loss for words. If this boy really goes around saying something like that, not only will his head be rolling on the floor instantly, all of his subordinates will be harmed as well. Or perhaps they won't even have time for that, as their master might be killed right off. Reluctantly, he agrees to Eugene's demands, and says that he will do what he wishes. This pleases Eugene, so he begins smiling like a maniac. With all of that all of the day, they start to walk the vast desert, while the leader thinks that he has betrayed his master like a coward, as his straight orders were to stop this boy from ever entering the Kayani Desert and area. So to go in now, as his guard, is just shameless. But what is more important of all? What will happen to his subordinates who returned, after failing to carry out their tasks? Eugene gets his attention by calling him Rahman, and asks what his position in all of this is. He begins explaining that he is the captain and leader of Legion 2 of the Red Desert Warriors, and the main affiliate guard troops of Al-Madani, the emir of Kajitan. Eugene guessed that he was pretty high in the food chain, as he has the skills of a captain, so it fits him quite well. Eugene also asks if there are any desert mages to be hidden in the Kayani Desert, which takes Rahman by surprise, as it seems he doesn't know what he is talking about. Eugene demands that he doesn't play dumb, lest he wants another one-sided beating. Rahman explains that he really doesn't know. But why in the first place would the desert mages who are only loyal to the royal family be in this desert, which is so far away from the capital? Eugene gets closer to him and asks if he really is that dumb. Rahman asks what he is talking about, and Eugene explains that the whole Kajani Desert was originally the territory of Turath. However, a sudden sandstorm turned the once luscious forest into a vast desert. Nahama's sultan, seeing all of this, said that the desert was fated to them by the heavens, and stationed his warriors in the desert to take and train. And that desertification is still going on, fortunately for them. They could never hope to do that if it were in the mighty Keel Empire. That is why they are doing it to Turath. Rahman doesn't believe him, noting that something like this is impossible. Even if he was right, their master wouldn't get involved into such a wicked matter. It's just not the person he is right now. Eugene notes that he is much more naive than he looks, as he himself is from Kayani. so he would assume that he survived the sandstorm purely by luck and were brought up to his feet by his master. That must be why he doesn't want to ever believe that his nice and kind master could ever have anything to do with the sandstorm. Rahman doesn't know what to say about it, so Eugene urges him to at least keep this in mind, as he doesn't want to get in trouble with a foreign nation anyways, so he won't press further. However, he can guess why his master wouldn't want him to enter the Kajani Desert, as things are going to become difficult once someone from the Lionheart family steps inside of the place the desert mages are hiding for the desertification. Rahman notes that he understands what he is saying, and promises that, if there are any desert mages like he says, he will be the first to step up and protect him. Even if these desert mages answer to the Sultan directly, they will show some respect in the place of his great master, Kajitan's emir. Eugene notes that he sure hopes so that is the case, and gets moving again. While trying to keep up with him, Rahman asks why he is going to the Kayani Desert in the first place, as there is basically nothing there, only sand. Eugene says that he is here to find a grave. This takes Rahman by surprise, as if he wanted to visit an ancestral grave. He should have let him know earlier, as there is a large graveyard in Kajani, and he would have directly taken him to it. Eugene explains that the grave he is looking for isn't in a graveyard, and it's somewhere else entirely. Eventually they arrive at an oasis, which puzzles Rahman, as something like this shouldn't be around here. Eugene explains that it's fake, and not a mirage. This one is purely illusion magic. Rahman notes that something like this is impossible. Why would anyone create a fake oasis around here using magic? Eugene pleads with him to keep his denial to himself from now on, as it's starting to get on his nerves. Oases like this one are very precious to travelers of these deserts, so when somebody sees one, they are bound to want to rest around here. Rahman wonders if this means that there are some people waiting to ambush them around here. Eugene takes a step forwards and notes that they will see about that. That's when a knife silently rises from the sand, and Rahman tries to warn Eugene, but he already noticed and jumps high in the air. He uses the power of an intermediate ranked wind spirit, Gale, which blows the sand away and also sends Rahman flying for a bit. The attacks hits the assassin perfectly and also knocks him out. The ground starts to rumble, and many more assassins pop out of the ground, ready to take Eugene out. Before the battle can commence, Rahman rushes in and urges them to put down their weaponry. He gets in front of Eugene and explains that he is Rahman Shulhof, a warrior of the great emir of Kajitan, Al-Madani, and this person is a prestigious guest of his master, so they need to put down their weapons and back off of them. If they do not, they challenge the might of Kajitan's emir. Instead of backing off, the assassins surround both of them and clench their weapons tightly. Rahman is surprised that they would dare do something like this. Perhaps they did not hear? This person is a most prestigious guest, and a son from the great Lionheart family. Eugene grabs his shoulder and explains that it's no use pleading with them, and he's just dragging this on and on at this point, while making things easier for them. Rahman asks why that is, and Eugene notes that they won't be able to send them back alive, since they already dared to attack him. But it would also be annoying to kill a Lionheart, so they will probably make him drink some poison or drug to make him shut up. But to do that, they would have to defeat him first. Rahman starts unsheathing his sword, and thinks that there are a ton of them, but he needs to help this young master fight. Eugene signals them to come at once, and they do so. One eventful day, Anis asked Hamel why he carried so many weapons he doesn't even use. He explained that one day, they will be useful, so why not? Senya told her to leave this bastard be, as he never listens anyways. Anis, however, didn't want to let it go, as Hamel's behavior is not good at all. All of those weapons which see no use are Hamel's, so why is Moron carrying everything for him? Hamel explained that he won against him at rock, paper, scissors, so this was fair and square. Anis, however, didn't think so. Why would he make a bet like that in the first place? Hamel urged her to stop making it seem like he is the bad guy in all of this, as there are a lot of things in that cart, excluding his weapons. Her most beloved holy water is also in there, and a ton of it, plus Moron's axe, which is probably the heaviest thing in there. Anis looked at him with intent, and said that if the only water was her own possession, she would have carried it herself. But the ones who consume it the most are he and Senya. Hamel then got on Senya's case, as he told her many times to cut back on the holy water. and she should have just used summoning magic to store all of this stuff. Senya started screaming at him, as he was the one that suggested they carry this stuff with them, since it would have taken a while to get it with the summoning magic. Hamel then asked for Vermouth's opinion, and also why he isn't the one to be pulling on the wagon. Vermouth simply said that his weapons weren't in there, and Hamel noted that it must be so great to have pocket inventory like his. Senya told him that she could teach him something similar, if he begged on his knees, that is. All of these fights between each other have become great memories, but now they wouldn't have insulted him so much about it if he had a cape like this one in the past. He pulls it open and summons 2 spears from it. He will do it like he did in his past life, like Hamel did. The assassins try to strike him, but Eugene jumps high into the air and throws a spear directly into the head of one, killing him instantly. Another tries to take advantage of this and strike, but Eugene notices him and dodges. This miss left him open to attack, and Eugene impales him with the spear, landing down while doing so. Another assassin tries to take him out from behind, but Eugene notices and swiftly moves behind him, cutting his head off with a clean strike. 2 other assassins pull up, and they try to take him from the side, but he throws a few knives with expert precision as he takes out 3 assassins. 2 others try to ambush him, but he uses 2 swords to defend himself and strike at the same time. In a dance of blade and weapons, he pulls out an axe to strike another and uses the sword to kill one that was coming for his head from above. He throws the axe into the head of an assassin while another hides behind. He jumps high into the air, but before he can even notice, Eugene hits him from behind with some magic, giving him the opportunity to cut his head off. More and more assassins come, and while Raman watches as he overwhelms all of them, this causes him to start shaking, as he can't ever hope to help somehow. This child is just too powerful. Eugene summons all of his weapons, and shortly after, finishes the fight single-handedly. Raman thinks that he didn't even try to use the most powerful tool in his arsenal, Wined. He only used magic for support. He is also extremely trained with various weapons. How amazing. He notes that he shouldn't have killed them all, but Eugene explains that assassins are trained to prioritize their mission above all else, so even if they cut up their arms and legs, they wouldn't hear a peep from them. He also tells Raman that he can go back now, since these assassins didn't care at all for his authority or who his master was. So if he wants to, he can leave, as he has no reason to bring him along anymore. Raman says that he can't go back like this, and Eugene asks why. Does he want to check if what they talked about earlier is true or not, perhaps? Raman doesn't respond, and Eugene notes that him not talking isn't helping the situation. Raman pleads with him to let him come, as he will not be a hindrance at all. He can promise at least that. Eugene tells him to do as he wishes, but he shouldn't expect him to help much. That's when the ground below them starts to rumble, so Eugene jumps high into the air. The corpses of the defeated assassins start disintegrating, and Eugene thinks that they were used as sacrifices for some summoning magic. Sure enough, a large hole starts forming in the ground, and Eugene feels that a ton of mana can be felt from it. Something seriously dangerous is about to appear. Eugene stands above the hole which is about to be created, and Raman pleads with him to run, while the sand slowly but surely transforms into a tornado, one that could easily sweep him away. Raman is quite puzzled by this occurrence, as even though sandstorms are expected in this area, it is very strange that one of such scale would appear basically out of thin air. Perhaps Eugene was right? That the sandstorms which are swallowing the homes of people are creating by sand mages? Like what happened to him, where he had to watch his dearest village be utterly destroyed, which at the time, broke him completely. This cannot be allowed to happen any further, and so, he valiantly charges into the sandstorm. He tries to slash the sandstorm with all of his might, trying to break its form, and perhaps destroy it. Unfortunately for him, even after this attack, the sandstorm stands untouched, and the slash which he has put in it slowly gets covered. Raman is on his last legs now, thinking that now, there is nothing he can do. He's basically doomed. He also starts to sink even further in, and Eugene is still flying still. He is doing this because he can't escape the sandstorm using Gale's wind, as it would just try to suck him back in. So holding on like this is the best he can really do. Perhaps then, he should just use Blink and teleport out of this area. But now, he doesn't really want to, as something very big and perhaps even more dangerous is coming out of the sand. He spots Raman barely holding on and snarls, while picking him up with magic and throwing him away. He tells him to run away already. Is he dumb or something? That's when a gigantic sandworm appears right below Eugene, and before he can react, it swallows him whole. Raman is extremely shocked and very sad, as in order to save him, Eugene chose to be swallowed by this beast. He clenches his sword tightly and thinks that now he will repay this almost unpayable debt, as a true warrior should. He will be the one to slay this mighty sandworm and save the young master, even if it costs him his life. Inside of the sandworm, Eugene just falls, thinking that sandstorms are one of the few monsters that can completely erase whatever they eat using energy. So naturally, they do not have any excretory organs. So technically, it would be impossible to get out once someone gets in. That's not a problem for him, however, as he just needs to cut himself out of situation. He starts using the white flame method and also the circle flame method, creating a powerful mass of energy. Soon enough, he crashes through the backside of the sandworm and arrives into a cave, which is rather empty and dark. He looks at the wound of the sandworm and thinks that the summoning magic only attracted the sandworm. So it wasn't summoned, it only just resided in this region. Then perhaps, what he descended onto is a sandworm nest. When mages want to focus on some rather dangerous research and not expose themselves to others, they make things called dungeons. In this vast desert, the mages nicknamed sandworms dungeon makers. He remembers when Senya told him that sandworms naturally dig into the desert and create rather stable labyrinths. One can be created in around 10 days, and apparently, if left alone long enough, a sandworm will create a complex and deep underground dungeon. All a mage needs to do is slay the sandworm after getting the desired size, and use some reinforcement magic on the structure to ensure that the whole desert doesn't just drop on you. At the time, Hamel asked her if she is going to do the same thing too, which she found as an insult, as she has no need to hide herself into a creepy dungeon like that. Eugene pulls out his map and notices that there is a path among the countless entrances, and this dungeon might actually lead to where Hamel lived, his homeland. With newfound confidence, he moves forward. Raman wakes up from his daze tied up by sand mages and demands to know where he is situated. One of them notes that it was rather amusing to see him charge in so foolishly against the sandworm. Did he really think that he could kill such a beast at his measly level? Well, that doesn't really matter now, as they have brought him in here to ask him a couple of easy questions. Raman is cautious at this point, and asks what types of questions. The Sand Mages explains that they want to know more about Eugene Lionheart, more precisely, why the spoiled brat of the Lionheart family is going around in the Kayani Desert. And even more importantly, why is he, the warrior of the Emir of Kajitan, acting like a tour guide for him? Raman just looks at them while sweating, making the Sand Mage think that, just maybe, the Emir of Kajitan, the presumed to be great Tyree al-Madani, is planning to betray Nahama. It is only natural that this is his first thought, as it is his sole duty to prevent people from entering this area, with his life if he has to. But now, his very own warrior is doing the exact opposite thing. How strange. Raman asks them what they are doing in here, as the oasis above them was an illusion, and the sandstorm that came afterwards was most likely created by magic. Are all of this not their doing? The Sand Mage notes that he really doesn't understand the situation that he is in, it seems. He uses magic to twist his arms even further, and another mage explains that, in here, they are the ones that will be asking the questions, so all he needs to do is keep his mouth shut tight, for the sake of his master's honor at least. The other mage notes that, try as he might, he will die here no matter what. So, instead of an awfully painful death, shouldn't he wish for the peaceful one? He will ask him again, why is Eugene of the Lionheart family doing in Kayani? He clearly had a purpose since he entered Nahama, so the only conclusion they can really come to is that the Kayitan Emir is trying to betray the whole Nahama. Raman thinks of his words, betray to be exact, making him come to the conclusion that his great leader, Al-Madani, was always a part of this scheme. He starts screaming at them, they are such petty creatures, using petty means to destroy the territory of another nation. They are the ones who should be protecting the royal family with their lives if they have to. So why are they all here? Were those sandstorms from above trying to also progress the desertification too? The mage explains that he is wrong about that, as in order to create a sandstorm large enough to cause such an event as desertification, they would need many more people, at least hundreds of professionally trained sand mages if not more. Rahman asks what their purpose for being here is, and the mage once again twists his arms, noting that they are in no way obligated to answer his silly questions. Why is Eugene Lionheart in Kayani? Rahman tells them that it doesn't matter anyways, as Eugene has already passed away, since he was swallowed by the sandworm they attracted. One of the mages says that perhaps it was better for him to die like this, since his life is basically worthless anyways. That's when start discussing something, about how one of them found the sandworm that swallowed Eugene, and also that it had a large hole in its backside. If potentially he broke out of there, they can't let him poke around this place, no matter what happens. They also have assassins roaming about, so he will be caught soon enough. This fills Rahman with hope, as maybe, just maybe, Eugene will rescue him. The mages discuss what to do with him once they have captured him, and one suggests that creating needless conflict with the Lionhearts is unwise, so they will just erase his memories and throw him out of Kajani. Or even better, they should act as his protectors, as they might receive some handsome rewards for their selfless actions, right? It's quite nice that he is not here, as he would have heard all of this. Unfortunately for them, Eugene appears right next to them and stares with his golden eyes. The mages are now on full alert, as they wonder what happened to the assassins that were roaming the halls. One of them uses detection magic to see further in, and finds out that all of them are lying in pools of their own blood and lifeless. The one who saw all of this thinks that the assassins were well acquainted with the maze, to the point that they would be able to go around with their eyes shut. Combined with their exemplary stealth skills, they should make it extremely difficult for even an exceptional warrior to catch them. Eugene thinks that the assassins that tried to stop him weren't that great, as stealth is just a skill, and they are not that experienced in terms of handling mana. The ones he fought in his past life, which were also assassins of Nahama, were extremely advanced and had the stealth skills that would rival demons. They were also very persistent and most determined, to the point where one would think that they are not humans anymore. The ones in here are just awfully weak. If this place really is important to Nahama, there should be better assassins put in place, right? Is Nahama, or more importantly, its Sultan, not doing anything and lazing around? Rahman screams for him, making Eugene finally notice that he is also there and wonder why he is in this place, as he made it easy for him to run away previously. What a dumbass. He notes that he has a lot of questions for the mages and approaches, but that's when one of them tries to encapsulate him in some sand. Eugene slowly pulls out the sword fragment and throws it at the sand, while covering himself from the expected blast. Sure enough, the sand disperses into 100 places. This surprises all of the mages, and they stare at Eugene, who is holding the fragment of the sword while the dust around him clears. One of them wonders what he did, perhaps dispel. But that can't be it, as dispel is something that interferes with the mana around the spell, so what he did was getting rid of the mana instantly. A dispel like that shouldn't be able to exist, not even in the Great Aroth. Is it perhaps some very secret Lionheart family technique? All of this makes the mage think that they can't capture him alive, and unfortunate as it is, they need to just kill him at this point, lest he does that to them. Eugene notes that they attacked first, so naturally, they shouldn't have any complaints if he wants to kill them too. Isn't that right? The mages are now on full alert and position themselves into a formation. They create a large shockwave made out of sand, which makes Eugene smile. When the attack almost reaches Eugene, he throws his hand back and then releases the sword fragment at extreme speeds. Without any chance of reaction, the fragment ends up into the head of a mage, killing him instantly. After that, he uses this surprise to jump high into the air and gets ready to pounce. The mages attempt to summon some magic, but Eugene already knows what they are doing. It is extremely obvious, as they are trying to make copies of themselves below, but the real attack is right above him. He pulls out a whip out of his cloak and masterfully destroys all of the projectiles that come to end his life. After that, he grabs the head of one of the mages with the whip and in gruesome fashion, pulls it off. After that, he calmly lands in front of the last remaining mage and asks him what they were doing here, as this is not a random place. The mage is too afraid to speak and can only put out some murmurs and moans. Eugene notes that they are far too weak to be a part of the Sultan's real forces. So are they perhaps doing something behind his back in here? The mage tries to deny it, but Eugene throws a knife in his leg and explains that he doesn't want to put any type of effort into questioning someone as lowly as him, so he will give him two choices: talk or die. The mage notes that the things which are occurring in this place are not done under the command of the Sultan. Eugene asks, if that is not the case, then who is he working under? The Emir of Kajitan? Is he the dumbass who is behind all of this conspiracy? The mage notes that the Emir of Kajitan is cooperating with them. But now, Eugene sees that this guy is trying to dodge the question again, so he gives him some motivation to talk, another knife in his leg. This makes the mage instantly speak, explaining that the one behind all of this is Amelia Merwin. This very place that they are standing on is her sacred dungeon. Eugene asks him to not spout any nonsense, as from the information he received, Amelia Merwin's dungeon is situated in the Asur Desert, which is quite far away from this place. The mage notes that she has been going back and forth from there to here for about 6 years, give or take. Eugene ponders the information and asks, why here of all places would she create such a meticulous dungeon? The mage seems to be too afraid to answer any further questions, which makes Eugene think that he is very afraid of Amelia Merwin. So, out of the kindness of his heart, he will make this very easy for him. He will die, sure, but he will kill him in a simple and perhaps even painless manner. Amelia Merwin wouldn't let him die a peaceful death at all, but perhaps he already knows that. This scares the mage even further, to the point where his eyes become bloodshot, and so he starts explaining. This dungeon was created with the purpose of quickening the progress of the desertification, and there are many more dungeons like this one in the entire Kaijani dungeon. But this one was made around 10 years ago. Almost 6 years ago, the choice to expand this labyrinth-like dungeon was made, and they assumed it was because the underground was unstable and had cracked over time. But what they found was a gigantic gate deep underground. They tried to open the door to that place, but it didn't budge at all, and so they asked Amelia Merwin for help. Eugene is satisfied enough with all of this information, and so kills him swiftly, as he has previously promised. With this, the restraints put on Rahman also come loose, and Eugene thinks that now the warriors around here being so weak doesn't surprise him. They are all positioned in places like this, under the direct command of Amelia Merwin, to remove any travelers who would dare approach. Rahman gets his attention and advises to get out of this place as quickly as possible, as if this is truly one of Amelia Merwin's Blackthorn dungeons. They are in extreme danger at all times. Eugene notes that they are already inside as it is, and the chances of Amelia Merwin suddenly popping up are low, as her true dungeon is in the Asur Desert. Rahman explains that, even with this, she could come back at any moment, as they do not know how she moves between them. Eugene in turn asks him, does he know what will happen if they leave this place? She will most likely be after him even then anyways, as she is adamant on killing anyone who dares invade her territories and make a mess. One way or another, they will bump into her at one point. He thinks that conflict with Amelia Merwin should be very avoided, but at this point, he doesn't have much of a choice. He looks at Rahman and asks him, why is he not running away? Because it is as he said, this place is quite dangerous. Rahman explains that he has saved his life twice already, and as a man, if Amelia Merwin comes back and tries to harm him in any way, he will fight with his life if it means to help him. Eugene notes that he doesn't have any real skills to speak of, so he should just go back where he came from and leave him alone already. Rahman refuses and is adamant on coming with him, as his warrior honor is at stake. Eugene uses Blink to teleport behind him and knocks him out cold, while lamenting having to do this, as he finds it quite annoying. With that, he leaves, while thinking about how the dungeon was expanded 6 years ago. He was 13 at the time, when he had to take the blood succession ritual. That is when he found Hamel's artifact in the treasury, and got it, as a reward for his performance. The labyrinth had existed for 10 years already, but some of it collapsed 6 years ago. If perhaps the magic that was sealing the grave disappeared, because he got the necklace, it means that witch, Amelia Merwin, had messed with his grave. Eventually, he finds the large hole that the mage talked about, and thinks that, almost certainly, this is where his grave is situated. Eugene jumps down using his Gale abilities, and eventually arrives at a sturdy metal door, which seems to be open. Eugene thinks that this is the door that the Sand Mage talked about, and Amelia Merwin surely must have been the one to open it. With no other feasible choice, he jumps down and spots that there are countless holes in the ground, and also in the walls, clearly signaling that there was a battle around here, a fierce one at that. Was it Senya, perhaps? He continues to walk through the halls, and eventually finds something that surprised him to his core. His grave, which notes as so. Hamel Dinus lived from 421 to 459. A piece of garbage, idiot, dumbass, and straight up annoying. But also brave, faithful, wise, and most importantly, great. This tombstone is in praise of him, who has sacrificed himself for their all of humanity and left much earlier than he should have. Eugene tries to hide his face and deny his emotions, but they get the better of him, and he starts crying uncontrollably. While he does that, he wonders why Senya didn't say all of these things about him while he was still alive, as he couldn't have seen this gravestone if he was dead. He continues to cry, perhaps from sadness, perhaps from gladness, or perhaps both. But eventually, he stops, and his eyes become puffy. He thinks that the fight that was fought in here must have been quite fierce, as this grave is basically in utter ruins. However, the statue and memorial stone were untouched and pristine. From his deduction, it seems that 200 years ago, Senya senses that the familiar spirit which was protecting this grave has died, and left Aroth to come protect Hamel's grave. That is when she fought the person who wanted to do something to the grave, most likely. Sure, Senya is strong. Always has been, really. But even more so after his demise. The wise Senya that he saw through witchcraft was someone that he could confidently say was the most powerful mage in the whole world, no questions asked. However, Senya seems to have been unable to win, as if she had won this battle. She wouldn't have just left this grave standing in ruins. She also didn't die in this dark place, as the illusion he saw in Aroth indicates that she is alive. She must have been gravely injured, and thus retreated someone to hide. But just who could injure her to that point? A demon, or perhaps even the Demon Kings. Maybe it was the Demon King of Incarceration, or maybe the Demon King of Ruin. Sitting around here and pondering this situation won't help further, so he needs to go and find Senya first, by looking around for a while, as there may still be some clues around here. While walking around, Eugene can't help but think about how his friends made this grave, and how they most likely bawled their eyes out while setting up the statue. Would have Vermouth cried then? Because he can't really imagine him crying. Even after they defeated a most thorough opponent, and everyone was celebrating the victory, Vermouth usually looked around at his injured friends and criticized himself. He said that he shouldn't have let them get injured, and done better. This bothered both Hamel and Anise, and mostly Hamel told him that he is also a human being, just like them, and can't do everything on his own. If he thinks he does, he should just go alone, right? At the time, Anise told Hamel to stop filling Vermouth's ear with nonsense, but Hamel noted that he also saw her expression when Vermouth said what he said, so he must have felt the same way. Anise told him that wasn't aimed towards Vermouth, but him, as she predicted that he was going to act like a baby. Eugene thinks that he will never be able to have a conversation like that with his dearest comrades ever again, which makes him almost cry. So he stops thinking about it, as his eyes will become even more puffier at this point. That's when he spots a large ornate metal door, which is also opened, a common trait in this place it seems. When he goes inside of the room, inside, he finds only another door, and someone standing on the ground next to it. Eugene asks the man to identify himself, and also, what is he doing in front of the door? The man gets in a ragged fashion, but soon stands valiantly, almost like a knight. Eugene tries to identify the being in front of him, and comes to the conclusion that it can't be a demon, as he can't detect a shred of life from him. If that is the case, this surely is an undead. With this information, Eugene gnarls at him, and demands once again to identify himself, or else. With a raspy voice, the undead identifies himself as Hamel the Foolish. This information sends Eugene straight over the edge, and he is now extremely angry. Is Hamel the Foolish? What kind of nonsense is he spouting now? He is just a lowly Death Knight who has deluded himself into thinking that he is the great Hamel. However, Eugene can't ignore the facts. This is Hamel's grave, and maybe that Death Knight has his body. In a fit of rage, he demands that he take his helmet off, but the undead stands ever so proud, which makes Eugene charge at him with all of his might. Before he gets to him, Eugene jumps high into the air and asks, "Which absolute bastard dared to put him in that body?" With those final words, He tries to crash down on the undead, but he dodges, and immediately goes on the counterattack. Eugene has plenty of time to dodge, however, and with this missed attack, also the opportunity to attack him. But the attack doesn't go through, as the undead is protected by a mana shield. Or rather, since it's a Death Knight, it uses demonic force, so that is a demon force shield. The undead immediately gets on the attack, and Eugene finds time to defend himself, but the attack still sends him flying. He thinks that this thing is plenty strong, as his arms are really sore now, just from that one attack. The person who created this thing was probably Amelia Merwin herself, 6 years ago, when she opened the doors to the grave and made a Death Knight out of the corpse of Hamel. However, since there was no soul in the body, she had to put another in. If it is really like this, it means that he cannot hope to win at this point. If it's made by a dark mage as advanced as Amelia Merwin, then it might as well be as strong as the Patriarch of the Lionhearts, or even the Black Lion Knight Order captain. But even with all of this stacked against him, frankly, he just doesn't care at this point, as his heart is filled with rage. He activates his mana circle and teleports behind him instantly, and attacks with a spear, which he manages to deflect. The attacks don't stop, however, and Eugene summons a large sword from his cloak and attempts to crush the undead like a tin can, but he is too swift and pushes Eugene right back. In one final attempt, Eugene tries to pull out something of the cloak quickly, but the undead notices and stops the attack that was fast approaching. This attack was done with a spear, one of the many weapons Eugene is adept at. The undead stops for a second and congratulates him for being so good at so many various weapons. Eugene tells him that if he pretends to be Hamel, the least he could do is fix his tone, as he didn't talk like that, ever. The undead once again notes that his skills are admirable, but still, much too weak for someone like him. In that split second, he charges in and tries to slash Eugene. This makes both of them exchange a few blows. However, unfortunately for Eugene, his weapon doesn't last for long, and the undead charges in, while saying that it's a shame, such a talented young man, dying by his blade. Before the attack can land, though, the undead is pushed backwards, and wonders what this child did to him. That's when he spots that Eugene is brandishing a dagger, and comes to the conclusion that he simply parried the attack. An admirable skill. Eugene thinks that it was not only parrying, but also a bit of magic, as when he felt the impact from the attack approach, he aligned the sword soul with its mana wavelength to deflect it entirely. But that doesn't stop the impact from being devastating, as even with his perfect timing, he is not yet strong enough to deflect such a powerful attack. This is a fight that can't be drawn out, so he will have to end it now, even if it takes a lot out of him. He starts revving up his mana circle even further, and fights with all of his might against this tireless undead. He continues to fight and fight, even when his bones feel like are being cracked with every attack, and his muscles are being torn apart with every movement. For him, however, it doesn't matter, as he did a lot more in his past life with a body that was less able. So as long as his mental fortitude is fine, he can still fight, no matter what. Eventually, his sword breaks, but that's when he pulls out Wyned and charges it with mana while charging in once again. While he was unsheathing Wyned, Eugene thought that, even at the cost of his mana shield being weaker, he will have to concentrate every bit of mana straight into Wyned. With that, they continue to fight, but Eugene doesn't give the undead time to react, as he relentlessly attacks him with every possible resource, and charges an almighty attack, as he really wants to see his face. This attack lands perfectly, and sure enough, the helmet that the undead brandished falls to the ground, in pieces. Eugene turns around and demands that the undead do the same. Reluctantly, it does so, and sure enough, that is the face of Hamel, which shocks Eugene to his core. He tries to play it off by noting that, as usual, he is still pretty hot-looking, even after these years. But unfortunately, the soul inside of that body is extremely ugly, and tainting the good looks. This makes the undead rage, and it screams so loud it can be heard throughout the halls. In its rage, it throws the sword directly at Eugene and charges in instantly afterwards, making Eugene block a pretty hefty punch. Eugene retreats backwards, and wonders why this guy got so fast all of a sudden, as all he did was drop his sword. This must be the nature of the soul, to fight without a weapon, as when he did, he was much weaker. But now what can he do, as a Death Knight can instantly heal most injuries given to them, so in order to kill one, their heart needs to be destroyed, no matter what. However, is he able to accomplish such a feat? He has been parrying all of his relentless attacks, and used all of his strength to just get one attack in. Additionally, if it wasn't for the white flame method, he would have ran out of mana long ago. All of these thoughts are pushing him back though, and all he needs to do is make it possible, even if it's not. The undead charges in once again, but this time brandishing a new kind of weaponry. Eugene tries to hit him with a few magic missiles like before, but the undead moves like a beast and dodges all of them. Eugene notices that now, his hands and feet are covered with demonic force, and with his savage combat style, the beast-like posture and the craziness in his eyes, Amelia must have put the soul of a lycanthrope inside of the body. The undead doesn't give him the time to think further, as he rushes to maim him. But Eugene pulls out the moonstone sword fragment and hits the undead's hand with it, which creates a small hole through his demonic claws, but doesn't stop him from attacking. He now knows that the most he can do is weaken the demonic force, not fully dissolve it. So now, he has to do things differently. They both charge at each other at the same time and also deflect each other's attacks. Eugene, however, lets the undead land an attack on him, giving him the opportunity to immediately turn around and put the sword fragment next to the undead's chest, which makes him scream in sheer pain as the demonic essence slowly dissipates from him. He tries to retaliate with some blood-red beams, but Eugene doesn't falter, and eventually, the demonic force dissipates completely from its chest. Swiftly, Eugene hits him with his sword, and additionally, he also summons countless magic missiles and aims all of them into the undead's chest. Afterwards, the shard falls to the ground, and Eugene is also tired. He looks at the undead, which now has a gaping hole in its chest, and notes that if he always had that disgusting thing in his chest, he shouldn't have dared to call himself Hamel. Instead of a heart, the undead that possesses the body of Hamel has a large red marble that protrudes out of his chest a little. He immediately covers it up in shame, and Eugene points it out, clearly trying to mock him. This makes the undead rush in while screaming, and he bashes Eugene with his shoulder, a move that sends both of them flying into a wall. This makes Eugene spit out a lot of blood, but even still, the insults continue. He is just a fool that thinks of himself as Hamel, but in reality, he is only a mere death knight, and not even human, but a lycanthrope, a beast, with no rhyme or reason. The undead affirms to himself that he is indeed Hamel, as it is probably lost in terms of identity, and is clinging to anything at this point. Eugene flips him off, which enrages the undead even further, so it grabs both of Eugene's shoulders with its beast-like demonic arms and slowly pushes him to the ground. This makes Eugene truly wonder, is he going to die in this place? But it's not over quite yet, as he can't just die a dog's death after getting another chance at life. His arm shakes as he thinks of a certain move, one that would leave him unable to move for a long while, so he can't miss, no matter what. However, if he will use it, winning is a certainty, as he can rip this lowly death knight into mere pieces, and even utterly destroy him, so that he can't regenerate further. The recoil of this move, though, will incapacitate him instantly, and hurt a lot. There is no other choice but to do it, as he doesn't have the stats to go one-on-one with a death knight, but if he uses that, it will be his victory. He has no choice, but to use the ultimate skills of Hamel, Ignition. That's when, in an unexpected turn of events, Raman approaches the scene and watches in horror as Eugene is being pushed towards the ground. Eugene looks at him and wonders what this blubbering fool is doing here, as he knocked him out specifically so that he could escape this place. Raman unsheathes his sword and demands the beast to get away from the young master. With no other choice, the undead throws Eugene into a nearby wall. This allows Raman to charge in using Sword Soul, but the moment the sword makes contact with the demonic barrier, it shatters into hundreds of pieces, leaving Raman defenseless and at the undead's mercy. He tells Eugene to run, while he tries his best to keep him in place for as long as possible. Eugene smiles and asks what he's going to do, as that undead has him firmly in his grasp. Raman is surprised that he can so casually laugh in a situation so dire, but it shows that he is truly an amazing man and an even better person. The undead, seeing him smile, is enraged, so he throws the lowly Raman at him, which makes Eugene crash into a wall once again, something he now probably has to get used to at this point. Raman helps him get up, and notes once again that he will make an opportunity for him to get away, so he should do so when he does. Eugene tells him that there is no need for that, as there is a door right behind them, one that might hold something important. The undead explains that the door cannot be opened, as he tried, but nobody can. Eugene says that what he just said makes him want to open it even more, and thinks that if he has to use ignition, he will. But first, he needs to check what is behind these doors. This is Hamel's grave, and he is Hamel, in soul at least. If Senya, or perhaps someone else, intended for this reincarnation of his, then this door that cannot be opened is meant for the owner of the grave, naturally. Sure enough, the door slowly opens, and before the undead can react, it sucks both Raman and Eugene in, and immediately closes. Raman tries to analyze the room, but Eugene immediately knocks him out, which to him is a mercy, as he could have just killed him because of how annoying he is. That's when he notices something that makes his eyes widen, and wonders why that Vermouth bastard left the sword here. 300 years ago, while on their quest, in Helmut, near the Demon King of Slaughter's castle, after the party decisively won against him, they were looking for any remaining subordinates, and ended up finding a stairway that led underground. Deep within, they find ancient relics, which could not be analyzed, as they were extremely ancient. Even Senya couldn't fully analyze them, and could only assume that he was from the age of myth. However, in the innermost location, they found the ever-so-powerful Moonlight Sword. At first, Hamel was the one to try and pick it up, as he broke a lot of weapons while fighting the Demon King of Slaughter, so he needed new weaponry. Unfortunately for him, however, he couldn't take the sword, because as soon as he approached it, he fell to his knees and immediately started to spew blood. In the end, the sword came into the possession of Vermouth, but he wonders now, leaving this sword here, is it some type of condolences for him? This is nothing to scoff at, that's for sure. The Moonlight Sword sure has a simple name, but it does the job, and it fits quite nicely. When Vermouth got a hold of this sword, he no longer used the sacred sword, but that was a given. The Moonlight Sword, even with its rather simplistic appearance, was much, much stronger than the sacred sword. Eugene stares at the moon symbol above it. When they first saw the Moonlight Sword, that symbol was a full moon, beautifully bright. But now, it's a crescent moon. Perhaps it is in a weakened state. Eugene tries to find the fragment he has, thinking that it might react to the sword. But that's when he remembers that he bashed the chest of the undead earlier and never managed to get it back. This makes him wonder why Vermouth left the sword here. Perhaps because he wanted it? That idiotic bastard. What would be the point of giving it to him after he died? Well, this is no time to get all sentimental, as in this room, there is only the Moonlight Sword, so if he leaves this place, he has to fight that creature once again, which is quite an insane venture. However, the undead isn't his only problem, as Amelia Merwin could return at any moment, so he needs to quickly get rid of the undead and bolt out of this place as fast as he can. He approaches the Moonlight Sword slowly and notes that he doesn't know what kind of idea Vermouth had to put the sword in his resting place. But realistically, there is only one reason it is here. To let him finally have it, right? In his past life as Hamel, he couldn't hope to touch this sword, but he reincarnated as a descendant of Vermouth, so it might be enough to hold it. Even if he can't, he has to, as Vermouth gave it to him. He reaches for the sword slowly, but he just barely touches the light that emanates from it, and his lungs start to feel heavy, and his mana is screaming at him to get out of this place. With no other option, he uses the white flame method to reach even further to it. Eugene thinks that it is incomparable to what he first tried to grab in his past life, so the story about the sword shattering into pieces was true. Eventually, he manages to grab the sword, but he gets pushed backwards almost instantly, with the sword still in his hand. Eugene is glad that he actually managed to get it this time, and gets up, as he has to remove its sheath. When he does, he is disappointed, but not surprised, as he finds no blade attached to the hilt, because the sword broke into pieces. That's when the crescent moon that was standing above it shatters into pieces, and slowly, the pieces form a blade for the Moonlight Sword, which now emanates a familiar blue glow. Eugene is very happy about this, and looks at the sword with a proud expression. He thinks that the Moonlight Sword is one that scatters all magic and mana around it, but it is swallowing up tons of his mana like he has been starving. Is it perhaps resonating with the white flame method? Additionally, due to the amount of mana this sword consumes, he can't use it at the moment, but he certainly has enough mana for it after he rests. He puts it in his cloak and notes that this sword is lowly, but also extremely nice, as even after it broke into 1,000 pieces, it is still powerful. With this new weapon, he won't need to use ignition. He will be able to slay the Death Knight with ease now. One last thing he has to do before leaving the room is check the casket. He does so, and sure enough, there is no body in sight, but he finds something else, some writing on the casket. Perhaps one day, they will meet once again, the world that they have both hoped for. Eugene recognizes this as Senya's handwriting, but that's when a bright green leaf forms in his eye, and his expression widens. Outside of the room, the undead thinks that he tried to break that door countless of times, with countless ways, but he could not put a scratch on it. Even his great master could not do so. That man, however, easily opened it, so he cannot kill him, but keep him alive, until his master comes back at least. His helmet has shattered into pieces, and his breastplate is gone. He also took out his claws, something which his master explicitly told him to not do, so she will be filled with rage once she finds out. He needs to prove himself useful to her, lest he be cast out and damned for eternity. Suddenly Eugene comes out of the room and asks the undead if he waited long for him. The undead immediately asks him how got in there, but Eugene says that he just did, simple as that. The undead once again asks him something, what he saw inside, but Eugene hushes him up, noting that it's a secret, one he will never tell. This makes the undead unleash his claws once again and rush towards Eugene, who is now prepared, as he has the moonlight sword by his side. Both the undead and Eugene look at each other, and Eugene dispels his demonic claws instantly with just a swing of the moonlight sword. This makes the undead back off instantly, and he seems quite puzzled by what just happened. His claws, that are made from demonic energy, should be unbreakable. So what did this child do? Eugene's head falls down while he's holding the sword, and he thinks that he tried to control the strength of the swing. But even with that, after one measly swing, he is out of breath, and his vision has become blurry. Additionally, this bastardly sword is also eating his mana constantly. However, he has to admit that its force is very satisfying, as he couldn't hit the undead, but he got his demonic force pretty good. The undead snarls at him, and comes at him while stretching his whole body. Eugene notices that he isn't using the demonic force anymore, and is probably planning to just fight with his fists only, something that is not wise at all. Eugene pulls out Winid, and that's when the undead jumps into action, moving extremely swift in 10 places at once, presumably trying to take Eugene by surprise. Eventually, he musters the courage to attack, but Eugene notices him, and the undead barely has time to get out of the way. Eugene notes that he is way too scared, as he hasn't even swung well yet. He uses this opportunity to use Winid, and engulfs the undead into a small tornado, and throws him into the wall. Eugene is not finished, however, as he uses the mana he has to pick up some stone fragments, and throws them at him constantly. Eugene says that if he was in a better physical state, he would have beaten him to a pulp until nothing remained. But now, he frankly doesn't have the time or energy. He smashes the ground with his foot and creates a large magical hand, which instantly rushes to grab the undead. He manages to dodge, but not before the hand taps him on the shoulder, which destroys his armor. He notices, and he seems to have had enough, as he unleashes a mighty scream and summons a different kind of demonic energy, one much more red and vicious. Eugene looks at this and tells him that he should have used this earlier, as then he would have saved energy. The magical hand comes back around and tries to grab him once again, but the undead deflects it just before it can grab him. However, this isn't the end of the attacks, as Eugene gets in front of him, and just before the undead can unleash his mighty attack, the moonlight sword fragment is thrown at one of his hands. Eugene smiles, as, since he has the moonlight sword in his hand, he can control the fragment however he wants to. This gives him but a moment to act, but that's already plenty enough for him. The undead notices that he's aiming for his core and tries to attack him, but Eugene moves faster and deals a great blow to his chest, something which sends him backwards. With this, the undead has been defeated, but Eugene isn't in a good state either, as he instantly starts vomiting blood on the ground. He thinks that he used as little power as possible for this guy, but still, he has used way too much mana for a normal person. However, this is much better than using ignition. Additionally, now that he has no mana left, the moonlight sword is gone, for now at least. He puts it in his cloak and approaches the undead, seeing that still, the core did not fully break, which means that the undead isn't quite dead yet. Eugene gnarls and feels very shitty about the whole situation, as this This is just an insult to the dead. That scamp really dared to break into his own grave and make a death knight out of his body? No matter, he needs to destroy the core, take Raman, and just get out while he can. Before the sword can fully reach the core, however, Eugene is frozen in place, as he can't move, almost as if an invisible power is tying him down. He smiles, as he knows who has just arrived, Amelia Merwin herself. She stands behind Eugene, who can't move a single muscle on his body, and can only use his mouth to speak. He is sure that he is able to speak, only because she allowed it. He asks to talk face to face at least, but she notes that now, she's just wondering what to do with him. She does have a few good ideas, but her favorite must be this one. She will be dragging him to the surface and throwing him into the hot, arid sand. Naturally, that couldn't possibly kill him, so she will make sure that his head is above the surface, so that he is able to take air into those lungs of his. After that, she will force his eyes and mouth to stay open, and due to the dry and hot area, his eyes will crack into pieces, and his tongue will become like dried up wood. After he has experienced that, he will become a scarecrow of the desert, as she will destroy his legs and twist them into one long string. Additionally, she will stick a few thin metal pieces into each of his fingers, something which might be too painful for someone like him. Suddenly, Eugene's body moves on his own, and he gets up. Amelia continues. Front the tips of his fingers, into his arms, across his broad shoulders, and his other fingers, so that he can keep his arms spread open, like a good scarecrow should. His eyes will already be broken by then, so he will not be able to see what is happening around him, but he will be able to feel it, that aching pain, the metal slowly becoming a part of him. Unfortunately for him, she won't be able to dull his pain, but at this point, she wouldn't want to. Eugene says that he will die from the shock by that point, but Amelia tells him that he won't, as she won't let him. That is how he is going to become a scarecrow for this part of the desert, for a very, very long while, until she is tired of seeing him like that at least. Finally, she asks if he knows who she is, and Eugene answers, she is Amelia Merwin. Amelia notes that he is correct. She is the desert's dungeon master, the Black Thorn, the Death Answer, that is her, in her entirety. She notices that he managed to break her pet. Granted, it was a rather useless being, but it was still hers, and only she can do whatever she wants to it, since she is the owner, be it torture, breaking, or killing it. Eugene notes that she has a rather gross and ugly pet. Why didn't she bathe it at least? Amelia smacks him across the head with her staff instantly, something which sends him back. She tells him that the only person who can say those things about her pet is only herself, as she is the owner. Eugene spits out some blood, but gets up on his own, as the spell seemed to be broken, so he might have a chance at an attack. He can't delude himself like this, however, as Amelia is on a whole another level, and he couldn't hope to kill her, even if he has time to use ignition. He did not want to use Balzac's letter, but now, he doesn't have much of a choice. He asks if she knows about Balzac Ludbeth, which makes her stare at him with an inquisitive stare. She does, but she doesn't seem to know why he is bringing up his name so suddenly. Eugene explains that he knows him personally, and he wrote him a letter to give to her if he were to ever come across her. He throws the letter into one of her hands, and she notices that indeed, he is speaking the truth, as this seal is Balzac's. But why would he write a letter for someone as puny as him? Does he even know what this letter means? Eugene says that Balzac told him, if he hands this to her, she would let him go, no matter what he did. Amelia explains that it's a little bit different from that, as long time ago, Balzac helped her with something. As payment, she promised to him a single favor, no matter what it be. That was a very valuable payment, even for someone as powerful as Balzac, as the ability to ask Amelia Merwin herself for a favor is something that happens too rarely. However, for entire decades, he did not ask her for a single thing, so he gets what she's insinuating, right? Since he has this, he now owns the favor, and can ask for one thing in Balzac's stead. As long as she can do it, it will be done. If he does not want to die, then he should ask to be spared, as she will not kill him. But she also won't let him go like this. She needs to know exactly why, how, and what he was doing in this place. Eugene seems to think for a bit, and finally comes to a conclusion. He asks her, the mighty Amelia Merwin, to off herself, right in front of him, and right now. This makes Amelia smile, as she previously told him that it would be anything as long as she can do it, and that she cannot do. Since it has come to this, she will be giving him two choices. If he doesn't want to talk at all, she will respect his decision and will kill him. However, if he wants to live, then she will let him. But he needs to tell her about everything that she wants to know. These two choices surprise Eugene, and she explains that he shouldn't worry, as she is not going to cripple him like she originally planned. And even if he chooses death, she won't torture him, as she plenty of ways to get him to talk. He has become an interesting subject for her. How did he get here? A place that not even the Sultan of this desert knows about. Only the desert mages here know of this place, so perhaps there was a rat amongst them who worked with him. That shouldn't have happened, but it doesn't matter now. Eugene wonders what to do, as if he asks for his life. She will get a confession out of him, no matter how he puts it. If she doesn't need to torture him for answers, she will use dark magic to get her answers, and at her level, he can't hope to resist against it. Amelia notes that he is thinking for a long time, so should she interpret this hesitation as his answer? Eugene thinks that another option is to use ignition and try to run, but she will most likely use the binding spell once again, so that's not a good plan. She says that she has become bored of waiting, so she will give him to the count of 3. That will be the allotted time to answer. 1. Eugene wonders if he should tell her about him being a Lionheart, but this fucking dark mage wouldn't even respect that name. 2. Should he just be honest about all of it? Tell her that he opened the door she couldn't, and found the moonlight sword within. But that's not great either, as even if she will spare his life, she will certainly take his sword. Before Amelia can count to 3, she stops and looks behind her, as the undead has risen. Eugene notices that he has an entirely different aura, that disgusting feeling. He knows it all too well. Amelia instantly bows down, and she asks, "What brings the mighty and benevolent demon king of incarceration in this most disgusting place?" He looks directly into Eugene's direction, and explains that he saw him through the eyes of Balzac before. Did he perhaps come to offer flowers to one of his ancestors' dearest friends? He is sure that he can see for himself, that the owner of this grave is Hamel, who was called the Foolish, but he was definitely not that. He was a strong and talented warrior, and also Vermouth's best friend. Eugene wonders what the hell he is talking about, but he's also annoyed that this thing is talking about Vermouth so casually. The Demon King of Incarceration notes that he knows all too well why he would consider him an enemy, but he and Vermouth have genuinely understood each other and built a real relationship. However, to enforce something that happened 300 years ago on a descendant is rather silly of him. He respects the Lionhearts out of the friendship he had with the great Vermouth, but he will not demand respect from him. Now, he speaks directly to him. After Vermouth, for 300 years, he has seen a ton of Lionhearts come and go, but he believes that he is the only one, out of all of those, that is most like Vermouth. Amelia analyzes Eugene, and sure enough he seems to be a Lionheart, as he has all of the traits. She also notes that she didn't expect to see the great king in such a pitiful place, in the vessel of a puny death knight. So, he should tell her already. How is she supposed to take all of this into account? The Demon King of Incarceration notes that it's up to her, but she then asks, did he only come here to defend the cub of that bad lion? The Demon King of Incarceration notes that it is his friend's descendant, so he had to. Amelia says that this is no reason to oppress her freedoms, which he is supposed to respect fully. The Demon King of Incarceration explains that Vermouth is dead, has been for a long time, but his bloodline continues to live on, and especially this Eugene fellow, as he can see Vermouth in him. She should not take this the wrong way, as he still endears and respects her, but not as much as the great Vermouth. Amelia asks how he can respect someone who has been dead for so long, more than someone who is alive right now. She tries to get up, but the Demon King pushes her down instantly, which takes her by surprise. She looks at him with a rage-fueled expression, and the Demon King of Incarceration says that her freedom cannot possibly transcend her respect for him. Previously, he has respected her freedom to do whatever she wishes to in Hamel's grave, and he still does. But if she truly wishes to harm Vermouth's descendant, he cannot accept that, for now at least. Eugene notices what he just said, and asks, what does he mean by "for now"? Amelia tells him to be more polite to the great king, as his arrogance is showing. The Demon King of Incarceration explains that 300 years ago, he made a promise with Vermouth, as he knows, and 300 years is a long time for humans. For all of those years, he has shown courtesy and generosity to Vermouth's descendants. He accepted it as fact that they did not show him the same kind of generosity and respect. However, he cannot have people think that it is an obligation to be nice to them. He is the Demon King of Incarceration, ruler of countless demons, and Helmut's king. Eugene starts shaking uncontrollably, as even this talking is making him tremble, and his heart tightens in his chest. The Demon King continues. Naturally, with freedom comes a sense of responsibility, as without it, freedom is just self-indulgence, something which he is not keen of. So, by his command, he will relay what he is saying not to all the Lionhearts. If they will not muster enough courage to respect him, he will no longer be giving them the respect he has up until now. Eugene sees clear as day that this is a warning, and asks, why is he telling him this now, after 300 years of silence? The Demon King of Incarceration explains that his ancestor made a promise, but the payment was freedom, however. That promise is coming to a close. The wheel that Vermouth has stopped for so long is about to begin turning once again. There will be a need for another promise, one day. So who will be able to make that promise in Vermouth's stead, and stops that wheel from turning once again? Eugene asks what the promise was, and the Demon King looks at him for a second, before grinning widely. He does not have the right to know that, since he is not Vermouth, but only a foolish lion. His existence, or rather his very soul, all of this, was because of Vermouth's promise, that he could be born 300 years later. Eugene is extremely shocked by this revelation, and his pendant glows. The Demon King of Incarceration also tells Emilia to go back to her dungeon, but she doesn't want to, as she still has questions for this lion cub. He notes that she will not find any answers from him, but she doesn't want to believe it, as her pet was basically destroyed, and he also easily opened the door that she tried to, but no matter what, she couldn't. He looks around for a door and teleports the three of them to it. With one flick of his hand, he disintegrates the door and tells her to look. There is only Hamel's grave inside. Nothing ever happened here. Emilia knows all too well that now, he just basically told her to stand down, or else. Emilia asks if he likes the vessel he is wearing now, as she will give it to him if he does. The Demon King of Incarceration notes that his business around these parts is done, so he will be returning Hamel's body. She asks if he's sure, as that is the body of Vermouth, his best friend actually. The Demon King of Incarceration says that indeed it is, but Hamel is not his friend. In that moment, the body slowly falls as the Demon King removes his presence from it. While getting up, Emilia tells Eugene that he got very lucky, but next time, he won't. She gets the essence from the body of Hamel and walks away, thinking that she can't do anything to that brat now. But someday, soon, she will make sure to kill him once that promise is over, and in truth, she just can't wait for it. After she is gone from that area, Eugene's fist shakes uncontrollably as his veins pop out from rage. He unleashes a mighty scream and starts smashing every wall and pillar he is in visual contact with. He remembers how the Demon King of Incarceration called him a foolish lion. He knows, that fucker knows that he was reincarnated. He also remembers what he said about him reincarnating, that it was because of Vermouth's promise. But just what could that mean? Did Vermouth make the promise in order to have him reincarnated? That wouldn't be possible, however, as Vermouth knew him all too well, and if he wanted to do something for him, he would have chosen to kill this damn Demon King of Incarceration. Additionally, from what he gathered, the promise was made for peace, and it had nothing to do with the reincarnation. Lastly, he remembers how he said that Hamel isn't his friend, but the feeling is more than mutual at this point. Emilia took his old body away. Unfortunately, he was not able to fully annihilate it. Also, what did that Demon King bastard imply about the wheel, and how it will soon start to turn again? He always speaks in riddles, like some type of wise being, but he doesn't intend to make any promise to stop that wheel. If that wheel only rolls over manure and mud, it should be destroyed, not stopped. However, if his reincarnation wasn't Senya's or Anissa's doing, but Vermouth's, he's quite surprised. He didn't expect him to do something like that at all, as he didn't seem the type. He pulls out a leaf from his cloak and starts to piece the story together. Some 200 years earlier, after Vermouth was long dead, Someone invaded his grave, and Senya realized, so she came all of the way here to stop that person. Senya fought that invader valiantly, but soon after, disappeared. This leaf that he found in front of Hamel's coffin is something he recognizes, as it is from the World Tree. One of these leaves allows a person to teleport to the Elven Fortress, no matter where they are. Did she use this because she was in so much danger? But who could actually corner the great Senya like that? The only person he can think of is Vermouth. But if it was really Vermouth who fought with her, what would really be the reason for it? He remembers the first time he met the party, Senya scoffed and complained at him, noting that he was just some everyday mercenary. Anise instantly insulted him, saying that he looks like he has no sense of real class, and she is sure that there are more valiant people than him. Moron, of course, was a moron, so he only said that he wanted to fight the warriors from this kingdom, as they seemed strong. Even after all of this, though, Vermouth insisted that Hamel became his companion, something which Hamel rejected. He doesn't intend to bow down to someone weaker, so they will fight now. Unexpectedly, Hamel fell in a few short minutes, but he did not falter, and they fought again and again until the sun was about to set. Eventually, Hamel asked, why does he even want him to come? Vermouth explained that he will be his companion if he wins, so he has won. Wasn't that the promise? Hamel said that he doesn't get it. If he is the warrior of light, somebody who is destined to save the world, why does he need him specifically? Vermouth approaches him and told him that he needs him and his power in order to destroy all of the demon kings. So he should come with him and become a savior of this world. Eugene thinks about it further. If the reincarnation and the necklace were Vermouth's doing, he would have been able to place the necklace in the Lionheart treasury with ease, as he was the founder of the family. But it's too early to confidently say that this is what happened. The illusion of Senya he saw, and the handwritten words on his gravestone. Those must also mean something. Perhaps one day, we will meet in the world you hoped for. That was written. And if it wasn't referring to heaven, but his reincarnation, did Vermouth betray Senya for some reason? He doesn't know, and honestly, doesn't even want to think that this is true. But in order to find out what happened, what really went on in this place, he needs to find Senya. Much later, the Kajitan of Emir stares at Eugene and hopes that at least he knows that what he is asking is too much. He heard about him from his subordinates, the ones who retreated, but does he truly think that he sent them out to steal from him? Eugene notes that he could give less about their intentions. The truth is that they harmed him, or attempted to, at least. The Kajitan explains that all of this was to protect him, and only that. If he is not aware already, Nahama and Keel are not on great terms. Not at all, as Keel's emperor is scared about Nahama's power. And the Sultan also holds resentment against Keel too. He thinks that the mages of the desert, who are constantly progressing this damn desertification, are hiding at the very end of the desert. If this child somehow was able to come across them, then the scorpion would have come there too. The Kajitan notes that him protecting him so well is basically Nahama bowing down to Keel, at least for once. He also had to figure out what he was doing there. But truly, why was he heading towards the barren Kajitani desert, where nobody lives? Eugene says that he did not come all this way to be interrogated by him, and the Kajitan notes that this is precisely why. He can't hope to start interrogating someone like him, so he had his subordinates follow him, so that they could protect him, if something were to occur. If Rahman had properly carried out the orders he had been given, they would not be having this awfully awkward conversation right now. He understands that he feels bad about this situation, but from what he has gathered from the others, they kept a pretty good distance from him. Yet, he was the one that attacked. Eugene smiles and thinks that this guy isn't bringing up the assassins or the desert mages to boot, so he doesn't know that Hamel's grave and Amelia Merwin are in the Kajani desert. What a puppet. However, there is no need to tell him all of this, so he will just solve this as he does and back off. He notes that if he is right, then he misunderstood the situation, which is his fault, but that doesn't explain the whole situation to his family. What will they say when they see him like this? The Kajitan doesn't know what he is trying to tell him, and Eugene clarifies. Even if somehow all of this was just a simple misunderstanding, it is true that he has endangered him. So if he explains all of this as a misunderstanding, he doesn't know what his family will do. The Kajitan's voice starts to tremble, and Eugene explains that he doesn't want this to become a bad situation either, as it could lead to a problem between two entire nations, and he doesn't want to put his dear family in a tough situation only because of this. The Kajitan finally gets it, and asks what, or how much he wants. Eugene asks for a simple 500 million cell. He thinks that this is a pretty cheap price for repairing their relationship, which is filled with misunderstandings. The Kajitan notes that for someone so young, he sure is very bold, which is not a bad trait at all. He will have the money, if that is the only way to appease his anger. Since they have settled this amicably, he has to ask just one more thing before he goes. Truly, what did he see in the Kajani desert? Eugene says that there was only desert, and more desert, as he said previously. There is nothing there. He thinks that the coffin, statue, and memorial stone, all of them he put in his cape, so really there is nothing left remaining. Even the Sultan of this place doesn't know about Hamel's grave, so as long as that damn Amelia keeps her mouth shut tight, what happened there remains there, and will never get out. He also tells the Kajitan that he will be taking Raman with him, as he has to make him pay for threatening his life. The Kajitan says that if he wants to do that, he can make him easy for him, and have him executed right here and right now. Raman feels betrayed, as this is the master that he has followed through thick and thin. Eugene explains that he is not that merciless, and doesn't want to see his head roll over something so trivial. He is just going to bring him back home, and make him scrub their toilets or something. The Kajitan says that it's as he wants it to be, and so, their conversation ends. While walking to his next location, Eugene remembers a conversation he had with Anise in a field, filled with dead soldiers. She said that sometimes, in times like these, she has doubts. If their mighty God truly is omnipotent and all-knowing as it is told, then why does he let these young soldiers of him bleed like this? Hamel told her to stop, as it is clear as day that she is drunk. Anise continues, however, if God truly is a light that chases away all of the darkness, then why doesn't he do just that? That's when Hamel noted that they have Vermouth. He does not know anything about her God of light or complicated stuff like that, but he does know that Vermouth is one strong guy. So if she wants to look at it like this, God could not take care of this world by himself, and so he sent Vermouth, the living miracle, to help. That is why he is a valiant warrior, and why the sacred sword acknowledged him instantly. Anise did not expect such kind words from someone like him, but Hamel didn't do it out of kindness. He is just really annoyed with her, as he has to listen to her drunk tales over nothing. So she should hand some of that drink over, instead of drinking alone, like a sad drunk. Anise clenched her flask tight, and noted that this is not alcohol, but holy water, that could not be given to somebody who lacks faith, like him. That's how they started bickering about it, and in hindsight, that was pretty fun. Eventually, Eugene arrives at his location, the sacred ground of light, Hogani, where Anise's statue is located. If he were to take a shot from the Holy Empire Eurus, across the ocean, he would arrive here. 200 years ago, Anise sent a prayer right here, before starting her pilgrimage, to the very end of the desert. He thinks that Anise came to his grave to pay respects. However, Senya's retirement and Anise's pilgrimage do not overlap completely, as Senya retired a few years earlier. Then, Anise chose to go on a pilgrimage. Anise couldn't have visited his grave, it seems, as if she had. She would have definitely done something about the state that he found it in. Was Vermouth also somehow involved in the disappearance of Anise? He could not find anything important in this place, so the only clue he has now is this leaf that Senya left behind. Raman sheepishly grabs his attention and asks if he has changed his mind about going back. Eugene claims that he hasn't, and they are definitely going back to Kiel now. Kayan eagerly waits for him, as he wants to see just how strong he grew in the 2 years that he was gone. Kayan looks at the portal with a certain unease, and his mother notes that he seems unhappy with his brother coming back. Kayan explains that he wants him to come back, but he also doesn't want that at the same time. If Eugene really wants to become the patriarch, he will most likely have to give up and surrender the position to him. His mother says that, as long as he does not back down, Eugene won't become the patriarch. He has no need to. Kayan asks truly, is this what is best for the Lionhearts? The patriarch position should be given to the strongest amongst the family. His mother notes that he is no longer a child, but a grown man. He can make these decisions on his own. Becoming the patriarch or surrendering the position, it's all his choice. Kayan looks at the ground and notes that this is not what she truly wishes for. His mother sighs, as it seems she has raised him too strictly. She regrets it now, as she doesn't want to end up like Theonis. She does not want her children to suffer over her greed, like Iode has. Kayan says that he is much different than that guy, and his mother notes that indeed he is, so now he can make the right choice. What he chooses, that will be the right choice, and she will respect it fully. Additionally, Eugene is now his brother, so even if they are not related by blood, they are still brothers. He should talk with him once he arrives, as the whole succession thing can wait. Eventually, Eugene arrives, and notes that he was going to see them all back at the house anyways, so why did they come out all the way here? His father immediately jumps on him, and Eugene says that it's been a while, and he seems to have worked out a ton, as his body is very sturdy. He has also grown a large beard. The father rubs his eyes and notes that it's thanks to Sterod. Eugene remembers that guy, he is Gargus's father. Are they really close enough now, for him to refer to him by his first name? He also notices Anasilla behind his father, and bows down, while apologizing, as he did not see her. She tells him to not be so awkward around her, as they are family. Eugene looks around, and notices that the patriarch is nowhere to be seen. Anasilla explains that he is at the Black Lion Castle, because of the coming-of-age ritual. He knows about that, right? Eugene remembers that the blood secession ritual, which he was a part of, is attended by both direct and indirect lineages. However, the coming-of-age ritual is only for the direct lineage children. Anasilla notes that it was Iode, who is 2 years older than him, that should have gone through the ritual last time, but now he is basically estranged, so the last ceremony was skipped due to this. But now, there are 3 children, himself, Kayan, and Seal, who will become fully fleshed adults next year, so that ceremony will be much more fun, it seems. That's when Raman comes out from the portal too, and Anasilla asks who he is. Eugene explains that he is his subordinate, Raman, and he is 32 years old. He has personally picked him, and he's trustworthy. He is not teaching him or anything, but he will be working some random jobs for his sake. He calls over Nina, who has also grown, and tells her to start teaching him about cleaning. The barn and tourney hall needs some, and she should put him to the more strength-based tasks, as he has enough. Nina is taken back by this, and asks if that is okay, as he is his subordinate after all. Eugene tells her that this is exactly why he will do as he is told, and also tells Raman that from now on, Nina is his senior. Raman laments having to treat someone much younger than him as his senior, but still, all of this is for the young master Eugene. This way, he will also pay him back for saving his life. Surely, a day will come when he is needed, and on that day, he will risk his life for him, as a true warrior should. Kayan grabs Eugene's attention, and notes that if he's done, they should go and talk about some things. While they walked throughout the forest, Kayan strangely asks, "Just what is he?" Eugene naturally doesn't know how to respond to this, and asks just what the hell he is talking about. Kayan asks if he truly is 19, like he says, and Eugene notes that, if he wants the truth, he is actually a reincarnation of someone very important. Kayan tells him to stop lying, and Eugene can't help but laugh, as even though this is the truth, he doesn't believe him. He also asks why. Is he really that shocked at how powerful his brother has become? Kayan looks at him with a saddened expression and explains that it was 2 years. They haven't seen each other for 2 entire years, yet it feels like he has lived 20 instead of 2. He tried with all of his might. While he was learning magic, he trained the sword day in and day out and also reached 3 stars this way. But all the while, Eugene reached the 4th star already. His expression sours, and he tells Eugene to become the patriarch instead of him. Eugene asks why the sudden change. Did he not want to become patriarch? Kayan notes that, after seeing his face, he cannot handle it anymore. How can he become the patriarch, the leader of the family, when he is obviously so much better than him, in every aspect? Eugene asks why not, as he can just be the patriarch if he says that he will. He has no competition. Kayan just can't accept something like that, and Eugene suggests that they can have a duel if he wants him to have the position. If he wins, then he will accept any decision he makes. Kayan is confused by this, as wouldn't it make more sense for him to become patriarch if he wins? Eugene says that he is smarter than he expected, which anger Kayan. But still, he should become the patriarch, as that position is for somebody with ambition, And he also doesn't want such an annoying position to drag him down. If he really wants him to change his mind, the only way he will be able to do it is by force. Kyan sighs and notes that instead of a duel, they should just have a proper spar, like they used to. They both go to the sparring area, and the servants watch in awe, as Kyan is desperately trying to hit Eugene even once, who is not even breaking a sweat. Eugene notices that Kyan is able to control his sword soul quite easily, and can also maintain it for a long while. His mana proficiency has become much better, probably because he reached 3 stars. Somebody with as much mana as him is probably extremely rare in this continent. Kyan thinks that this is strange, as he got tired too fast. It is like he is swinging his sword at a rock. Eugene's sword seems to deflect his every attack, but at the same time, it sends his sword where he doesn't want it to be. One of the servants says that it's no use, and wonders, if he were to fight with everything he got, while also using sword soul, could he be able to win? Hazar comes from behind them, and notes that it is unlikely. Master Eugene was strong 2 years ago too, but now, he is overwhelmingly so. Although Kyan has also gotten much stronger than he was previously, Eugene is taking all of those swift attacks without moving at all. Eugene sends Kyan back with a powerful parry, which makes Kyan asks about the technique, as it deflected all of his attacks. Eugene says that it's just some regular parrying, but Kyan doesn't believe it, as he parried his sword soul perfectly. He did not bounce it off, but rather let it slide off. Eugene notes that he has some pretty good eyes, and Kyan asks for him to tell him more about it. Eugene looks at him for a second, and then his expression changes into an evil one. Really? Does he truly want to learn from him? Kyan remains patient, while he almost breaks the sword in half, but Eugene says that he will teach him, as if he becomes strong enough. Him becoming the patriarch won't be an issue any longer, right? However, there are too many people around here, so they should go somewhere more private. They go somewhere more isolated, and Eugene explains that no matter what he does, he won't become stronger than him, but he will accept being the patriarch if he's strong enough. Is that the case? Kyan says that it is, but still. Eugene exclaims that there is no but. Even if he pushes that title on him, he will not become the patriarch, because he simply doesn't want to be one. Kyan thinks that he offered him the position a total of 3 times already, but he keeps rejecting. He notes that if this is his choice, then he can't argue with it. He is skilled, but doesn't have the qualities of a patriarch, and also didn't go through the proper lessons, so he is not prepared. He keeps yapping and yapping until Eugene kicks him in the shin, as he was just spouting bullshit. Kyan calms down, and asks when he's going to be taught the skill, right now? Eugene says that he is busy, so he can't teach him currently, but he will write it down and give it to him. If he trains hard enough and reads that thoroughly, he will be able to learn it in no time. In Mount Euclid, an old and rather rough mountain located south of Kiel, Vermouth, the greater of the Kiel Empire, gave up on his title and moved to a house in the capital. But even after 300 years afterwards, Euclid remains Lionheart territory. The Black Lion Castle is also located at the peak of said mountain, and this is the place Vermouth lived in the most, and also where his corpse lies. The different members are attending a meeting, and the patriarch announces to everyone that Eugene has just returned to the main residence. One of the members notes that this is very nice timing, as there are only 2 months remaining in this year. The patriarch says that if this is the case, there is no need to summon him to this place. But the other member tells him that he was the one who did something so unexpected. A child of indirect blood was taken into the main residence. That is something that has never happened throughout their history. The patriarch thinks that he has seen this man ever since he was a boy, but he still feels uncomfortable about him. This is the oldest man in the family, and also the head of the Senate, called the White Lion of Immortality, Dronzer Lionheart. He says that naturally the child has proved his worth, but things have been rather messy around him. Carmen says that she also met that child when she went to Eroth. So why is it a problem that he is from an indirect family? What is important here is his potential, and only that. Dronzer looks at her with a powering expression, and notes that even she has good enough insight that cannot represent the Black Lion, no matter what. So, he will check for himself during the coming-of-age ceremony, which he looks forward to. Dronzer explains that the entire Senate agrees that the child, Eugene, has tons of potential. That is precisely why they permitted the current patriarch to adopt him and nurture him at the main residence. However, he will also become a fully fledged adult in 2 months, and that is when they will begin the process of choosing the next patriarch. He also heard that he visited Nahama, coming back only now, and the patriarch notes that he's correct. Doiners notes that even before that, he learned magic in Aroth at the Red Magic Tower, so he must be quite talented in that subject too. Well, he was talented enough to make the Red Magic Tower Master take him as his impromptu disciple, and he even had a few talks with Aroth's prince from what he's heard. He then tells the patriarch directly that they are those who possess the Lionheart name and are a pack of lions. So it's okay for the patriarch to raise his children based on what he wishes. However, letting a lion be raised and then leave the pack on his own just because he wants to is disrespectful to their culture and unacceptable. Gillard then looks at him sternly and says directly that decision is on him to make. He should not be controlled and tossed around. Doiners notes that naturally, it is so, and he will respect the child's choices, but he will have to restrict his choices for the safety of the family. Judging by his tone, though, was he planning to recommend that child for the patriarch position? Gillard says that if this is what he wants, then he will leave him the possibility to. Carmen notes that he doesn't want to. She just talked with Seal, and she said that Eugene is refusing the position outright. This makes Doiner smile, and hope that he doesn't change his mind about this. Later, Eugene gets informed by Anasilla that they will both be going to the Black Lion Castle, something which is strange, as usually the Senate elders would come here to take part of the ceremony. But this time, they were invited to go there instead. Seal herself is already there, so it's just them two that need to go there now. Eugene asks when, and she notes that they should leave as soon as they are ready to. With that, Eugene tells Kyan that they should go now, as he's sure that they will have everything they need there. Kyan accepts, and while they walk down a corridor, Kyan notes that he finished reading the book that he wrote for him, and well, it doesn't seem that useful, as doing all of this is simply torturing the core a lot. If he follows these methods, he will just pass out from the lack of mana in his body. Eugene says that this is how he trained it, thinking that it's how Hamel used to train his mana, even though he changed it a bit for Kyan, in order to make him even try. He tells him to keep something in mind. He must do it, even if he thinks he can't. He has to keep going, even if he wants to cry and throw up blood. That is what he must sacrifice in order to become like him. And more importantly, this is what he needs to do in order to become patriarch. Kyan is quite spooked by his words and calls him a bastard, which Eugene enjoys, as it means his teasing is working. Kyan also notes that this is the first time in a long while the coming-of-age ceremony is being held somewhere else, especially at the Black Lion Castle. However, he kind of gets why, as because of that sad sack of nothing Iode, the Senate has been keeping an eye on them too. Maybe, just maybe, they want to teach them a lesson, and most likely warn him specifically of something. Eugene asks what they would do with him then, and Kyan explains that, since he's the future patriarch, maybe they want to congratulate him a little earlier, and he might even be allowed to go to Vermouth's grave. This makes Eugene stare at him deeply, as Vermouth's resting place is located in Mount Ulcus, but its precise location is extremely well hidden, and even the current patriarch does not know about it. He does not believe that Vermouth died peacefully, like the books said, so he needs to make sure that it's his body that is in that grave, at least to confirm his suspicions, if nothing else. Kyan starts fangirling about the things that he will be allowed to, maybe a weapon that Vermouth himself used, the special ones. Among them, the Demon Kings of Cruelty's weapon, the demonic spear Ruintos, and the Demon King of Slaughter's weapon, the pulverizing flail Ziggalard. These two are not kept in the treasury of the main residence, but rather, in the Black Lion Castle. Currently, the one who owns the demonic spear is the eldest member of the Senate, and its leader, Doiner's Lionheart. Subsequently, the owner of the pulverizing flail, Ziggalard, is his grandson, and the First Legion captain of the Black Lion Knight Order, Dominic Lionheart. Kyan says that the leader of the Senate is way too old, as he's past even the age of retirement. Maybe he will retire, and give the demonic spear to him. Eugene doesn't care about this, however, as he has no way of knowing. While he is in his room, Eugene unsheathes the Moonlight Sword, and notices that his mana gets drained the moment he pulls this thing out. What an idiotic sword. The fragment he got from the auction is also here, and stays in the middle of the sword, resonating with it, and adding more power. He thinks that once he collects all of the fragments, the sword will return to its original power, but he shouldn't hurry, as he needs to find Vermouth's grave first and foremost. Also, he didn't foresee leaving the main residence so soon, as he still has the gigantic Hamel statue and gravestone shoved up his cape. He was going to put them up here if he could convince Gillard, but since he cannot, that idea is out of the question. However, a new idea just popped up in his mind. Once the two brothers meet at the gate, they both ridicule each other's dressing code, but Kyan keeps staring at the Cape of Darkness, as he heard many things about it. Specifically, that it can deflect spells, and even has a pocket storage in it. Eugene tells him that no matter how long he stares at it, he will not give it to him. Once the portal gate to the Black Lion Castle is open, Eugene takes the first step in, and Kyan follows him. When they arrive, however, Eugene just looks down, and Kyan starts to scream for his life, as they were sent directly to the air. While he elegantly descends, Eugene notices the Black Lion Castle at the peak of the mountain. But how are they supposed to get all of the way there anyways? However, this might be beneficial for him, as if Vermouth's grave is hidden somewhere around these parts, he will be able to inspect it a bit before they go to the castle. He notices the screaming Kyan, and thinks that if this is how the coming-of-age ceremony begins, and it wasn't a teleporting error, they will probably have some safety devices set up, so Kyan won't die, probably. With that, he focuses on himself and uses magic to land. The Senate looks at this, and Doiners asks their mage if that is Winad's power, to which he replies with no, that is just simple floating magic. Doiners also notices that Eugene didn't panic at all, and he must be good with magic to pull out the right spell for the right moment. He asks the mage just how proficient he is, and the mage explains that floating magic is at the lowest 4th circle magic, and even though he fell from a high place, his speed was quite consistent, and his balance was top-notch. He might as well be 5th circle, or maybe more. Afterwards, Doiners asks if he knows that level Eugene has reached in the White Flame method. Gillard notes that before he went to Aroth, he was at 3 stars, and he received a letter last year that he had reached 4. This makes Doiners laugh. 4 stars at only 19? He might actually be even higher now, since it's been a year since then. One of the Senate members notes that this is impossible. 5 stars before becoming a damn adult? Carmen says that just because he's untalented doesn't mean that everyone else isn't. He shouldn't project himself like that. This makes the man mad, as he feels like Madame Carmen is looking down on him right now. But he's been a part of this Senate for 10 whole years. Carmen tells him to not call her Madam, as he looks older than her. Others might think he was her dad or something, if they didn't know better. The man explains that it's because she uses magic to look young, despite being a fossil at this point. Just how long will she be keeping this up? Carmen says that it's much better to look younger than being old, making him say that she has no class to speak of. If she is a part of the ancient Senate, she should look the part too. She is over 60, but she has deluded herself into looking younger. Carmen snaps her cigar in two, and it seems that he touched a subject he really shouldn't have. Doiners notes that they have almost made it to the ground, and sends Dominic for them, to test them out a bit. He accepts, but Gillard tries to oppose this, as they should test them at the castle, not in the forest. Doiners says that it wouldn't really be a test if they do it that way. Does he not believe in his children at all? Gillard says that he does, so Doiners notes that this is very different from the blood succession ritual, as there is no reason to cater to their age and experience. Gillard tells him that if they were going to do it like that, they should have invited Iode here too. Doiners finds it disappointing that he still hasn't gotten over that incident. He understands that it's his son, but he needs to let him go. He is living a happy and peaceful life at his mother's place, so it's all good. Gillard notes that still, he is the oldest of the main family, and even he will not succeed the patriarch title. He might as well be a part of this ceremony. Doiners taps him on the shoulder and tells him that it's a shame it happened, but unfortunately, that child has already become an adult. Where Eugene is, a two-headed ogre attacks him, which he easily takes care of, as its head is very exposed. Apparently this is the second one he fought, but it's strange as these ogres are the type to take entire forests as their territory, so two being in the same region is unheard of. He thinks that maybe they were raised in captivity, but maybe it's not just these ogres, as the wild forest feels like a farm for monsters. Also, there's no restriction put on their mana, like in the blood succession ritual, so there's no way that they just dropped them out of the sky just to fight some measly monsters. He continues walking around, but that's when he feels the wind coming faster in one direction, and is glad that there will finally be some action going on. Suddenly a wyvern appears, but it's leashed and is being rode on by none other than Seal, who wonders how Eugene managed to dodge in time. Eugene says that defeating just monsters would have been too easy, but it's been a long time since they last met. Doesn't she think that she's a bit too harsh to just attack him instead of greeting him nicely? She asks if his head hurts, and Eugene asks why it would. Seal explains that there is a barrier over this forest, and it should be clouding his mind quite a lot. Eugene notes that indeed, he felt a little dizzy when he first came here, but that's it. Seal is surprised that that's all that he felt, but Eugene tells her that he's pretty sturdy. Seal thinks that barrier is supposed to project the mind's fear into reality, as illusions, in order to break down their mind. When she met Cayenne, he was screaming like a maniac because of some ghost illusion. Eugene thinks that he's endured countless psychological attacks in his past life. Additionally, the forest barrier isn't meant to break down the mind of someone, only scare them. While getting off of the dragon, Seal notes that originally they were going to see how he responds to his fears, but instead of ambushing him early on, she has no other choice but to fight him. Eugene pulls out his sword too, and promises to not go easy on her. With that, Seal charges in, and Eugene deflects her with a single strike. She doesn't give up, however, and keeps jumping and attacking until Eugene catches her mid-air and unleashes a few magic missiles, knowing full well that she can't dodge mid-air. However, the wyvern roars, and with both of his wings, unleashes a gust of wind, strong enough to send Seal flying, which surprised Eugene, as he didn't expect such coordination and understanding. Seal then gets into position, as she prepares to strike him once again. Even when she does, Eugene just dodges, and while he is in the air, pulls out a whip, which he ties Seal with, making her fall to the ground as a result. He thinks that this is over, but Seal tells him to look behind. That's when the wyvern opens its mouth wide to bite him, but he dodges, resulting in him letting go of the whip. Eugene gets ready to kill this awfully creature, but Seal, who is still tied up, screams at him to not kill her dear Waiwi. Eugene is quite shocked at what he just heard, and asks her to repeat herself, which she does. Eugene sheaths his sword, but finds it quite annoying that she was the one who ambushed him first, so she shouldn't make demands like this. While the wyvern charges at him once again, he tells it that today is a lucky day, as he won't have to rid him from this world. With that, Eugene kicks him in the chin and jumps high into the air, finishing the fight with a mighty punch to the head. Eventually, Seal gets free of her restraints, and is quite mad that Eugene treated Waiwi so poorly, so she charges up her sword soul and rushes in with a mighty thrust. Eugene just puts his hand forwards, which makes Seal wonder why he's doing this. Is he really going to use his bare hands to block Sword Soul? Is he crazy? Without much choice, she misses deliberately, which allows Eugene to grab her hand, put her in handlock, and pin her to the ground. Seal asks him to go easier on her, and Eugene agrees, but only if she stops attacking him. She notes that the fight was already over, as she couldn't have won in the first place. With that, Eugene lets her go, and she asks if he predicted that she was going to change her trajectory like that. Eugene notes that it was a coin toss, a gamble he made, which makes her mad, as his hand could have been sent flying. Eugene notes that he knew anyway, that she wouldn't do anything to his hand, which makes her call him a bastard. Eugene also says that it's a surprise to see her here, but since she's here, why doesn't she explain what is going on to her? Seal just tells him to find the Black Lion Castle, but Eugene already knows that. What he was asking is how this trial will work. That's when Seal explains that there are a total of 60 Black Lion Knights, including the captains, that are going all over the mountain and looking for him. Eugene notes that this is a bit over the top of something as simple as a coming-of-age ceremony, but she notes that the Senate leader values him quite well, and Cayenne was just mixed up in this trial because of him. Eugene still tells her that 60 people is just too much for only 2 people, but Seal notes that the mountain is quite vast, and they are not all participating in the ambush, as some are positioned to stop him or Cayenne from going to places where they shouldn't. Eugene thinks about this, and one place immediately comes to mind, Vermouth's grave, the place he wants to go to. Eugene asks what kinds of places they aren't allowed in, and Seal explains that it's most likely dangerous places, because this mountain has tons of monsters in it, and around here, there are only ogres. But once he goes deeper and deeper, there are countless demonic creatures who actually hunt ogres for fun. Eugene is quite surprised by her statement, as he didn't expect for demons to be here of all places. Seal notes that, from what she heard at least, they are raising them to increase the Black Lion Knight's experience. Eugene looks at her with a stern face and explains that demons aren't dogs or cats. They can't raise them. All they did was let some demons loose in the forest. Vermouth's grave, their damn ancestor, should be in this mountain, but they just let demons have their fun around here? Seal asks why he's getting mad at her, of all people, but Eugene still holds her accountable, as she is also a part of the Lionheart family. Seal didn't see him as a real patriot of the Lionheart family, and explains that the demons are kept far away from Vermouth's grave, and she's gone for demon raids several times around here, but there was nothing about that grave, ever. Eugene thinks that if that senile Senate leader is paying close attention to him, he must change his plan, as he was going to try and locate the grave, but there are too many variables. For now, he will go with plan B, that is, to just go to the Black Lion Castle. While Seal gets ready to leave, Eugene tries to hitch a ride, but she refuses, and warns him to get as far away from this place as humanly possible, since the other knights will get to him very soon. Eugene looks around to get an idea, but suddenly tries to grab Seal, which she notices, so she swiftly dodges. Eugene was expecting this, so he charges up a gust of wind and sends her flying. This allows him to get on top of the wyvern, which tries to get him off immediately, but Eugene warns him, if he doesn't want to get beaten within an inch of his life, he better start flying. With that, the wyvern does just so, and Seal tries to get him back, but Eugene tells him to ignore her, as he will be dead if he does otherwise. When Eugene gets high into the air, he notices something quite surprising. Countless knights, all with their own wyverns. Eugene doesn't notice Carmen amongst this group, and he doesn't know how the other captains look, but none of the guys here look strong enough to be one. They all get ready to attack, reminding themselves that this is just a test, and Eugene thinks that the Black Lion Knight Order is very skilled, as even in his past life, there wasn't a Knight Order stronger than them. However, their attacks will not be made with the intention to kill, so they can't hope to push him at all. He will be the one testing them actually, as he wants to see if the Black Lion Knight Order has improved or not. Eugene is the one to charge in first, which surprised the knights, but alas, they all get ready for battle. Two archers try to shoot him down, but he eats their arrows with the cloak, spins, and shoots them back, which the knights react to. However, this gives Eugene ample opportunity to go behind one and try to strike him. The knight tries to defend himself, but Eugene manages to push him off. That's when an elderly knight charges in with a mighty spear strike, and Eugene seems to know who he is. Nathan Lionheart, the 3rd Legion vice captain he saw a while back, in a Roth. Nathan lands on a wyvern, and asks what happened with Seal, as she surely must have come for him before everyone. Eugene notes that she's just down there and pulls out a spear, challenging Nathan's skill. It seems to have proven fruitful, however, as Nathan was pushed back, with his own weapon no less, something which he didn't believe possible. Suddenly, Eugene rushes past him, as there is no need for him to go through all of this fighting, since the only thing he needs to do is reach the castle. That's when a large boulder is thrown at him, which came from below. So he looks down, but in that split second, Carmen pops up behind him and kicks him to the ground with flexible movement. Before Eugene falls completely to the ground, he cushions his fall with a wind spell and thinks that Seal told him that there would be captains included in the knights who would hunt for them. So he's not surprised that the 3rd Legion captain, Carmen Lionheart herself, is here. The other knights also fall down to the ground, and Eugene asks if he isn't receiving too much attention, given that there are 2 contestants here. Carmen explains that it's because he's doing much better than Cayenne, who is still running from his fears, even after all this time passed. However, he shouldn't be mad about it, as it means he will get more attention, which is good. She promises the test will end quickly. Since she's here, they will do it like this. If he can survive 3 minutes of her attacks, she will take him to the castle herself. Eugene asks if that really is all, and Carmen says that if he can achieve this, there will be no need for the test to continue. However, if he thinks that it's too unfair, she can make it a minute. Eugene sighs, as he knows full well that Carmen is confident because he's still a child. But to hear those words from her, it's kind of annoying. So, Eugene does what he's best at, mock. He's fine with anything, since he's young and fresh. But wouldn't she be pushing herself too much? At her old age, moving around for 3 minutes must be hell, right? Carmen's hand trembles, and the other knights watch in horror as they know what's about to go down. She notes that it will be 1 minute. If he can resist for that long, she will keep her promise. They both charge their auras, and Carmen rushes in with a mighty kick, but he blocks it and tries to hit her with his sword. Eventually, she manages to push him away, but she's quite surprised to see that he blocked all of her attacks up until now. All of her attacks were supposed to break at least a few bones, but this child's reaction speed is much faster than expected. If that's the case, she must take him more seriously. Once again, she charges in, but with even greater speed. Eugene remains calm and just parries the attack. Thus begins their exchange of blows, with neither of them being able to lend a full attack on the other. They continue with this for quite a while, making Eugene quite impressed by her current skills. At the level she is now, she would have been just as renowned 300 years ago too. If he considers just her aura alone, she's on the same level as Amelia Merwin. But he can't know for sure, as Amelia had something which Carmen hasn't, the intent to kill. It's quite a shame really, as he wanted to fight her properly, without holding back anything. But if that was the case, he wouldn't have been able to win, even if he uses ignition. She strikes his sword a few more times, which is chipped to high hell, and Eugene announces that 3 minutes have passed already. Actually, it might be past that. This leaves Carmen surprised, as 3 minutes passed, yet she didn't land a single critical blow on this child. It's true that she was controlling her strength, but she wasn't able to overpower him. She asks if there's any time left, and Eugene tells her that there isn't. He was counting in his head. Carmen asks if he really was counting while they were fighting, and Eugene notes that, thanks to her going easy on him this time, he had plenty of energy left to spare, so yes. Suddenly someone comes around and congratulates him on a job well done. Eugene notices his weapon, the pulverizing hammer Zigguard, the weapon of the Demon King of Slaughter, and the current owner of such a weapon is the First Legion Captain, Dominic Lionheart. He notes that he can't believe such a talented fellow is only 19. He always heard from others that he was quite skilled, but he thought they were only exaggerated rumors. However, it seems that the rumors were not wrong. Eugene thanks him for the compliments and asks Carmen if they need to test him further, as in his eyes, he has already proved himself. Carmen agrees, and so they make their way to the castle. When they get ready to depart, Seal also arrives on her wyvern, who is scared within an inch of his life, and she swears at Eugene for leaving her alone like that. He looks at her, and she seems fine enough, noting that the wyvern is pretty smart if it found her so quickly. This is some nice timing too, as they are all going to the Black Lion Castle, and he needs to hitch a ride, like right now. Seal is quite surprised and also anxious that Eugene wants to ride the wyvern with her, and so she accepts, as she doesn't mind. They get in the air, and they all make their way towards the castle, with Seal warning Eugene to stick closer, as he might fall. Eugene tells her that it's fine, since he won't die anyway. Seal then tells him to not hold on the YY's scales in such a way, as that might hurt him. Eugene says that if something like this will hurt a damn wyvern, then he should just be called an oversized lizard from now on. She explains that this wyvern is quite sensitive, and so, to please her, Eugene puts his hands on her hips and asks if this is enough. She happily agrees, and that's when she takes a detour, as they might as well take a flight around before going to that dark place. Eugene says that he would much rather hurry to the castle and get some food for him, but she notes that the only thing he will be eating are the lectures of the elders, so he should relax for a while with her. Eventually, Eugene arrives at the Black Castle and walks with Carmen, who explains that they do not have enough people in the Black Lion Knight Order. The Great Lionheart family has over 300 years of history, and for a Knight Order, with the only purpose of it being to protect that family and its history, they are far too few. Eugene asks what they could do about that in the first place, as unlike the main residence's White Lion Knight Order, the Black Lion Knight Order is made out of people who are from the Lionheart family, and only that. Carmen notes that all of this is because the Black Lion Order has to take care of the messy jobs, and they can't get outsiders to get mixed up in such important dealings. That's when she invites him to the Black Lion Knight Order, which he is quite surprised of, but says that he already refused that offer 2 years ago to be exact. Carmen notes that all of this was before she saw his skills, but today she did, and the 2nd Legion Captain's disciple position is still empty if he wishes to join them. Eugene asks what he has been doing for the past few years, as he imagined there would be more candidates, but Carmen explains that he did find one, but his personality was too rough, and nobody could stand him. However, His skills remind her of the 2nd Legion captain, and they would fit together pretty well. Eugene tells her that he never even saw the guy, and she notes that if he chooses to become his disciple, he would actually get along with him, and additionally, being in this Black Lion Knight order is a great honor. Eugene says that it might as well be, but he would like to prioritize his own honor. Hearing this, Carmen decides to tell him that the Senate is quite weary of him, as the situation in Nahama was quite suspicious from every angle, but he went and visited that empty place without any words. Eugene asks if she really thinks that he planned something with the Nahama people, and Carmen says that she doesn't, as the possibility is quite low, but they simply cannot ignore it. Since nobody imagined that Iodi would get into dark magic, but he knows full well what happened. He's in a very good position, and thus will receive tons of generous offers. He is also talented beyond belief, but there is a limit of his authority, because he comes from a lower-class bloodline. What if somebody offered him help in getting the Patriarch position? Eugene puts it bluntly, he never wanted to become the Patriarch, but Carmen continues, he should think about it differently then. Because of his skills, everyone will try to take him onto their side. Did Nahama's Sultan promise him wealth and fame, perhaps? Eugene asks if this is an interrogation, which she says it is. Eugene will not answer any further questions, as he is sure the people in this room will ask him plenty of questions. When she opens the door, Eugene sees the most important people in the Lionheart family. Doiners, the Patriarch, Klein, the unspecified from an indirect bloodline, Dominic and Hinos. Eugene bows down and greets them, while also presenting himself. He also apologizes if this is rather sudden, but he must show them something very important, the statue and gravestone he got from Hamel's grave. Klein asks what that might be, and Doiners gets up, analyzing it quite thoroughly. He notices that on the gravestone there's a name, Hamel Dinus. Gillard gets up, and wonders if this really is the statue of Hamel the Foolish. Doiners asks where and how he was able to get such an item, and Eugene explains that he found it in Hamel's grave. When he hears this, Hino's eyes widen, and he looks sternly at Eugene. He explains that, as they all know, he has studied in Arath for 2 entire years. In the Royal Library, Arsion, in Senya's Hall, to be exact, he was able to learn about Hamel's grave through witchcraft. Doiner asks how, and Eugene notes that this is the very first time someone from their family has gotten to look into witchcraft, so he assumes that Senya meant for one of them to find it. Hamel is an old friend of Vermouth, their ancestor, and unlike the other ones, he was not able to return, as he sacrificed himself for the sake of the world and his friends. Eugene feels embarrassed after saying something so cringy, but continues, and says that he walked through the Nahama Desert and found Sir Hamel's grave. It wasn't in pristine condition, though. In fact, it was the opposite, as the only things that remained intact are right here, the statue and the gravestone. He wasn't alone, however, as there was also a Death Knight made from Hamel's corpse, and he was able to defeat it, but he also came across the terrifying dungeon master of the desert, Amelia Merwin. The mage is shocked that he met her, and most importantly, that he came out alive. Eugene explains that he is alive right now, because the Demon King of Incarceration appeared. Everyone is shocked at this revelation, and Eugene notes that he stopped Amelia from butchering him, but also gave him a warning that he is supposed to pass on to the others. He told him that freedom without responsibility is self-indulgent, and that his goodwill and silence will not last for long. Doiner's eyes widen, and Eugene thinks that he needed to do this, as he doesn't know what Vermouth promised, but having heard this warning, they need to prepare for the peace to end. He additionally tells them the other things the Demon King said, that he cannot have people thinking that he is obligated to be nice to them, and if they will not respect him, he will not do that either, from now on. Doiners sits down, as they have never expected for him to bring such dire news. At first, they were going to interrogate him about what he was doing in the desert, but now, they have much bigger problems. Klein says that the Demon King still wishes for peace, and if they don't insult him any longer, there should still be peace. Gillard tells him otherwise, as if he needs to warn them. He is sure that the peace will end eventually. Nahama has been invading Tarath for hundreds of years, and if Helmut was behind all of this, they can bet that the Demon King of Incarceration was somehow involved too. Doiners asks if he will go to the Demon King and ask if he really was involved. He also half expected this to happen, as the 2 strongest Demon Kings are still alive and kicking. Their subordinates are also spread around everywhere. Their hero, Vermouth, took only 4 companions and took down the demon king of cruelty, slaughter, and frenzy. However, he wasn't able to defeat the demon king of incarceration and of ruin. If they really go to war, who will be able to defeat the demon kings now? Himself or his grandson Dominic? Will he do it? Gillard notes that this isn't a threat to them only, as the demon king of incarceration is surely after the entire world. Doiners says that even if it is like this, they are descendants of their natural enemy, so they will be in the front lines should something happen. He asks Gillard if he thinks that they are ready for something like this to occur. Klein notes that nobody from their families, be it Keel or Lionhearts, that are disrespecting the Demon King. It's the Holy Empire and the allied powers of Devil Conquest, who kept their armies on standby, just at the borders of Helmud. Those damn haters will invade Helmud the second they hear about this. Doiners tells him to relax, as even though they are doing something like this, it's just a show of power, and if things get serious, he is sure they will recall their armies. Eugene thinks that this is a slow discussion, but it's fine, as he will not have to worry about them declaring war on Helmud. Not that he cares either way, as he wants to kill the Demon Kings as much as all of them. Doiners asks what he intends to do with the items he got, and Eugene explains that he was thinking of putting them where their ancestor rests. Hamel's grave has already been fully destroyed, but they should read this. Doiners does just that, and reads all of the insults, piece of shit, garbage human, and the numerous others. Eugene tells him to read the part below it, about how great he was, and that everyone will miss him. Eugene notes that their ancestor really mourned his death, and he thinks it's only fair that they put the statue and gravestone where he lays, so that they may rest together. He did not learn magic from the great Senya, but his mentor was Roberian, who had inherited her tradition, and he is sure that he can confidently call himself a mentee of her. So, he is both Senya's mentee and their ancestor's descendant, also the last person to pay respect to the great Hamel. So he proposes that he should be the one to bring all of these feelings and items to the ancestor's grave. Doiners understands him, but is still rather reluctant, as it's not easy to get it. Gillard pushes him to let him, as Hamel deserves at least this, and Carmen also feels it's only fair that Eugene go there and place them, since he was the one to bring them. With that, Doiners accepts, and Eugene smiles widely. Finally, he will be able to go there. He will not be able to open up his coffin or search further, but he can memorize the location and just go there again. Doiners explains that they will need time to open the path, so he can keep the items for now. Eugene agrees, and wonders what kind of path he will be opening. Doiners orders Xenos to bring Eugene to his room, and also tells Gillard to postpone his reunion with his sons for a little bit, as they have a lot to discuss. While Eugene is escorted, he thinks about Xenos, and his very weird personality, as every disciple he had, simply ran away after a while. Xenos tells him that they should go somewhere private, as he needs to see that statue and gravestone once again. Eugene asks why he would want to see them again, and with teary eyes, Xenos explains that he simply wants to give flowers and pay his respects. Eugene asks why in the hell he's crying so hard, but Xenos excuses this as this being his conjunctivitis, which makes tears flow sometimes, even if he doesn't want them to. Eugene is rightly weirded out by this, and now understands why his disciples all ran away. Eugene does what Xenos asked him to do, and can't help but wonder why this guy is giving flowers and sobbing for a person he never even met. Is he a descendant or something? If that were the case, his descendant would have married Vermouth's descendant and had children, but that's not possible, as he has never had kids, ever. Without any straight answer, he asks Xenos himself if he has some sort of connection with Hamel. He slowly gets up and announces that he is Hamel's disciple. This shocks Eugene, as he has never had a disciple in his past life. He didn't have the opportunity to have one. Xenos then explains that technically, he did not learn directly from him, but like all of the branch families out there, his family split off from the main family. His distant ancestor was Vermouth's second son. The older son became the patriarch after Vermouth, and many of the other siblings had left the main residence to start an indirect lineage. His ancestor did not become patriarch, but he was able to inherit something other than the white flame method the main family uses. That would be Hamel's techniques, as Vermouth taught them to his ancestors. Eugene's interest has now peaked, and Xenos asks him about something important. Did he, by any chance, find his secret technique next to the grave? Xenos notes that he saw the duel between him and Carmen. The way he deflected her attacks was similar to one of Hamel's techniques that his family inherited. That type of skill cannot be simply imitated without genius and great combat sense. Also, one would need understanding and control over their mana. However, if he found some of Hamel's secret text inside of the grave, it's not entirely impossible. Eugene is kind of mad that Vermouth just up and decided to teach his descendants about his skills, and asks why Vermouth taught his second son Hamel's techniques, and not his. Xenos explains that, after Vermouth's oldest became patriarch, many branch families started to form, and as the family continued to grow, the black sheep started to stand out more and more. His ancestor was the first black lion, who convicted those people and damned them. Eugene now understands better. Vermouth decided to train his second son as a loyal dog, who would keep the main family and other branch families in check. If he taught him his techniques, though, it must mean that he considered his techniques powerful enough to stand up against the main family ones. Xenos asks once again if he possesses any of Hamel's text, then he would like to have it, as it is a part of his heritage. Eugene sighs and says that they should go over their positions, first and foremost. If they go with technicalities, he is Hamel's direct disciple. So is he not above him, regarding seniority? Xenos is quite puzzled by this, but Eugene explains that he would be his senior brother, with him being the junior. Although he was born decades earlier than he was, if he truly wants to call himself Hamel's disciple, he must treat him as a senior, his older brother. Xenos thinks about this, and asks if this means that there was a secret text from Hamel in his grave. Eugene confirms his suspicions, but unfortunately, he memorized it and burned it. He must have heard earlier that a death knight attacked him, so he could not bring it with him. However, if he treats him as his senior brother, then he can compare the technique of Hamel to the ones he learned from his family, and teach him what he is missing. The cards are on the table. Xenos asks if he really has the techniques memorized fully, which angers Eugene, as this is reminding him of how Amelia kept talking and asking dumb questions. Xenos then asks if he has to call him his senior brother in front of other people too. Eugene explains that something of that nature would inconvenience the both of them, as they would have to explain a lot of stuff, so he will only be made to call him senior brother behind closed doors. Xenos accepts the offer and calls him senior brother. Eugene says that since everything is settled, they should go to his room, as he is tired from all of the stuff he had to do today. They do just that, and at a table, Xenos explains that Vermouth taught his second son 10 techniques in total. Eugene wonders if he had that many, as he only named one of the skills, ignition. The rest, he just used depending on the situation. He asks Xenos to describe them, and he does just that. The first Hamel method is called ignition. Eugene asks him to stop instantly, and asks if Vermouth named all of these himself. Xenos is not certain, but that's how they always learned them. Eugene is quite mad now, as this name is straight dookie. Couldn't he have thought of a better name? He reluctantly asks Xenos to continue, and he obliges. There is ignition, mana parrying, thousand thunders, lightning counter, asura rampage, dragon burst, cyclone, dead end, destructive divine key, and the eternal purgatory. After hearing all of these names, he starts to remember the memories he had erased, because he did not want to think about them at all. The memories of when he named his techniques, for example, Asura Rampage, which was just him swinging his swords around with extreme force. Senya recognized this as what it is, but Hamel counterattacked by saying that all she does is explode something, and call it Fire Blast or whatever. Senya explained that she had to do that, otherwise the spell wouldn't work. Hamel also got on Anissa's case, as this goes for her too. All she does is emit some light, and call it the Holy Cross or something. Anisse told him that she at least had to shape it into a cross, and asked him if his skills get stronger if he shouts the name of the skill. Hamel confirmed, as he needs to shout and feel stronger. Moron thought it was pretty cool, as when he does shout it and attack, it really feels like he has become the Asura. Eugene is now extremely embarrassed, as he was too young back then. He only used these names for a couple years, then erased them from memory, after realizing how cringe they were. But Vermouth, that rat bastard, memorized them fully and taught them as skills. Vermouth was smart, so he must have memorized them quite quickly, and 300 years down the line, these names, like eternal purgatory, are being screamed into the heavens. This makes Eugene rise to the higher echelons of cringe, where no man should be. He never expected for those dumb names to be passed down 3 entire centuries later, and especially in the Lionheart family, he should have just regressed instead of reincarnating and killed his past self with his own 2 hands. Xenos asks if these names were written in the hidden text he burned, and Eugene explains that the book he found did not have these cringe names. So those skill names must be the one Hamel made when he was still quite immature. Xenos is quite hurt by this, as he may be his senior brother, but he will not stand by while he looks down on these skills that their ancestors worked hard to achieve. Eugene says that he is misunderstanding. It's not about the skills, it's about their names. He should put his hand on his chest and be honest here. Thousand Thunders? Dead End? Asura Rampage? Aren't these names even a little embarrassing? Xenos thinks about it, and notes that Carmen's ultimate attack is called Destiny Breaker. So it seems that making cringe names runs in the family. Eugene pulls out a feather and paper, noting that he should write in detail about these skills, and he will compare them to the text in his head so that he can fix any wrong parts for him. While Xenos does that, Eugene asks him if he ever entered their ancestors' graves. Xenos confirms that he did, but only once, when he became captain. And it wasn't just him. Anyone who is appointed captain gets the chance to visit Vermouth's grave and swear on their life to continue protecting the family. Eugene then asks what kind of place it is, and Xenos notes that it's nothing too expensive, it's just a very secret spot, so he can't tell him in detail, but it's sort of a temple, if he had to compare it to something. Perhaps Vermouth transcended to a god when he passed, and that's why the temple was built, to worship him. Eugene ponders on the idea, and thinks that if he did actually become a god, then reincarnating his best friends is not impossible. But if he had acquired omnipotence, then he wouldn't have fought Senya. Xenos finishes with the skill descriptions, and when Eugene reads them, he thinks that they are all a mess. These dumbasses that inherited the Hamel method must have changed a ton of things to try and compensate. Eugene sits down and explains that this is much different than what he saw. He erases the Hamel method text from the paper, which makes Xenos ask why, but Eugene tells him to be quiet, as it doesn't concern him. He should keep in mind, however, these techniques are not really that great to have their own name. Being restricted to only these techniques will only damage them in the long run, as it will block their growth. He should stay far away from the Hamel method as well. Xenos knows he's right, but can't help but wonder, did he already master the Hamel method perfectly? Eugene notes that he's editing this paper now, so yes, he has. Xenos excuses his rudeness, but he wants to know how much of the Hamel method he understands. Eugene gets up and tells him to observe closely. He then gathers up mana at the tip of his blade and unleashes it in a small and controlled explosion. Xenos notices that this is the Eternal Purgatory skill, and it was cast with ease this time, as this technique is famous for consuming tons of mana. Eugene asks if this is enough, and Xenos asks him to show him the Destruction Divine Chi too. Eugene notes that it's just wrapping mana around his body. He should take this already and study it. However, he has one condition. If Carmen or anyone else tells him to take him as a disciple, he should reject them. Xenos asks why, as if someone like him were to be in the Black Lion Knights, it would be a great honor. Eugene threatens him with the paper, and Xenos immediately folds, confirming that he will be rejecting them as fast as possible. Later, Eugene has a meal with Seal, who just stares at him while he eats. She then asks what he talked with Xenos about all day. Did he perhaps decide to join the Black Lion Knights? Eugene notes that he didn't. They just talked about techniques and such. She also asks about how close he was with the Prince of Aroth, and about Roberian. Did he perhaps introduce him to a promising young mage or something? Eugene tells her to stop with the questions, as she knows already, he's not the type to socialize. Seal explains that their brother will become quite the busy fellow starting next year, and many renowned nobles and other royal families will want to get introduced to their brother, who is the successor of the Lionheart family. Additionally, the Sea Kingdom's Simuan's young princess and the Luhar Kingdom princess are both his marriage candidates. He might actually be the first one to get married, out of the 3 of them. Eugene thinks that the Luhar Kingdom was set up by Moron, so he doesn't even want to know what her descendant looks like. Just when he starts feeling bad for Cayenne, he arrives, all tattered up and very dirty. Eugene thought he would have been lost for a few more days, and asks if he saw any more ghosts in the forest. Cayenne doesn't even want to think about that, but thinks that he spent an entire day struggling against different illusions and monsters. But Eugene, this damn bastard, arrived at the castle within an hour of him descending to the woods. Suddenly, a maid comes with an urgent message. A guest will arrive soon, so they all should get ready and come to the warp gate. Seal notes that she didn't hear anything about this, and the maid explains that they just received the message, and the visit was decided during the conference meeting between the different elders. Eugene asks who this important guest is, and the maid says that it's the auxiliary bishop of the Holy Empire, Eurus, Christina. Everyone from the family gets dressed and waits at the warp gate, where eventually Christina arrives, with 3 knights in tow. Eugene is quite shocked, as she looks exactly like Anise. She thanks them for the grandiose welcome, and Doiners admits that he did not expect her to come all the way here. She notes that she should naturally respond to any summons she gets, and that they should go talk things through. When they do that, Eugene stares at her, which makes her suddenly stop and smile in his direction, something which takes him by surprise. Seal asks if they ever met before, and Eugene denies this, as this is his first time seeing her. Seal then asks why she was smiling at him like that, something which Eugene cannot answer, as he doesn't know either. Later, while he is having some tea, Eugene thinks that Christina is an adopted daughter of one of the 3 cardinals of the Holy Empire, and also a saintess of a long line of successors after Anice's disappearance. She is not literally a saint at the moment, but she is the only candidate there is, so in a few years, she will surely become the saintess. The maid knocks at his door and announces that there is a guest here to see him, the bishop, Christina. He goes to meet her, and they both introduce each other. Eugene asks what brings her here, and she explains that she received a revelation from God, which makes Eugene ask what kind. She doesn't want to tell him, however, which makes Eugene wonder why he told him in the first place. Christina explains that this was just to let him know this meeting was guided by God. Additionally, the meeting with the elders has ended, and since the head of the Senate decided to open the doors to Hamel's grave, she will accompany him. Eugene is quite puzzled by this, but she says that this was her purpose for being here anyway, so he lets it go. While they walk the halls, Eugene notes that she is the sole candidate for the saintess position. Is this role passed down through bloodline, perhaps? Christina doesn't seem to get the question, and Eugene explains that he learned magic for 2 years in the Royal Library, Acreon, where Senya's hall resides. In there, paintings of her friends from 300 years ago can be found, and that includes Anise, the faithful. He doesn't know how she might react to this, but she looks a lot like Anise, eerily so. Christina keeps the same monotone smile and accepts this as a compliment, rather than anything. Eugene thought she would have been more surprised, but maybe the other priests said so as well, so she might have heard this quite often. She notes that he sees the great Anise in her. Perhaps this is another miracle from God. But how much does he know about her truly? Eugene says that she's the only saintess candidate currently, and also the adopted daughter of Cardinal Rogerus. Christina confirms that indeed, she was abandoned by her parents when she was just an infant. But she's not sad, as her parents surely wanted God to look after her, and abandoned her in front of the abbey. Thus, she knows nothing of where she came from, but since he says that she is similar to Anise, perhaps she is her ancestor. Eugene heard that she did not have any children, but Christina says that she was human too. Perhaps she just wanted a child. Eugene thinks that it's probable. Anise was always a snake, and very secretive, despite being a saint. When they get out, Eugene notes that it's cold, so he hands Christina a cloak, which she wears immediately. Eugene then asks if they're going to the round table, but Christina says that they aren't. They are going to the back of the castle, as that is where the grave is. While they walk on a steep hill, Christina notes that he must have quite a lot of interest in the heroes of old, which Eugene doesn't confirm or deny. She explains that Hogani is a part of the Nahama territory, but it is also appointed as the Holy Land of the Holy Empire. Every year, tons of believers choose to go there for their pilgrimage, and naturally, there are bound to be tons of eyes in the Holy Land. This might come out as offensive, but she knows why he was in Hogani. Eugene is not offended at all, as he also felt tons of people stare at him in Hogani. Is the Holy Empire watching him closely because of God's revelation? Christina still won't tell him, since he isn't a believer. So even if it's on his mind, she informed him for that purpose only. Eugene smiles, as her personality is bad, and with her looks, she is exactly like how Anise used to be. Even though they all shared stories of the past, Anis never talked about hers, and although she had not said it, he knew very well. Every time someone mentioned any cardinal of the Holy Empire, the ones who raised her, Anis's usual silence would be replaced with a crooked smile. She detested her past and what happened in it. They finally arrive at the location, and Christina notes that below is a path that will lead to Vermouth's grave. Eugene asks if they really have to jump off a cliff like this, and she says that they must, and she also knows that he can use flight magic, but he mustn't this time. All he needs to do is grab her hand and trust her. After Eugene does that, Christina immediately jumps off and pulls a rod out of her tools. She uses this rod to create a pair of wings, but Eugene sees something else, an angel with the hair and facial expression as Anis's. He snaps back to reality and tells Christina that he just saw an angel. This makes her look at him weirdly, as this is only a divine spell that has nothing to do with angels. It only protects the wearer from falling from a high place. Eugene shuts up, but he knows what he saw, as that face was the same as Anis's. He's positive. Christina notes that they have arrived, and when the yellow holy magic disappears, Eugene is stunned, as he is now in a beautiful green field. Christina picks up a grass leaf and says that even though it looks like grass, it's not, as it doesn't have any life energy inside. Eugene tells her that it's only spatial magic, and thinks that to create such a place would be impossible, with only common magic. So who did it, Senya or Vermouth? Alas, they continue forward and arrive at Vermouth's grave, where a statue of him stands. Suddenly, Doiners, accompanied by Gillard, appears, and Doiners expresses his wish for every Lionheart to see this place, but sadly, it must be protected. Putting the Hamel statue around here isn't a bad idea, as he was Vermouth's longtime friend, so it would hold some meaning for it to stand by him. However, in order to open a path to this place, one needs the Patriarch's and the Senate's acknowledgement. Those two titles were created by the founder, and it was said that besides the Patriarch's succession and appointment ceremony of the commander of the Black Lion Knights, nobody else can enter. Christina knows this is directed at her, but as long as she respects their traditions, she came here with an important reason. Gillard then explains that the timing was rather inappropriate, as she stubbornly decided to follow his son into this place. As the Patriarch, he could have just ignored this, but did not, to hold respect to both of their ancestors. And she also said that she came here because of God's revelation, which coincidentally lines with the Demon King announcing his peace is almost over. So he asks her to just say it already. Christina says that she will dare to say it, and pulls out the holy rod once again. She, Christina Rogeris, the adopted son of Michael Rogeris, is the only Saintess candidate in the whole Holy Empire. From this moment forth, she will be representing the Pope, and right now, she asks them to please open the grave of the great hero, Vermouth. His soul did not go to heaven, and from this revelation, his soul did not find salvation, and is still wandering the earth. As the Saintess, she must check the hero's last moment. Doiners says that he will follow whatever Gillard chooses, who is kind of glad that he will be able to open the grave with his own hands. Once they get inside, Christina numbers the number of beautiful things around here, but they are all fake, as there is nothing real inside of this temple. Gillard explains that it was the will of the founder to not have any descendants carve any statues or put decorations. According to that, they shouldn't put the Hamel statue here, but considering that it was not made by one of his descendants, it's fine. Christina thinks that this is beautiful. To reunite two old friends in the same resting place, this is certainly God's will. Eugene asks if defaming Hamel's grave and insulting the corpse by letting it become a death knight is also God's will. Christina looks at him and says that it wasn't. That's why he was able to get out of there and rescue the statue. Eugene looks at her sternly, as even Anis didn't use God's name that much as this one does. Eventually they arrive at the coffin, and Gillard tells them to observe while he opens it. While the two close on the coffin, Eugene thinks that he didn't know they would be doing it so swiftly. He begs him to just be a body lying in the coffin, a mummy. Hell, even some bones would suffice. He doesn't care, as long as he's dead and lying in there. If he really is dead, he will find peace, and with that, he will be able to lift the suspicions he had on him. Eugene thinks that Vermouth was not involved with his reincarnation, but fighting Senya and forcing her to flee. He also damns the Demon King, as that bastard talked about love like he and Vermouth were longtime friends. He will never believe that, so he begs the great Vermouth to be dead. When the coffin opens, Gillard is shocked, but Christina already knew that the coffin is completely empty. Eugene's entire body writhes, and his fist is clenched so hard his veins are about to pop. Gillard thinks that he's only concealing himself, but that doesn't matter now, as Christina announces she will tell them the revelation. From this moment forward, Eugene will be titled the next hero, the man that succeeds the great Vermouth. This is the will of God, and the Pope also acknowledges it. Until now, there have been no moves on the demon part, so they will not announce it just yet, but she will be with him as the Holy Empire's witness. Gillard asks what she means, and Christina notes that this is not God's word, but she thinks that Eugene is a reincarnation of Vermouth. If that is true, then she can accept why his soul did not enter heaven, as in order to face the danger that would fall on the world, the hero's soul descended into a descendant's body. Eugene starts laughing and asks if she got permission to do this from her little god. A fucking hero? What a joke. He is the reincarnation of Vermouth. How funny. But she should really cut the bullshit. Just how great is their god, that she is harassing him, who is doing nothing, and saying that he is the reincarnation of the hero. Christina apologizes, as that was only her thoughts, but she shouldn't blame her, or God's revelation for that matter. Eugene disagrees. He doesn't even believe in her god, and he doesn't plan to, so he will be doing whatever he wishes. He is only himself, Eugene Lionheart. So if she needs a hero, she should make one from their worshipper. Or better yet, beg her god to send one down. He looks at Gillard, who is flabbergasted, and apologizes for the harsh words. But he does not plan to be recognized as a damn hero, so he should understand him. While on the topic, he does not want to be patriarch, and will also not join the Black Lion Knights. Just because he will not do these things, it doesn't mean that he will disrespect the family, so he asks him to continue to support him just like before. Gillard, with a heavy expression, agrees, and respects his decision. Eugene smiles and tells Christina that he also has a message for her almighty God. That is, to go fuck himself. That is all he wanted to say. Gillard is about to go into shock, but Christina just stares at him, and Eugene turns away, as he is tired, so he will be going to sleep. Gillard asks what will happen to Hamel's statue, and Eugene explains that Hamel would have not wanted to rest in a place where his comrade wasn't. With that, the tale of Hamel's reincarnation ends, for now at least. Stay tuned in the future. Thank you for watching. See you next time.